was involved in. He was making all these foreign trips. You look at Martin, he started talking about that foreign war, that Vietnam War. That's kind of shifted, and people were kind of, people in the Black civil rights movement were kind of like, yo, what are you doing? Like, why are you taking away attention from this to that? Now he thought that it was all connected, and that's why he wanted to kind of make this broader connection to everything. But um the people who knew better kind of were like, yo, man, kind of chill out, put the brakes on, or whatever. um and then that you can kind of go back through, because they always try to label these organizations as communist. That was a big thing, and that probably goes back, at least, like I said, at least 100 years into the past, where they try to label Black American political movements as communist in some way, shape, or form, to connect them to a foreign government. So then all of this power that they have at the federal government is unleashed. Um, so that's just it's just a weird common theme, that I think those who are very serious, sincere about uplifting Black America, focus 100%, 1,000% of your energy and effort on Black America. Don't get wrapped up in whatever's going on in some foreign country. Just recently, and just out of nowhere, it's probably not the first time, but this is like kind of the first time it was an official letter with a post and logos and yada yada bing bang, where some organization is like, hey, let's link up. um Seemingly a foreign organization. I want to say they're in Britain, but I didn't really even look into it because I'm not interested. I just let them know. It's just not something that makes sense logistically, um for an individual, Black American individual organization to start linking up with foreign entities. It doesn't make any sense. It's not going to benefit us. All it's going to do is open up your activity, whatever that is, legal activity, to manipulation by the federal government, and that's what they do. And Tucker Carlson was really pointing out the fact that nothing that they're doing is illegal. Like, nothing that they're saying is illegal. And they're kind of acknowledging the fact that nothing that they're doing is illegal. It's simply they can label it with this catch-all term, Russian disinformation, which is like disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct, if you don't know, is one of those charges that they can charge you at any moment in time, to be quite honest, and force you to go to court and go through the process. And this is what this sounds like, but it's at a federal level where there are real significant charges and real jail time on the line, plus the financial cost, the damage to your organization, and everything else that kind of comes with it when you're forced to wrestle with the true beast, which is the federal government. The true beast is the federal government. Now the flip side of that is, if we have a Black majority state, and our senators or U.S. reps or governor decide to get involved with something foreign, um, then that's all above board. You file the proper reports, you get all the proper permissions, you sit down at the table. Um, as long as you're not, again, doing anything underhanded, money passing under the table, none of that BS, but you're doing everything above board, then you can actually function like that with foreign entities. You would be in a much better position to coordinate commerce, because let's just keep it in the area of commerce, with these foreign nationals, that would be mutually beneficial, right? That's the only way to do that. um, I would never get involved in foreign politics as an American citizen, outside of our representatives that are going to vote on some foreign aid package, or a foreign war, or whatever that the case may be. But outside of those things, where again, that's all above board, it's on the table, everybody knows what's going on. I just would not fall into the trap, because who was it? It's the brother in or not the brother, my dear God, the gentleman in New Jersey, Menendez, I think is his name, who his wife is some operative, who knows what she is, and she had him, doing all this foreign shit, and he got caught up in that. And he's a white guy, or at least a Mexican looking white guy, and he's all caught up in that whole honey pot trap. His wife seemingly was the architect of all of it. Um, and I'm not sure if he's still. I'm not sure if they got him still showing up to Congress every every day or whatever. I'm not sure if he's been completely removed from Congress yet. But I know that is in the works. Let's put it that way. And again, he's not. That's not a black person. That's some white adjacent Mexican looking person who they eventually just was like, man, you just doing too much. You know what I mean? It's one thing, and here's the thing with these white folks: if they're doing a little bit here, a little bit there, they're covering their tracks, if you will. They still know the shit's going on, but they're just like not blatant with it. They kind of just look the other way when it gets to a point where it's so blatant and everybody knows that is going on. At some point, they got to do something, because, of course, it makes the whole shit look corrupt, which the whole shit is corrupt anyway. You got Mitch McConnell, who's married to some Chinese chick whose family owns some of the largest container ship business in on the planet, to be quite honest. And so there's a lot of fucking corruption going on in the system. They let them get away with it. Let a black American man, be a U.S. senator, be married to some African fucking container ship magnate or oil magnate, and see how that shit plays out. Guaranteed that the person's getting locked up at some point in time. They're getting investigated, and they're going to be locked up at some point in time.
Hey, Black, I think you're going in the Matrix, man.
Oh shit, Matrix. Okay, I'll try to. Let me see, because I had a co-host, so I could play this thing. Let me. I'm gonna send you the co-host just so that'll keep the space open. If you could accept it, I appreciate it. Because I want to play this off my other phone, so that the YouTube will at least try to pick it up. It doesn't. For some reason, I run YouTube on Chrome, and if I play the videos on YouTube Chrome, it won't pick it up. So it's a weird thing. But I'll go in and come out, and then I'll play the video from there. Okay. But I'll go in and come out, and then I'll play the video from there. Oh, see. I got it as a.
Menendez.
Had issues, but I ain't got time for that, bro. I ain't got time for that. I need to get into the space. Come on, man. Like, y'all tripping, bro. Y'all really, really tripping right now. I need to get into the motherfucking space. I ain't got time to be playing those games, man. Damn it. All right.
Share the room out. Shout out to the family. Black State of America Radio, man.
Black State of America, baby. I think it's back up.
Gotta hit that TV on mute, bro.
TV is up.
Bro. Hey, look, I can hear everything.
Hey, hold on, man. Hey, you know what it is?
My commercial. You trying to get a sandwich back?
Hey, Black,
Jersey Mike's.
What you say?
Yeah,
I'm
back. I'm back up. For some reason now, This has been going on for the past 2 weeks. It won't let me come back in as the host if I click the spaces that are at the top of the screen. It always has my mic off, like I can't do nothing with the mic. So I gotta find the tweet. I gotta find the tweet of the space and go in that way. So I don't, that's a little weird thing that they got going on right now. I don't know what it is, but and that's why I was saying, like, the box, when the purple box, when other people said, hey, I'm going to, the space, I see the purple box, but when I posted it, I didn't see the purple box. So I don't know what the hell is going on with the way they got this set up. But it is what it is. So yeah, let's run some more of this video. But again, just understand, the federal government lies, and they'll do whatever they want to do. That's why we gotta be thinking like, yo, if we're really gonna be about collectivism, collectivity, and actually getting some type of power, we gotta understand it from all these different angles, not get caught up in whatever this guy got caught up in with this foreign disinformation or whatever it is. All right, so here we go. If it'll let me play it. I think it wants to start from the top. 1 second.
It was met
Okay.
2 years ago. So it was met 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago.
Well, was right.
I'm gonna try to find that spot. Okay, here we go. I think this is it.
Monica being sleepy. So I mean, I think these are some of the factors that
Damn it.
that informs much of what's happening right now.
One of the great and beautiful things of this moment that we're living in is that we can sort of put aside some of our preconceptions. And I'm sure there's a lot we disagree on. I don't think I disagree with a single word that you just said. I thought it was very nicely put and wise. And I just want to say, for the record, I agree with you. This is a sign of fragility of the regime. Confident rulers don't act like this. But so I had to say that. But I just want to get to the facts of it quickly. So am I misreading this? I think your lawyer is right. Even if you are guilty of what they accuse you of doing, you're not guilty of any crime because you're not accused of violence, theft, no conventional crime. You're accused of having the wrong opinions. Am I missing something?
Well, yeah, because what they've said is that even if what we said was true, even if it's disinformation, we're accused of spewing Russian disinformation. And they have said that even if we said what we said is true, it still amounts to disinformation. So they're not necessarily accusing us of lying. They're accusing us of talking. So, I mean, that's an extraordinary, it's an illegal document. When we've appealed this thing, and we immediately went to court on this thing after 9 months of being held in a kind of legal purgatory, where we were just unindicted co-conspirators, which meant that we didn't have legal standing, and we couldn't go to court and say, hey, these people have just looted us, and they have handcuffed us, and they've shut down entire neighborhoods, refused to allow people to enter their homes. This is pre-dawn. Or leave without showing identification. They've done all of these things, and we can't go to court and complain about it because we have no legal standing, because for 9 months we weren't charged with anything. They've just stolen all of these materials. They've looted our files. They've taken laptops and iPads and iPhones and things like that. So it's 9 months before they even indict us. And before that, they offered a $10 million bounty for any information that on the man Alexander Ionov, who they said was the Russian for whom we were working, and on anybody who could provide information on us. They offered a $10 million bounty. And this is even after they've stolen, looted everything they've got. They have no case because there is nothing there. It's a totally fabricated case that they've made against us, and it's extraordinarily dangerous because, like what you said, first of all, just to be historically factual, the Second Amendment was not something that was written for me or Black people. I mean, the fact is that the law that governed most of the relationship for the longest period of time was something that came out in 1857, Supreme Court ruling around Dred Scott, which was right here in St. Louis, where the court ruled that Black man had no rights that a white man had to respect. This is when Dred Scott fought that getting to St. Louis, which was supposed to have been a no slave state, would mean that he was free after leaving a place where he had been enslaved. The court said, no, you have no rights. And so that was in 1857. And what it took to overturn that ruling was not another court ruling immediately, but a civil war. And so this is what has informed our relationship. So we have now de jure rights, but de facto has not been the case. And that's why you can look at all of the data, the statistics revolving around the conditions of existence of African people in this country comparatively. And you see that it's only by law that we're supposed to have rights, but in fact, these rights don't exist. And what I have done and what our organization has done is move from this simpering kind of a politic that's based on pleading and begging and trying to come into the system based on some assumption that the contradiction is racism or the ideas or the opinions that white people have about Black people. What I have done is said that's not the fundamental contradiction. The fundamental contradiction is colonialism. It's domestic colonialism. And it applies right here in this country where foreign and alien power kidnapped me. That somebody like to talk about this country being a country of, how do they call it, immigrants. Well, we're not immigrants. We were captives and brought here in chains. And the only group other than the indigenous people themselves who didn't come here looking for a better way of life. People may or may not like what I'm saying or agree with it, and that's all right. But I'm saying it, and the point is the United States government attacked me, and they used this assault with the assumption that there are a lot of white people who don't like what I'm saying, and therefore will agree with what the government is doing, despite the fact there are no facts to substantiate what they're claiming that we did. And so this is the kind of public opinion that they think will weigh in their favor. But the point is that the Second Amendment and the constitutional rights, free speech, freedom of assembly, protection from what is it called? This attack on illegal search and seizure. This was done for groups of people who have left England and left other places and left the despotism of kings and things like that and wanted to have some rights. And so they made these rights. But these rights also were given to them on indigenous land where Black people, had done much of the work to build on this land, etc. They were not for us. It was only a bloody struggle that Black people were embalmed in, where churches were bombed, leaders assassinated, just for trying to join Joe Biden's party. And so now we're at this place where they are coming at Second Amendment rights that were not made for me, but were made for white people. And that means that if this door is open.
But may I ask you a question though? Yeah. So, but this is being done by the administration that tells us constantly how much they love and worship Black people, love Black people. No one's ever done more for Black people than the Biden administration. And no one has cheered that on more loudly than the New York Times and the Washington Post, which also love Black people, probably a lot more than you do. So have they come to your defense at all? Like any of these?
Not at all.
Yeah, why? It's kind of weird.
No, and it's a real serious kind of contradiction that this is able to occur. And especially, we talk about Biden, if we just take it on a personal level, which is not necessarily where I was intending to go, but if you take it just on a personal level, we're talking about Biden, who claims to be the great liberal, white man who loves us. We're talking also about the guy who was opposed to the Civil Rights Bill. talking about the guy who was opposed to busing because he didn't want his children to have to go to school in a jungle, etc. Just on a personal level. And but here they have never had to offer African people anything. When they run for office, it's not because they're offering us anything. They're frightening Black people. They say, if you don't vote for us, you're going to get Trump, who is a demon, or you're going to get the Republicans, who are demons, or you're going to get what we characterize as fascism, etc. So they don't have to promise Black people anything except they swear they'll protect us from the other white people. That's one aspect of it. And then there's a whole body of folk who are employed through things like welfare, slavery, and programs that they create it's a whole array of folk that employ liberals based on that. And what we stand for is self-determination. We also believe in reparation, but the point is that we have in St. Louis alone, we have in 7 contiguous blocks in St. Louis, economically depressed sector, we've purchased something like 20-some odd properties, and we put businesses and other kinds of things there. That's not permissible. We're supposed to get in line for welfare or something like that, and we're teaching African people that you can be self-determining. There is an alternative to what you got. But the whole Democratic Party apparatus rests upon this foundation of welfare slavery, and this is where they would have Black people located. And so the Democratic Party, you can't say that they lied to us, whether it was Obama or whether it was this guy, Biden. You can't say they lied to us because they didn't promise us anything, except they would protect us from Trump, from the Republican Party. And I'm not a Trump person or Republican person. I'm for the liberation of Black people, and that's why this whole thing about working for Russians is so ridiculous. I'm not looking for another master. I'm trying to get rid of the whole relationship that presupposes that we will be servants of anybody.
I mean, given that you haven't actually done anything, you're not accused of doing anything that isn't already legal, exercising rights that are guaranteed to you from birth till death under the U.S. Constitution, I'm a little bit surprised that nobody has defended you in the U.S. media. Now, I will say your name sounds non-mainstream of your organization, but once you learn...
Like Obama.
Yeah. Exactly. Fair. Barack Hussein Obama. But once you learn the details of this, you'd think there would be at least one civil libertarian at the New York Times editorial page or the Washington Post or NBC News or CNN or any of these groups. Has anybody said a word about an armored personnel carrier showing up at your house for speaking, for talking?
No, we've had to go out and really work. I mean, in July of this year, we had a meeting, a conference, and we pulled together something like 40 different organizations and what have you to unite as a part of a free speech, anti-colonial free speech movement who are pushing back on this. And I think that includes one organization of lawyers and what have you. But generally speaking, we haven't been able to get anything. Even so-called progressive Black politicians and what have you have not stepped forward. But you also got to remember, we're talking about a period where it's impermissible even to say things. Well, you can say from sea to shining sea. You cannot say from how does it go from the river? Is it from the river to the sea? I mean, it's incredible the attack that's being made on the right of people of speech. And by the way, as a point of information, I've been arrested several times on the question of speech. I was arrested in Florida. They created a law called incitement to riot. Didn't have to be a riot. I just had to want one to happen when I spoke. I mean, they put me in jail and threatened to put me in prison for having done that. So this question of speech is a really critical issue, and people need to pay attention. I was under assault in St. Petersburg, Florida, in 1996. Some 300 cops, National Guard troops attacked our building, set houses on fire, used all kinds of machinations, including the FBI, because they were concerned that we were protesting and speaking out against police having killed an 18-year-old youngster, and the grand jury having said it was all right for that to occur. And we were having a meeting, and they didn't want me to talk. And so they attacked the building. They said, in our own building, they said that you have something like 5 minutes to get out of the building because this is an illegal meeting. We own the building. And so they attacked it. So the free speech question, and the problem is they did this in plain view. People saw it happen. They brought, the people in the community actually brought a helicopter down by gunfire. This is how intense it was. And not a single civil libertarian stepped forward to say, why are you attacking these people for just speech?
Well, I'm confused. So you're describing.
Okay. Woo. I'm stopping it there because, man, and I haven't had a chance to go back and look at 1996 and this incident where he says they're in their own building. They're surrounded by police, FBI, all these different people, 300 cops. And they come into the building. They tell him, you got to leave. And he's like, this is our building. What are you talking about? This is our property. We own, yada, yada, yada. But they're like, you got to go. And then he talks about a helicopter being downed or something in a skirmish, essentially. And this is over the death of an 18-year-old by an officer, a race soldier, as they say, killing a kid in Florida, St. Petersburg, Florida, in 1996. Again, I haven't had a chance to look into that story. He says Florida, and I was like, I believe there is a UHURU in Florida, and that's kind of where I thought he was at until he said he was in St. Louis. So I do believe there is a UHURU movement in Florida. I'm not sure if they're all connected or whatever. They just got the same name. But that is just, I'm trying to think. 1996, I'd probably, started working, was in the medical field. Yeah, matter of fact, because my son was born in 97, and I didn't get into trucking until 98. So this is a couple years before, have my first kid, get by my first property, home, yada, yada, yada. But he's down in Florida and he's on the front lines with it, and really engaged with the authorities, in some real life situations. So, they, and this is like with, Dr. Amos Wilson, who uses the word African a lot. Dr. John Henrik Clark, who uses the word African a lot. There are some of these Pan-Africanist men. Again, they grew up with that ideology. It's just a part of what they are. They're not going to change, but they are pro-Black American. And there is a distinction, and it's something that discerning minds have got to be able to kind of cipher through and not let, it's halfway negative, definitely negative. It's all negative, but there's some of it that's more entertainment trolling on both sides, from what I can tell. Even with the doxing and all the dangerous shit that may come out of it, you could disengage from that, really by just ignoring it and blocking all the people who engage in it. It's not hard to do. I think people are willing participants in some of it, but outside of that, when you get into the real world and you're dealing with real people, and if you're trying to actually do real things, all up and down the East Coast, you're going to be dealing with foreigners. It just is what it is. From what I understand, Houston has got a huge enclave of foreigners. Atlanta, all these major cities. Pittsburgh is very unique in that way. There's a few Africans here, but it's certainly not like other places. But some of these larger cities, you got these huge populations, and not that you gotta be aligned with them or break bread with them in any way, shape, or form, but there may be some allies, and that's usually going to be like 1% of the population, that you could actually move forward with, have progress with. And so it's going to take some very serious, discerning minds to figure out who those people are. Trust and verify, of course, because to be quite honest, as a state, as a Black majority state, you're going to have to do that at a much higher level when you're starting to deal in international trade and other things at the state and federal level. This is just a function of governing where you have got to figure out who you can work with and who you cannot. So, it's one of those things where if you get into the practice now, as things progress, and as the 1% step up and do what must be done, then you're kind of already in the habit. But if you're in the habit of engaging, it's just like I don't engage these very sociopathic white degenerates on the app. Why would I? There's nothing to gain. There's absolutely nothing to gain. They to them, they get shits and giggles out of it. No matter what you say, no matter how vicious your tongue may be or your keyboard skills are, they're laughing and giggling on the other end. And they're energy vampires, and all they want to do is distract, interrupt, disrupt, and if they can, get you deplatformed. I mean, that's the real goal, is to get you out of the paint, because we don't control this apparatus at all. We do control Funded Socially, and if anything ever popped over there, they would be immediately removed from the platform. But that's because we just don't have tolerance for that over there. Over here, I just block those people. And when I'm in comments and people make a stupid, moronic, racist comment, I just block them. I go right to their page, I block them, I move on. And I have a really stress-free life because I made that decision. I would do the same thing with African diasporans or any other group, Asians. It doesn't matter to me. Mexicans, there's been a few Mexicans that have said some really disparaging things. I just block them and move on, because most of it, again, is not going to move us forward at all. It's just not. JM Luxury, you got it.
Hey, Black Majority. This is Super Sister. Hey, BJ. Hey, Professor, and the rest of the room. Hi, the only male Cruz. Ismail. I was coming up here. You made several great points. This is why I had to leave the whole thing, because I felt myself getting too personalized with this app. And I felt myself, about the hot planes. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm an elder. I'm supposed to be showing different. And so, like Ishmael always say, go where you're loved. And I know that in your room, in News Carter, and in DJ's room, I am well respected. So I chose to only male crews also. I apologize. But those are where I go because I'm respected, I feel loved, and I feel heard. Now, I do have a service announcement, Black Majority. I don't know if you heard this, but you do know we're under a Pittsburgh purge. Right? And this is because I wanted to come up and say this because we don't know what city is next. I know you noticed that there's not many police out. So this is what it is. They got rid of 700,000 police. We only have 700 police officers policing 300,000 people. As far as the Black people in Pittsburgh, we are having a parade because we were getting over-policed anyway. But what it is they wanted to use us as an example. And from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., we had no cops. you got to call 911 and leave a message. And at 7 a.m. when they come in, they'll address it.
Crazy.
From 7 a.m. to 12 or whatever, you call, and you're likely to be put on hold in the middle of, dying or whatever. But I have to say, here in Pittsburgh, the crime rate in the Black neighborhoods has almost left. And now I'm seeing a rise in the outskirts in the white neighborhood, like Bronx and way out Monroeville. Now they're starting to cut up. But we have our little very few that might come here and there in the Black neighborhoods. But I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen cops, and I have not had any problems with the violence. So Black majority, considering you're from Pittsburgh too, I don't know if you're here right now during this purge, but do you know that's what's going on? And if you want, I could send you a couple of videos for everybody to see, because they said they were using us as the first, they're trying to do this throughout the country. Pittsburgh, we fought to defund the police, and we won. And so we are not over policed. So now everybody in Pittsburgh has their legal weapons. And, everybody's walking around with their legal weapons. So when another man has a legal weapon, I don't want to die. And I don't know how fast he is to pull his. So I could talk to my brother faster than I can kill him. So, Black majority, what do you think about that?
Yeah. So we did talk about that when the story first broke, and like you said, I believe it is a test run, for other cities, of course. And it's kind of interesting because I remember this was probably a year ago when, because there's a new police chief, and this is kind of how the stuff got implemented. But I remember about a year ago where there was low morale. This is how they describe. This is the news report. So the Pittsburgh police had low morale, and the way that they decided to increase the morale of the Pittsburgh police was to allow them to search vehicles in Black neighborhoods. And literally, the news report is them in Homewood and other areas, and literally strip searching vehicles. Utterly insane. This is broadcast on the news. You would think there would be like a federal investigation. Like, this is just them blatantly saying this is the reason. And such a bizarre thing. We talked about that when that did happen. And then you fast forward to now, they got this new police chief, and this is the decision that they made. One of my co-workers came upon an accident, I believe it was last night, and that was one of the things, because there's a lot of these little small townships. Part of the reason why the road was shut down for so long was because the little small township police officer said, yeah, this is in Pittsburgh's territory, but they don't have police officers anymore, so we kind of got to babysit this until they can get a Pittsburgh police officer out here to deal with this accident. So it is a very strange, very bizarre situation. For me, I'm thinking about I don't have any property inside the city. I'm in these small towns. I live kind of outside the city, just across the river. So I don't even watch the news, to be quite honest. I know there's something going on with Summer Lee, and there's some East Asian woman who's trying to take her spot. I hate Summer Lee. I just despise her. But I shouldn't say the word hate, because I don't really know her like that, but I do despise her politics. And if this East Asian woman, who is much more what they like in this part of the country, they love Asians, East Asians, way more than they love us. There ain't no doubt about that. So she may be facing a real challenge. She may be a one-termer first black woman to be in that elected position, and she may be the last, to be quite honest. I just, for me, like, as far as the city goes, I don't see a future here. I have this bar that's going to open up very, very soon. I mean, we're getting down to the very last red tape regulations, things that they make you go through. And so I hope to create a very safe environment, a very safe space for adults, Black American adults. It's just, to be very upfront, it's going to be a mixed crowd, but the music is going to be Black American music. The talent is going to be Black American talent. We're going to create a really unique vibe that I don't think has ever existed in the city, and then try to do Sunday gospel brunches, try to do some political things that are intended to help the children, help the seniors in the community. But, whatever the city does with this city, and this is something that I think we all gotta really start to understand. They own it. It is theirs. They own the cities, they own the towns, they own the counties, they own the states, they own the country. There's really nothing that we can say or do about that. If we're not willing to concentrate, migrate, ethno-aggregate, get into these positions, take over the cities, counties, and the state, so that we do have an actual say, everything that happens, to be quite honest, we either have to take one of two approaches. One is we are now participants in it. We are complicit in it. And I know a lot of people don't want to take that path. A lot of people want to shake off the responsibility of their own existence and the existence of their children and their future generations. I get it. Then the only other thing is we just complain until we die, because they're not going to do anything to change it. There's no help coming. There's no pathway for authority. Individuals and organizations cannot uplift the collective. And so we're going to be in this perpetual state of pointing out the obvious and them acting as if they are unaware of the obvious, and then future generations essentially doing the same thing until we no longer exist. It's really not more complicated than that.
You know what? I agree with you on that. And when you were saying that, it seems to be perpetuating, like just one go around, come around, go around, come around. It seems to be saying like stagnant. And we want to move forward. But I will say this defunded of policing in the city, I have noticed, and everybody knows the different jobs titles I had that I'm retired from. So doing my own little research, I'm noticing we never needed, Black people never needed cops, because in Pittsburgh, you know this, Black, we don't call them.
They're not coming to help us.
They come and get in our business. We don't call them.
Yeah, they're not coming to help
when somebody
us.
gets shot, we don't call them. We'll call an ambulance, but we don't call them. They just come. But in its defunding of policing, if I get shot, what is the police going to do for me anyway? I need the ambulance.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So those aren't
unsolved murders
being defunded. We took money from the police.
How many of the murders are unsolved?
Into our fire departments now, and to the ambulance, and to your hospital services. So that's what we need. We don't need them, because they were bringing, instead of coming and de-escalating situations, it seemed like the police came, and this is, all through the nation. They escalate at all points. I mean, I don't care if you're getting pulled over for a ticket. you tell them your rights, they want to escalate it instead of de-escalating, and that's a problem that we had. But anybody that knows me know that politics, I don't subscribe to their politics. I subscribe to my own. I subscribe to what I feel, because honestly, Republicans, Independents, whoever's in there, they're not going to do nothing for us. So why play the game and standing in line, missing work, missing those hours, voting for a system that never even assisted us to where we are right now? We always progressed our own selves. We never needed them. We never needed nobody in the world. Us as Black Americans, descendants of slaves, we knew how to get out on the street and put the boots down. Now, I feel as though our people, because I go in everything, and even Ishmael does, I think we need to black out. We need to have hashtag Project Blackout. I've been putting that out. And on every 4th and 14th, put your phone down, spend time with your family, go outside, go meet people, because that's what we are. We are a energy-driven, a spiritual people. And if we do that more often, then we can handle social media. But we're not this kind of people. We are hug people. We are loving people. We are that kind. We're not getting that through here. So now it's come to a whole bunch of Twitter thugs. And I don't like the Twitter thugs. They are bullying women, children. I mean, they do everything behind that thing. And it's people like me that is very radical, that will go above and beyond to come knock on their door. And there's a lot of people that will do that. And it can become, one little situation could mean your death. You getting what I mean? So I just feel we should try to find out another way, because I'm looking at Pittsburgh under this purge. And if we are doing this well under this purge, it's letting me know we don't even need local. I mean, we need some form of, we do need local. Let me back that up, because we need some form of our system so that we don't be all over the place. But we don't need their politics, because we have always lived under a different set of rules and morals and values. We don't live under the same system they do. We know our grandmothers married young. Our grandmothers was 13 marrying a 21-year-old, where now you do that, we say they're pedophiles. We don't do that. That's not in our community. My grandma had 13 kids. I mean, everybody does that. And it seems like as the generations come down, we're having less and less kids, and we're losing more and more of the family structure. And then we have people like you, Black Majority, and DJ and News Totter, and people like you guys that are entrepreneurs and trying to help the community, but people are not supporting you, because this conversation should not even be on X. It should be on Funded Socially. And that's just my whole point. And I plan on stop coming over here, and I'm just going to start, me and my husband, we're just going to start coming over, and that's the only thing we're dealing with, because I love dealing with my people and my people only. We don't know who's behind these little circles. Government, white people that sound Black because they was raised around Blacks. I mean, we really don't know. I'd rather learn. That's why Black Majority, I said, we in Pittsburgh, let's meet for some coffee. I know you're busy.
Yeah, I was busy.
And as far as your bar, please let me know when you have your grand opening. Me and my husband would love to come and support your bar.
Okay, cool.
Where's it going to be too?
I appreciate that. So actually, believe it or not, funded socially, people are supporting it. I don't know what the count is now. When we hit 600, that was kind of my goal because that was Twitter's first year. And everything kind of expands from there. So we've reached that number, and I'm really happy about that. People are engaged, and I think about it every day as to whether or not I'm going to continue on this Twitter quest. Um, it's all about return on investment, and not a financial investment, but just time investment. So at some point, is the time that is being spent over here producing the goal that you desire. And so people got to take their own personal assessments on that. But the bar is going to be on East Carson Street. It's like damn near 3 years in the making now. And
It's right down the street from my house.
yeah. So as far as Pittsburgh,
I'm from East Carson, like the Mount Washington. You know what I'm saying? So yes, we will definitely be there.
yeah, definitely appreciate that. Yeah, it's going to be R&B music only, no rap music. Gospel Sundays. We'll probably do like a jazzy blues night. We're going to try to have some live singers. Things like that. So it's a small spot, but it'll be very comfortable and very laid back, and just like a good, uplifting vibe. Nothing, none of the negativity. On the police between the hours of 3 and 7, that doesn't sound like a lot of time. But here's the thing, on the weekends, like this is the first thing that popped into my mind. So bars let out at 2 a.m. If they're what they call a members club, they can stay up until 3 a.m., I believe. But most after hours clubs stay open until 4 a.m. Now, those are technically like speakeasies. They're technically not legal. However, they do exist. And those would be the ones where in my mind, I'm thinking, well, why would you, I could see Monday through Thursday, right? But, and maybe even Sunday through Thursday. But on the weekends, it just isn't logical to me that you would shut down policing after the bars let out. It just seems weird to me. I don't get the logic in that part of it. But everything else, I mean, if it's working, it's working. I don't get to watch local news as much as I probably should. But it's because all I do is work. I drive to work, I work all day. I come home, I pretty much go to sleep. I wake up, I do it all over again. So I'm not like interacting inside the city in any capacity. I do have some family folks that live in different parts of the city, but if they're active, and I mean that in that way, then they know how to handle themselves in those situations. And to what you said, they probably have more protections outside of the police than inside of the police. Um, and the police are not, their function is to protect government, to protect corporations, and to protect white people. If we're going to keep it all the way 100, so they never had a real duty to protect us or protect our community or protect our property even. It's always been, them coming in later. There's, you know, oh my God. So whenever you're in environments where they got spot shotters or shot spotters, right? And so what they do is they wait. They'll sit there and wait 10-15 minutes and let the thing clear out, and then they'll show up as the cleanup crew. Like, they're not trying to go into no gunfights blazing. That's not how they get down. So yeah, I mean, it just kind of is what it is.
You want me to give you this is and y'all can look this up. A lot of people don't know that police police actually, they are
doing,
supposed.
Black and DJ and the professor. How you guys doing?
Good. He probably can't hear you.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Good. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna drop you down and bring you back up because you can't hear JM Luxury.
The one thing that like about the 3 a.m. to 7, you figure, I bet you haven't even paid attention, but this has been going on since September 11th, 2023. We haven't had them. And I don't watch the news either. I actually use my tools from being retired, different things, and I still have my credentials. I use those to do actual facts. So I try to look for the actual numbers that is going on, and I'm noticing the crime is going on in there. Now it's away from us because now I notice we are starting to love each other. We are starting to take up for each other because, as you know, we have probably one of the most racist states in America. I mean, we have the largest KKK, what is that group, foundation right here in Pennsylvania. And we have to maneuver around that. So now I notice that we are having a lot more love. Like we have no problem standing up for each other in the, in different things. I don't have a problem if they pull you over. Oh, I'm being pulled over behind him because I want to know that you're going to do my people's right. That's just that. You know what I mean? And I have that right to do that. So, and once again, just like the C, because this is somebody else's platform, just like the C-19, okay, they thought that was going to eradicate us, that was going to bring our numbers down. I got 2 grandbabies. I think there was 12 children born in my family, because it was made. See, they don't even understand us. You put Black people in the house, and I hate to say it this way, excuse me, men, I'm going to say it like this, and ladies, we just fight, drink, fuck, eat. Fight, drink, fuck, eat. And out of that, we get babies. So they mess with the wrong one, and then we don't have men that shoot blanks. They hit the bullseye every time. They make that, the hoop goes in the basket all the time. So we had a lot of babies. Like, we doubled in numbers, but they're not going to tell you that. But statistically, I looked in the government that they're trying to hide. We doubled. We even had men that went to jail that got married, and when they have that, when you get married, they give you some time. Well, their women came up pregnant during COVID. Okay, so my thing is like, once again, they thought they were playing chess with us, and we have our ancestors and the Lord above or whoever made us, and they said it's your turn. It's our turn. And I just feel like we are the chosen people, because now I'm finally seeing, I'm glad that I'm still living right now to see a bit of a change, because I fought, and I don't have a kneecap because the dogs bit me fighting for others to come and make our numbers big, and then they came and undermined us. Well, that's fine. Let them stay where they are. Let our coons stay where they want to. But I'm not going to ever stop loving my people and stop fighting. And it was my birthday, April 4th. Just wanted to slide that in. I don't know if y'all seen my little picture. My husband took me on a 2-week cruise, birthday cruise. It was quite a surprise. It was so fun. I went to a lot of places, and I went to, and when I went there, Zimbabwe and Jamaica, and when I talked to these people, do you know how much they love American Blacks? But those are the ones that didn't flee. they look up to us. I didn't realize it because I'm so bogged on what's going on X and what these Zimbabweans and you know Nigerians and what they saying, and it's completely the opposite. They're like, y'all are gods, y'all are who we look up to worldwide. And I'm like, really? Well, why are y'all on, you know, hearing it? Most of them like, what is that? I don't be on that. And I damn sure wouldn't be saying that you are a kata and all that. I said, yeah, because, you know, we call y'all cat piss and stuff like that. And they was like, what? And I said, yeah, I mean, y'all punch us. Hey, y'all go low, we go to hell. That's just how America is. You know what I mean? We'll go straight to hell on your ass. So my thing is I got to talk to a lot of people, and I might even upload, because he said I could. It was a Jamaican young man. I might even upload him talking, because right before we left, we had gotten this thing. Oh, you know, Jamaicans is cutting American black heads off. Well, this man, I go over there, he owns 2 diamond mines. And he is 28, 30. And he was sitting there and he was so professional. He's smelled good. He had on Gucci. He was so professional. And then he was like, no, he was such a gentleman. He said, we love you. Please come. And I think he was from Ocho's Rios. But we met him in his one store in Falmouth, Jamaica. But it was very, very unreal. And I broke it down with the Jamaicans too. You know, I dropped it like it was hot, you know. Legs was burning when I was done, but I did it with the little girls. But it was fun. And I want to thank you, Black Majority, for letting me speak.
Absolutely. Happy birthday. I'm glad you had a good you know, vacation and celebration, as we say. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And let's hear what Black American Homeland. Black American Homeland, you got it.
Yeah, how you doing, Black and Professor and DJ? How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, sorry I'm late, man. Just had a bit of things to do today, and yeah, Sunday here, 11 a.m. And yeah, so yeah, I'm just listening to you guys, and yeah.
Okay, that's what's up. Did you guys get any aftershocks or anything like that from those you know, earthquakes?
From Taiwan?
Yeah.
No, no, we didn't get anything from Taiwan. Wow. From the earthquake.
Yeah.
But over here, there's a lot of speculation about that. It's possible that China used some type of technology to cause an earthquake in Taiwan. So, but that's just speculation. I don't know if China has that type of technology, but yeah.
Yeah, I saw those reports, and here's what's interesting is that you know, these large earthquakes, they travel around the planet, either through or they are traveling on these plates. So there were what I'm going to call aftershocks in New Jersey area. I think they just said California had some there, and so this initial thing that occurred has been bouncing all around the planet for the past couple of days. So it would be interesting if they could, because I've seen one report that says there's some type of lead up to an actual big earthquake. So I don't know if there's like shocks or whatever that they can detect that leads up to that big boom. But I did see a post essentially saying something to that effect, that some of these earthquakes are seemingly man-made, because they're not detecting anything that leads up to it. So that's a whole, that somebody who's into the science of that can kind of get into that. But I listened to a Taiwanese news report, and that's what they said, that they were essentially saying that China did have this technology, and that it's possible that, matter of fact, they were quoting someone who was a member of the whatever that party is over there, who said that they actually had the technology recently and that they would use it. And so that's kind of what they were basing it on, the fact that he said they had it, they would use it, and the fact that it happened. So
yeah. Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, that's all part of the Ring of Fire. So earthquakes and volcano eruptions, everything happens. Matter of fact, I think the Philippines gets an earthquake, I think, either every day or every week.
Wow.
Wow. So yeah, this is not the most stable country in the world. Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. The other thing, I was in a space, and it was actually a really good space. And there's some Asian, she's Chinese, her parents were Chinese, they left China, they moved to the Philippines, and she writes all these different books and whatever. Something about the dominant minority, dominant majority, or something weird like that. And I know some of her books are Tiger Mom or something like that. But at any rate, she was saying how there's a 1% Chinese elite in the Philippines, that they control just about everything. And that this kind of was like the theory of this dominant minority, population or whatever.
Right. Look, the Chinese community, right? They are dominant in Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia.
Ooh.
I mean, they're only like 1%, 2%, 3% of those population, but they dominate the business, the economy of those countries. So yeah, that's absolutely true.
Wow. Yeah, so that's wow, that is interesting, and almost without speculation, I think you can put two and two together and come up with four, is that it sounds like this is a intentional operation from the mainland to put people in these positions to dominate over these markets and over these countries, at least economically, if not politically as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Mm-hmm. So we could, and because this is how I see these black majority states, as essentially being capable of doing that same thing in sub-Saharan Africa at some point in time. I think it would be a natural thing for those who, because all these Pan-Africans running around, they want to go back to Africa. Well, if we had black majority state authority and had the ability to set them up in an economy to dominate over a particular country, city, whatever, I don't think that would be difficult, to be quite honest. I think that the pathway is wide open for that.
Hey, Black, that's really interesting. Now, see, when I was in Africa, I went, I traveled through 10 African countries between night. And, they, a lot of these countries didn't have malls or, shopping centers. Many of them didn't have grocery stores. And, in these, a lot of these major towns or cities. And, I for Black American, let's say if, you got $10,000, right? You can just buy any products in and then over to South Africa, Angola, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, any of those countries, and you know, and and people will buy your product because it's not available in those countries.
Mm.
I mean, I remember, you know, I did the what do you call those plastic pipes. You know, I remember this construction company in South Africa. You know, there was a white company, and they said, "Hey, we looking for the PVC pipes, right?"
Mm.
And I said, "PVC pipes." I said, oh, "Okay." So I went to a company in North Carolina, and asked how much it costs and everything. Then we shipped it over to South Africa to that company, and
Wow.
that's what I did back in 1990. This is 96, 95, 96. So yeah.
96.
So yeah, well, I don't know about now, but back in the 90s, man, I mean, it was just Africa was wide open for any kind of product, computer parts, cameras, safety devices, anything, man. Cars, oh my God, car parts, TVs, wherever they needed. You know, it was a lot of opportunities there. I land.
Yeah, awesome, man. That sounds like something that we need to keep and I'll certainly keep my mind on it, because I think that's the pathway to not just localized economy or regionalized economy, but global economy.
Right.
Just a natural trade partner situation, and then expand it out from there. To me, it seems like would make the most sense. But yeah, we started this video, and the brother, the elder in this video, was talking about in 1996 in St. Petersburg, Florida. He essentially was under attack from the government. 300 police officers, FBI, helicopters, essentially told them to get out of the building and the property that they owned. I'm gonna actually go back a little bit so we can get that part again, because that was really, really crazy to me. And just describing this assault by massive police infrastructure on his little organization, and all they were doing was protesting the slaughter of an 18-year-old black person in Florida by the police. Obviously he survived that encounter, and and now is dealing with this other situation. So I'm gonna try to find our spot so we can get through the rest of this video. And then, like I said, I want to say the guy's name is Coakley, who goodness gracious, because like what I said earlier, there's a certain point in time when you have to acknowledge your complicity in what goes on from that point forward, because looking back at the past, we are not saying anything different than what our people have been saying for at least 150 years. Everything that we are saying, almost verbatim, word for word, they were saying 150 years ago, and consistently saying it every single day and every single year and every single decade since then. And so there's got to be that point in time where you do all this past research, retrospective, whatever, and then you got to come to a point in time where you say, well, hold up. If they were saying this and we never figured it out, and then they were saying this and then we never figured it out, and they were saying this and we never figured it out, are we going to be the same people in this generation that keep saying the same thing over and over again, but we never actually figure it out? Or are we going to be the people who do figure it out, and then change and break the cycle of us never seeming to figure it out, or finally acknowledging that we have been kind of complicit in the situation, at least over the last 40, since 1980. I'll give everybody, every generation before 1980, a massive benefit of the doubt. And but when you listen to this brother, this Coakley brother, as he lays out what he understood and how he understood it, then you kind of got to say, hold up, if he knew this in the 80s, which I believe is late 70s, early 80s, then what the fuck happened? Because there's no excuse after that. If you have this person who's a part of these organizations, he's traveling all over the country, and I know this guy has a bunch of speeches, did a lot of work, grassroots, that was like his life. If he understood and he's putting out this information, and all these other people who show up get the information and nothing changes, that's when you gotta just acknowledge there is some complicity here, and we gotta figure out that part too, because we just can't keep being complicit in our demise. Yeah, we just can't. So let me find the spot where he talks about these 300 cops real quick. This is such a weird. It always wants me to start fresh over here. It's very strange.
2 years ago,
and we couldn't go to court and say, "Hey, these people have just looted us," and they may not like what I'm saying, and it's the economically depressed sector. We purchased something like 20 some odd properties, and we put businesses and other kinds of things there. That's not permissible. We're supposed to get in line for welfare or something like that. And we're teaching African people that you can be self-determining. There is an alternative to what you got. But the whole Democratic Party apparatus rests upon this foundation of welfare slavery. And this is where they would have Black people located. And so the Democratic Party, you can't say that they lied to us, whether it was Obama or whether it was this guy, Biden. You can't say they lied to us because they didn't promise us anything, except they would protect us from Trump, from the Republican Party. And I'm not a Trump person or Republican person. I'm for the liberation of Black people, and that's why this whole thing about working for Russians is so ridiculous. I'm not looking for another master. I'm trying to get rid of the whole relationship that presupposes that we will be servants of anybody.
I mean, given that you haven't actually done anything, you're not accused of doing anything that isn't already legal, exercising rights that are guaranteed to you from birth till death under the U.S. Constitution, I'm a little bit surprised that nobody has defended you in the U.S. media. Now, I will say your name sounds non-mainstream of your organization, but once you learn...
Like Obama.
Yeah. Exactly. Fair. Barack Hussein Obama. But once you learn the details of this, you'd think there would be at least one civil libertarian at the New York Times editorial page or the Washington Post or NBC News or CNN or any of these groups. Has anybody said a word about an armored personnel carrier showing up at your house for speaking, for talking?
No, we've had to go out and really work. I mean, in July of this year, we had a meeting, a conference, and we pulled together something like 40 different organizations and what have you to unite as a part of a free speech, anti-colonial free speech movement who are pushing back on this. And I think that includes one organization of lawyers and what have you. But generally speaking, we haven't been able to get anything. Even so-called progressive Black politicians and what have you have not stepped forward. But you also got to remember, we're talking about a period where it's impermissible even to say things. Well, you can say from sea to shining sea. You cannot say from how does it go from the river? Is it from the river to the sea? You know. I mean, it's incredible. The attack that's being made on the right of people of speech. And by the way, as a point of information, I've been arrested several times on the question of speech. I was arrested in Florida. They created a law called incitement to riot. Didn't have to be a riot. I just had to want one to happen when I spoke. I mean, they put me in jail and threatened to put me in prison for having done that. So this question of speech is a really critical issue, and people need to pay attention. I was under assault in St. Petersburg, Florida, in 1996. Some 300 cops, National Guard troops attacked our building, set houses on fire, used all kinds of machinations, including the FBI, because they were concerned that we were protesting and speaking out against police having killed an 18-year-old youngster, and the grand jury having said it was all right for that to occur. And we were having a meeting, and they didn't want me to talk. And so they attacked the building. They said, in our own building, they said that you have something like 5 minutes to get out of the building because this is an illegal meeting. We own the building. And so they attacked it. So the free speech question, and that the problem is they did this in plain view. People saw it happen. They brought, the people in the community actually brought a helicopter down by gunfire. This is how intense it was. And not a single civil libertarian stepped forward to say, why are you attacking these people for just speech?
Well, but I'm confused. So you're describing basically what the Black Lives Matter people said 4 years ago. Some of them got legit rich out of it. You don't seem like you've gotten rich. And they got all this money from Apple, the biggest companies in the world. And of course, the media cheerled them. How did you miss out on that?
Well, because the thing is that to say Black Lives Matter is such an empty slogan. It's a whine rather than a demand. It's an empty. Joe Biden says Black Lives Matter. I mean, you got the whole Democratic Party, Congress and whatever, get out on one knee with kente cloth from Ghana over their shoulder saying Black Lives Matter. Because it doesn't mean anything. It's a non-statement. But what we say is Black people have to have power. So we want power over our own life. That's the question. And that's the basis for the difference in how they would treat Black Lives Matter and how they would treat us. And you're right. The Black Lives Matter slogan is almost a Zuckerberg manufactured slogan. Certainly if it's not manufactured by Zuckerberg, it's certainly promoted by Zuckerberg and all the white people who love us.
So tell us about what else. I wasn't aware of this. I was talking to someone on your staff this morning. It's not just the government that went after you. And I should say, you haven't gone on trial. You're not convicted of anything. I mean, you're not a criminal. Okay. But it sounds like business has aligned against you as well. If you wouldn't mind explaining what's happening.
Yeah, right. I mean, we've been sanctioned by banks like we are some kind of hostile country. The banks that we've done more than 20 years of businesses with, we've never missed a payment. We really disciplined in terms of taking care, and sometimes paid earlier than what was due. And the banks, Regions banks, one big bank that they kicked us off. Some members of our movement, their personal accounts have shut down. They shut us down. They forced payment of something like an $80,000 mortgage thing that we had, and we were given something like 2 weeks to pay it off. We've had similar things happening from another bank. We've had some 130,000 signatures that have been collected on petitions that were calling on people to take the United States before the United Nations for violation of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. They were taken down, disappeared, because as you know, the U.S. government claims that the work that we were doing on a tour, participating with the United Nations trip throughout the United States in 6 cities, and we were collecting petitions on that and talking about reparations, that the Russians paid us to do that. So they took that down. I guess it must be some kind of evidence of crime that we committed. We don't know. It just disappeared. And then in terms of, and that was just one of the banks, by the way. There was another bank that did a similar thing. And just recently, we had a situation where within the last week or so, 10 days at least, the fiscal, how do you characterize it, sponsor that we use, because we really want to have this thing be quite transparent and quite above board, because we've had to spend just about $250,000 already just in legal fees alone. And we have this process where people can make contributions to us, and the fiscal sponsor that has been dealing with something like 600 different entities that they function as fiscal sponsors of. Suddenly decided they were going out of business, and of the 6 top, we was 5 or 6 among the top forces in terms of money going into that, and others of them have not. The 5 of them have not even been operational for the last 2 years. So they decided they were going out of business. There's a whole bunch of coincidences happened. Coincidence that the church right across the street from my house that they attacked on July 29th, that church, coincidentally, where it had been empty for ages, and we had it under contract to purchase it in order to put programs for the community there. That church mysteriously burned down. And then this attack on us on July 29th followed an attack on July 2nd, 2029, where a 50-foot flagpole hosting a 15 by 25-foot red, black, and green African national flag was torched in broad daylight. And the guy who torched it wasn't even charged with arson, some kind of criminal mischief thing. I mean, it's just a host of attacks that's been made over us, and sometimes the government, and sometimes financial institutions like Regions Bank, where we've had demonstrations and whatever. But they are moving, it seems, to first of all make us spend money that we've been using to put programs on the ground. For example, on the day they attacked us, that same morning, later that morning, we had scheduled a training for African women who were becoming doulas, being trained to become doulas, people who take care and make safe birth for women and for the children. In St. Louis, we have a situation where there are enough black babies dying in the first year of life to fill 15 kindergarten classes. So we're having this doula training. They attack our building, they attack our home. That did happen, but we've initiated a process where we bought properties, where we are setting up a women's center, things like that. That's the kind of stuff that they're attacking, and so they would divert the money that we would have for these programs. And you need to
a different explanation throughout.
Oh man, of course they would collapse the down space. I swear it's beyond frustrating, because there's no way in God's green earth that they should have collapsed that damn space. It's because there's gotta be trigger words, man. I think we're beyond the point where we gotta understand there are trigger words that are causing this fucking system to do what it does. Self-determination. My God, I haven't even had a chance to put this up yet. Man, how crazy is that? How crazy is that? And all I'm doing, literally on the app that this interview is on, this damn app. It's not as if, like we're actually literally just regurgitating the information that essentially sourced from this freaking app. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Oh my God, these fucking people, they just won't stop, man. These people, they just will not stop. Let me find this title, because I want the same title, because it's very important that we understand exactly what we're up against here. Very, very important, because when I say a lot, people who are willing to make the sacrifice, and I don't think people really really understand what the real sacrifices are and what they can end up being, is very, very serious. This is very serious business. And you got to be prepared to deal with it. Got to be prepared to deal with it. I'm not going to add any spaces. I'm going to just start it right now. Okay, so it's up. I got to get a co-host as quickly as possible. Why the hell, when you got two co-hosts, would this thing collapse itself? Doesn't make any sense. Let me find some. Let me find a bridge. A bridge. That's Chrome. This is Safari. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna try to find a bridge topic, and then we'll come back and finish that off. Okay. So yeah, they collapsed the space, of course, because that's what they do. Probably got some trigger words, and this is why we definitely do the YouTube thing, and this is why we, try to do them both so that we can have a continuum of the space, regardless of what happens on Twitter. YouTube, for what it's worth, has been pretty solid so far, so good. Okay. This is going to be our bridge topic, and then once we get a few folks back up in here, we can finish the rest of this video, because obviously this video is triggering the shit out of Twitter over here. Just really, really crazy that it's doing all of that. Let me try to find a really, really good one. It's got some time in it. Man, crazy thing is it seems like you can get better news, or at least more honest news, outside of America than you would get inside of America. It's crazy. All right, I'm gonna send DJ to co-host. I don't know how the hell this thing collapsed like that. Okay, so this might be good because this will be 10 minutes long. Yeah, this will give us a good bridge, because I was going to cover this later, but we'll just get to it now. This is the bird flu, which they are saying could be 100 times worse than COVID. We're probably going to hear that until they find something that ends up being 100 times worse than COVID. So every single time some new thing pops up, and this thing should not be jumping from birds to cows to humans. They've had in Pennsylvania pigs that transfer from birds to pigs to humans, and then a whole host of animals: raccoons, foxes, goats, all getting this bird flu, which shouldn't be possible. And I think genetically, scientifically, the only way they can do that is if it's modified. So yeah, let's play this. This will be a good bridge. We'll kind of see if people decide to come in. We'll finish with that one, and then I'll get to if Black American Homeland comes back in, we'll get to chapter 3 of his book, and then I think the guy's name is Steve Coakley. Very intelligent, and man, goodness gracious, very powerful speech. So let's rock this thing real quick here. Get the volume up.
Learn about a virus rapidly spreading among farm animals in Texas.
We have seen positive reports at multiple dairies in the Panhandle.
What does it mean for the safety of the food on your table? We get answers from the state's agriculture commissioner. Protests outside the courthouse over the controversial Texas immigration law. And one comment from the state's attorney is getting a lot of attention.
Now, to be fair, maybe Texas went too far. And that's the question this court's going to have to decide.
We look closer at the impact of this latest hearing and what comes next. And the man blamed for a deadly crash in a school bus should not have been behind the wheel. Our investigation digs into how the state tracks drivers with previous offenses and how this driver slipped through the cracks.
Produced from the Capitol in Austin and airing statewide, this is the award-winning State of Texas.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. I'm Josh Hinkle. There is growing concern about the spread of bird flu among farm animals in Texas. This week brought a new issue, a human case of the virus. A Texas dairy worker got sick after contact with infected cattle. Washington correspondent Maddie Beertemple reports health officials say there's little risk to the public right now, but they are monitoring the virus.
The Centers for Disease Control says it's only the second time a human has contracted avian flu in the U.S.
This was an individual who had close contact with sick cattle.
Texas State Health Services spokesman Chris Van Duzen says the exact transmission path isn't clear, but it's possible that infected birds contaminated cattle feed, sickening cows, and then the person. He says the worker's case is mild, but the state is closely watching other infected cattle.
We have seen positive reports at multiple dairies in the Panhandle.
Cattle in Michigan, Kansas, and New Mexico have also tested positive, and the bird flu is affecting birds as well. The country's largest producer of eggs, Cal-Maine Foods, reported an outbreak at a Texas facility. The company slaughtered nearly 2 million chickens. While rare in the U.S., around the world from 2003 to February of this year, 887 people contracted bird flu and 462 died from it, according to the World Health Organization. The CDC says the risk to humans is low because there's no indication right now it can spread from person to person.
Really importantly, cows aren't humans.
Dr. Dimitri Daskalakis is director of the CDC's National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases.
What we know to date is we have one case in a human, and that person is doing great.
Daskalakis says it is still safe to consume pasteurized dairy products.
We pasteurize milk for a reason, and that's because it kills bacteria and viruses.
He says people who work with livestock should limit their exposure to sick animals, and all of us should avoid handling dead birds. In Washington, I'm Maddie Beertemple.
While the risk for human spread is low, there are questions about what the virus means for the safety of food like milk and eggs. For insight, we're joined by Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, sir.
And that's quite the studio you have there.
Thank you. I'm coming from my Ford Expedition studio today.
Well, thanks for making time. We're going to dive right in. What do Texans need to know about the spread of avian flu among livestock? Is this affecting the food supply?
Well, you know, I have a duty to protect the consumer, but also have a duty to the farmers and ranchers. So let's talk about both. We've had an outbreak of avian influenza in a laying hen operation in Farwell, Texas. We're depopulating that facility, which we had 1,600,000 laying hens and another 377,000 pullets. So those are all going to have to be destroyed. We've also had it in our milking herds. First time ever. That's a first. We weren't expecting that. But we did not have to depopulate those dairy cows. They actually get over it in about a week. It's kind of like they have the flu for a week, and then they're fine. So those are going to be okay. And then the third leg, we actually had a human contracting. One of the dairy workers came down with the bird flu. Very mild case. He had like pink eye-like symptoms, and that was it. He's over it in a few days. Now, none of the eggs or the poultry got into the food chain. None of the milk got into the food chain. However, if the milk had gotten into the food chain, we pasteurized that. So the pasteurization process would have killed the pathogens. And if any of the eggs or poultry meat had gotten into the food supply chain, those are cooked. And so, the only way you could get it is by eating raw chicken or raw eggs. The only person I ever saw eat raw eggs was Rocky Balboa. I don't think he's doing that anymore. So I think we're okay. It wasn't widespread enough that we're going to have a run on grocery stores on eggs and milk. Won't change the price. It's not going to be reflected in a shortage or anything like that. So food safe, no shortage in supplies. On the farmer's end of it, we're asking them to increase biosecurity, have their farm workers use respiratory protection, eye protection, disinfect vehicles coming in and off the property, limit the number of visitors on the facilities, etc., like that. This is spread by waterfowl, so we're encouraging at least the dairy farms to isolate cows from ponds of water that might have had waterfowl on it, disinfect their own water troughs and feeding facilities.
Yeah, so you mentioned waterfowl. Specifically, do you know why this right now is happening? Was there a particular incident? Does anything need to change to prevent something like that from happening again?
Well, we had a mysterious disease going through our dairy herd in West Texas and the Panhandle. Went through about 40% of the herds before we figured out what it was. We were testing for cattle diseases. We've never had bird flu in cattle. Someone noticed that there were some dead birds at one of the dairies and thought, hey, we better test for bird flu. So we did, and it came back positive.
Wow.
So now it's we actually have it in 6 states total. But like I said, it's not a big problem. It's not going to put any dairymen out of business. It's not the end of the road. We don't have to depopulate the cows. That they have a mild illness that lasts about a week, and then they're back in the milking part, and we're doing fine. Some economic hit to the dairy farmers, but not enough to make them go bankrupt.
You know, this virus is hitting as ranchers in the Panhandle are already dealing with the aftermath of the state's largest wildfire. How's this affecting the state's agriculture industry?
Well, these cattle are in the same part of the state. It's also the area where we have our largest concentration of feedlot cattle, probably 10 times more of those than dairy cattle, actually. But beef cattle aren't showing symptoms. They don't get it. This is only found in lactating dairy cows and only in the older lactating dairy cows. The young heifers, the pregnant females, they don't get it. So it's not connected to the fires. Some people thought it might have been the smoke inhalation, but it's not. The smoke went the other way, wasn't anywhere near the dairies. So we're recovering in the Panhandle, 2,000 square miles of burnt ranch land up there, 1,300,000 acres, almost 10,000 cattle burnt. We're going to have to dispose of another 20,000 is my estimate for burnt hooves and burnt udders and smoke inhalation. So we're in the recovery phase. We still need hay, fencing materials. My website is open for our STAR Fund. That's where we collect money to help these farmers buy a new fence post and wire. It's called the STAR Fund. Our hay hotline's up and running, and our mental health helpline is up and running. The Agri-Stress Helpline, and it's a suicide mental health helpline and resource to get these farmers and ranchers the help they need.
All right, good resources to put out there. Thank you so much, Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
The Special House Committee investigating the Panhandle wildfires held 3 days of hearings last week. They met in Pampa near Amarillo to hear testimony on how to better prepare and respond to fires. The Smokehouse Creek fire was the worst in Texas history, scorching more than 1 million acres in the Panhandle. The special committee heard hours of testimony from dozens of invited witnesses as well as members of the public. Poor communication before and during the fires was one issue discussed during the hearings. In particular, the committee looked at the delays in deploying federally contracted aircraft to fight the fire. The goal is to find solutions before the next big fire. One lawmaker on the committee called on the state's Department of Insurance to act.
Why can't the Department of Insurance impose maintenance requirements on companies that provide these sort of utility poles, utility lines, and oil and gas equipment before they put it on these people's property? Why can't that be part of the financial responsibility?
I'm not aware of us having any statutory authority to.
I said, why can't they?
Chairman Ken King told us the investigative committee will have its formal report ready for the legislature by May 1st. They expect to work throughout the summer and the fall to prepare legislation for the lawmakers to consider in the next session. Lawyers from Texas go back to court, arguing to restore the state's controversial immigration enforcement law. But find out why one comment from the state's attorney is getting a lot of attention from people who say the Texas law goes too far. And a truck driver blamed for a deadly crash with a school bus. But federal records show he should have been stopped from being on the road. We look at how he could have slipped through the cracks.
Okay,
So I thought this girl was...
that's the end of that. Wow. So their claim is, and I was having a conversation last night with someone about this, that as long as you cook the food all the way through, you cook your eggs, you don't, because I saw the report about not eating eggs runny or whatever, you got to cook the egg all the way through. Same thing with the meat. I would be like, there's people that like medium raw and all of that. You probably want to cook that meat all the way through, if at all possible. He said he hasn't seen anybody eating raw eggs since Rocky Balboa. Obviously, he's not on the internet because there's all these raw diets. I see videos all the time of people just swallowing 12, a whole dozen of raw eggs, all over the place. So whatever. If you live in that general area, you probably want to be careful, and you probably want to, kind of be aware and be cautious. Now, he claimed that only older cows could get that sickness from the birds, which is interesting. Claimed that male beef cows could not get it, which is a whole, I mean, that's like, these are very weird things. Why can only older female milking cows get it, but other cows are immune? That just seems, that doesn't make sense to me. They set up a agri-stress suicide hotline for essentially white farmers, if we're going to be honest. And this reminds me of the, crack epidemic and the treatment of black people. Because trust me, there were white crack addicts. There still are white crack addicts, but because they had labeled it as a black thing, they treated it one way. And now that this heroin and opioids is labeled a white issue, they treat it an entirely different way. And I think that's the same thing that's going on, where they got sympathy for these white cattle farmers, bird farmers, chicken farmers, where they had absolutely zero sympathy for Black American farmers who lost 20 million acres of land since 1900, roughly, and are down to less than 1 million, I believe, at this point. Now, he said one wildfire took out, I believe he said it was 1 million acres, 2,000 square miles of this grazing land, because I don't think they have any farms on it, but they do let these cows kind of, graze on the land or whatever. So, yeah, that's a lot. Fowl, something about waterfowl. So I'm not imagining chickens flying around being on water. So these must be wild birds, because they said something about they couldn't figure it out. 40% of the herd was hit, and they recover in a week, but they started seeing dead birds just kind of laying around, and finally figured it out. So to me, that sounds like wild birds that have this flu, and they're just kind of flying around drinking out of puddles or whatever the case may be, and thinking that that's how it's being spread. Just part of me just says, if that was the case, that, again, this would have been happening all the time. Like, this would be happening all over the planet. It would have been happening. It just doesn't. It just seems too convenient of an excuse or of a explanation. Not very logical, as far as I can tell. But this is the official story, because, as he said, he's got to protect the farmers and the people and the cows, I guess, at the same damn time. But they did kill 2 million birds, 2 million chickens. It sounds like a whole hell of a lot of chickens to me, but I guess it's just no big deal. They just let some of those eggs hatch into more chickens, I guess. When we talk about black majority states, we talk about trying to get responsibility over our existence, and we talk about, hey, let's build a farm. Okay, cool, yeah, let's build a farm, great. And let's get a couple people and help them build farms. Awesome, everybody build a little farm, and you can make enough food to feed your family. That's a good start. When you start getting into this production, farm production, agricultural production, where you're now feeding millions of people, literally, it's on a whole nother scale, a whole nother level, and you need government to be involved. You need regulation. You need, like, the one guy who was on that panel, which was all white people, of course, and he was saying, what's stopping us from having a simple regulation that says, if you have electric these poles that the wires are on that you have to maintain the poles. If you have oil equipment, you have to come through every once in a while and maintain. The corporations, they don't want to do none of that shit. They want to come in, extract money, build their shit up, make their money, and then move on and forget about it. And that's essentially what this country has been for a very long time. And there's no real accountability. The guy said, well, I don't think there's any regulation on the books for that. And he's like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, why can't we do it? Seemed a little irritated at that response, but that is the function of government, to try to anticipate some of this stuff and figure it out before it happens. Yeah, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. I think that because of the way they run society, which is really that capitalistic model where it's just profit, 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 and hide shit. Where did I see? I think it's Long Island, New York, where some company, I just came across the timeline. They were digging up all this waste, like all this hazardous fucking material that they just buried somewhere in Long Island, New York. And they're just now discovering. I think this is from like the 90s, whenever they shut the place down. So this is the shit that they do. This shit they've been doing. And because everybody's complicit in it, there's never been like this real, let's figure out how to mitigate what we know these corporations are going to try to get away with. Let's figure this shit out, right? Black majority state, Black Americans, Black minds would be anticipating, because we've gone through all this shit. Our communities are built on landfills and downwind from all the factories, and we live in the hot zones and all of that shit. So we would be figuring out how to prevent these corporations from just coming in, profiting, having no accountability, and then 20 or 30 years later, when the shit starts exposing itself, the hazards, toxins, and everything else, they're kind of standing there as if they don't have any responsibility in it. And so, yeah, that's what we would need to do. We would need to be anticipating, thinking of the worst case scenarios, and trying to come up with strategies and solutions in order to put ourselves in the best position. He talked about all these funds for buying fencing, funds for hay. All this, come and rescue these poor white farmers. Come and rescue these fucking poor white farmers that got millions and millions of fucking acres and millions of dollars. It's utterly absurd. Yeah, if they don't have insurance, and if the state and the federal government ain't coming to help them, then fuck them. Let somebody else. Let the market. Right. This is what capitalism is. Let the market decide. If they can't handle their own business, let somebody come in and buy up their fucking cows and their land, and let somebody else take it over. That's the American way. At least that's what they always tell us. So yeah, the space did end. Twitter ended it, probably because the gentleman, the elder, which we're going to finish that, was probably saying a lot of triggering things, and even though that was recorded on the X platform, because Tucker Carlson's network is on the X platform, he was probably saying a lot of triggering things that triggered the space to fucking disconnect, to be quite honest. I did update both phones today, because there was an update that happened around like 6 p.m. I want to say, or 7 even, when I was out shopping. So I made sure I updated both phones and did the whole restart. So I just think it was the conversation which we all need to hear, because there are sacrifices that have to be made. People got to realize, when you get real serious about Black American politics and advancing Black people, there are going to be some sacrifices. People got to be prepared for that. It's not all roses, It's not all, kumbaya, let's sit around a campfire. There's going to be some real potential sacrifices. Even Marcel, Shout out to Marcel in South Carolina, running under the United Citizens Party, which is a Black American started party. Black woman who was the first candidate, I believe, under that party. He had some sacrifices, lost a job, was pushed out. These are political moves. This is what happens when you get into politics, and especially if you're pro-Black American. If you're pro-Black American, all of these things are going to work against you. All the systems, all the organizations. This is what this guy's finding out. And as Tucker Carlson, this is what's so utterly bizarre about these people. They're so narcissistic. They're like hyper, super, ultra fucking narcissists. And he's laughing and giggling, saying different shit. And with a complete utter obliviousness, supposedly, at least that's the mask that he puts on, as if he's totally unaware. Most of the shit he's saying is sarcastic. This is like sarcasm, really dry ass sarcasm, because he knows all this shit. But it's like, oh, I'm surprised the Democrat Party didn't come to help you. Oh, I'm surprised the Washington Post didn't come to help you. I'm surprised Black Lives Matter didn't come. I'm surprised all these corporations didn't come and just throw money down your throat. All of that shit is very actually intentionally disrespectful on his part. But this elder who is, he's got a point to get across, and he's very articulate, and he's laying out the shit that he's been through with these fucking law enforcement. 300 fucking cops, FBI, all this crazy shit, helicopters getting shot out the sky, buildings being burned down, church, they say they're going to buy a church, turn into a community center, they burn that fucking thing down. Like, this is what goes on when you get real serious in the community, and it could be your own people. Like, let's just keep it a buck. This could be your own people that are diehard, vote blue no matter who types, who do want you on a permanent welfare slavery. They don't want you to be self-determinant, because they're the gatekeepers, and they get all their cookies, their biscuits, out of being gatekeepers, and out of having the community under control. Because that's the first thing that these these Dixiecrats are going to say. They're going to go to the pastors and to the entertainers, and they're going to say, I thought you had those fucking people under control. It's the first thing out of their mouth. You could imagine Biden right now, like fucking bouncing up and down, bouncing off the fucking walls, calling the same people we had on that Zoom when he told them motherfuckers, basically told them motherfuckers to shut up. He's on the phone with them saying the same shit. I thought you had these fucking people under control. I mean, if we want to keep it a buck. So anybody who's going to go against that system and say, no, we really just want to buy some properties, we want to improve the neighborhood, we want to help our people. He was talking about training doulas to help birth Black babies, because he said something about, man, that was a tragic thing. He's talking about infant mortality could fill up 15 classrooms. I mean, like, damn, like, that's crazy. It's a lot of real fucked up shit going on in St. Louis, just listening to him. And no Democrat initiative, no money on the ground, nothing's filtering down. The president ain't showing up, ain't no fucking Congress people showing up, the mayors, and he's just kind of fighting this fight as an organization, and the federal government is attacking him for it. That's essentially what it sounds like to me. He's doing everything he can at 82 years of age. He's been fighting this fight as long as he's been fighting it. And, it's like, damn, like what the fuck, man? What, you know what I mean? You're going to fight and this is what it is. You're going to fight till you take your last breath. If you're a fighter, you're going to fight till you take your last breath. And some people, I think, for what it's worth, a lot of entertainment on the app, I don't think everybody's built for that. I don't think everybody's ready for that. I don't think that's the speed that everybody has in just being like all the way transparent. Let me try to share this thing via post. So now the box pops up. So hopefully I'll be able to use that to get back in if I got to go out. So if anybody would like to add to that, feel free. I'm gonna get us through the rest of this video. So I wonder if Black American Homeland may decide to pop back up in here, and then we can do his third chapter. Let me see if he's in my DM. I can. No, I'll have to copy it and send it to him in a DM, so we can get that third chapter, because I did. I was able to. I was able to find that. Well, I was able to go through, because it's actually a bit of a process to go through that book, because not only doesn't like the word black or Appalachia, now all of a sudden it doesn't like the word refinery and offer, and it's so weird how every chapter it picks one or two words that are going to be repeated at least 40 or 50 times. And so then I have to go through and then I gotta copy and paste around the words that it decides it doesn't like in this particular chapter. But it does it. Seems like it does it every chapter. It's really it's kind of annoying to keep it all the way 100 and everything, so you understand what the process is. Should only take 5 seconds to copy an entire chapter, paste it, and then save it. But what it takes is like an hour or two to go through that process, because I gotta basically copy paste, figure out what's missing, copy paste, copy paste. Chapter 4 is really short, so next week or the week after we'll do 4 or 5, maybe even 6 by that time, and try to plow through some of them books, because it looks like some of them chapters are not as long as others. Yeah, but okay, so let's get the finished of this Tucker Carlson conversation. I know he said African Socialist something. I didn't get the whole name of the organization. I know they got the UHURU, so maybe they have UHURUs like their umbrella term, and then they got a bunch of organizations under that, because he talked about 40 different organizations. See, now this is what's interesting. He talking about reparations. He talking about self-determination. He talking about there's 40 other fucking organizations that they're working with. Now, this is where you would think that now, but they're panties. They red, black, and blue. Let's keep it a buck. But they are pro-Black American as far as terms of getting shit done here in America. Now there's going to be a separation on how they determine or how they think reparations should go, because he keeps using the word African, right? So it's like, okay, is this a person or organization I could work with to get shit done, like get a community center built up in the neighborhood, in the community? It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like they went through the process, so they probably know how to, so you're not learning this shit all over again. Like, you could utilize their skill set. They already, and I don't think if he said it, but we will hear that they've got grants through the FDA or some other things going on. So you could say, look, we don't agree 100% on reparations. Got it. Everything else, though, when it comes to, building up the community, buying properties, fixing up properties, putting in community centers, putting in training centers, we agree on all of that shit almost like 100%. So let's not let the one thing, which is reparations, and really it's not even that we don't agree that reparations are due. We agree on everything in reparations, except for you think more people should get it than we think. So let's not let that one thing stop us from working on all of this other shit, which is 99% of the shit that we really got to get done. That's rational. That's logical. That's really quite literally how shit should be moving. And you simply say, look, when it comes to reparations, you develop that diasporan reparations policy. And I've said this before, we'll develop a Black American lineage reparations policy. And the best man win, or what, or may the best whatever lineage win. But we're going to work together in all these other areas because we can actually get shit done. Especially if they're already connected in pipeline to the 40 other organizations here. The point that I really want to make is we can't really get involved in foreign politics. If it was foreign commerce, like Black American Homeland was in there talking about sending, electronics to Africa, sending PVC pipe, whatever, anything that's like just benign, whatever. That makes sense, right? Now, but be clear, the federal government, that's why you need to keep receipts. The federal government will try to turn and twist. You could be selling baby shoes. You could be sending baby shoes over there. They're gonna figure out to try to make that into a terroristic event. If you're doing what these people are doing, which is just helping the community, that's the demon and the beast that you'll be dealing with whenever they decide that that's what they want to do. So just be mindful of this. I'm just trying to put it out there. So we do got someone on the YouTube. Reparations first. That is the solution. Things are not going to get done until reparations is sorted. Well, I'm not that person. And I respect people that think that, but we've been here. Black Americans been here 100 and what was it 1872 or 1877 when Reconstruction collapsed, because they intentionally collapsed it, and we've gone and lasted this long without it. If my life depended on reparations, and I said this in the last space, if my children's life depended on reparations, my grandchildren's life depended on reparations, we'd all be dead. Everybody in this fucking space would be dead. Everybody on Twitter would be dead right now. So we got to do what we can do with what we got right now until we get to the place where that becomes a reality. But the reality is, without any political power, it's unlikely that is going to, in fact, become a reality, because right now we're just at the study phase on the federal level. They're just talking about a study. So you haven't even gotten to the point where they've done the study. They acknowledge they've done their official apology, which is very important. They acknowledge that this is a harm, and then they start working through the numbers. That's probably a 10-year process is what I would imagine at the federal level. As slow as that shit goes, and as much as power changes and shifts from Republican to Democrat, back and forth, you're going to be holding your breath, trying to get that passed through Congress. And because you needed to get through Congress to get a presidential signature, then you're going to have to deal with all the court battles, which is guaranteed to happen, guaranteed to come. There's no question about that. So there's a level of realism and expectation that has to be appreciated, because what happens is, and this is what I say, and the only reason why I put black reparations in the title of my book was it was a red herring, and it was a carrot. And it was an attempt to marry the most powerful political movement that we could ever engage in outside of warfare, which we would get slaughtered in that. So there's really no power in it, which is a political migration for actual power, with this seemingly abundant empowerment movement of reparations. But it turns out it's a paper tiger. It's a digital tiger. It's an online thing that has not really translated into the real world in any significant way, outside of what we see in California. And even that, as many people know, has its pros and cons for whatever reason. So we're dealing with a digital tiger that may never come to fruition because of everything else that's coming outside of that, which is the massive immigration wave, in the attempt to double the United States GDP. If the United States GDP goes from the 24 million that it is today to 48 million, or 48 or 24 trillion rather, to 48 trillion, which is where they want it to be, and we have not captured any of that wealth, and we have not participated in any of that wealth, and we're at the bottom of the fucking economic food ladder, which is where they essentially want us to be, and where they're pushing us to be. How, like, why, where's the rationale? Because that's only in that's like in 2 decades roughly. I think it's 2060 is when they expect the population to get to that number based on this massive immigration, because they can't get it through natural birth, because in 2040 you got a negative more deaths than births in the country. So the only way you get there is through massive immigration over the next 25, 35 years. If we don't catch any of that wave, you got the largest wealth transfer that's happening as we speak, from the boomers to their offspring. We're not going to have any parts in that, because that's just direct generational wealth that gets transferred. And if we don't capture any of this immigration wealth, like on top of that, once they decide that these black majority districts, which they don't exist, but once they say this is not even constitutional, because some Hispanics or some Asians come in and they say, you know what, this really ain't fair, because I live in this district, and why are they getting special treatment? And I live here, and we're 30% of the district. Why are they getting special treatment? Once that shit is over, like, this shit is over. It's done. Done politically, done economically. The fucking schools are going to be full of trans-ish whatevers, raping, molesting kids, up and down the bathrooms. Where was that? Was it in LA? Yeah, LA. I got a story. I'm gonna play it. I know it's in California, where it was a former motel that they had converted into living units, and the people had all leases. All the people had leases, and it's all different people, but there are some black people in this building. It looks like just like one of them old school, Motel 6s or whatever. They sold the building for 15 million, I believe, is what the story says. And they gave the people who living in this like 1,400, 1,800 a month to live in a one-room motel room. Even though they got a lease, they gave them 45 days to get out. And the people, black woman, she's talking about she's going to be homeless. Like, these people are talking about being homeless because they can't afford to live anywhere else. If people think, God bless them, if people think that this shit is going to turn around because whatever, I don't know how people actually can say that with a straight face. I don't know how people can think that with a straight face when you look at the timeline and you see how fucked up it is everywhere. Like, how could you possibly say that with a straight face? I just don't understand that level of, wow, it just seems like you're just not even connected to reality at this point. There's got to be a point where, like, people have got to say, like, is this real? Or is it just this carrot that keeps people engaged and talking about something that there's no real thing that's showing me that this thing is even actually going to happen? Like, at what point do people, like, say, you know what? I don't know if this is really going to happen. I don't know if this is really going to happen. I don't see no signs. There's nothing on the horizon. There's no wins. Show me a win. Give me a sign. Like, God, please open my eyes, because I'm blind as a motherfucker, because I don't see it. Especially when I know everything else I know now. If I didn't know this immigration wave was coming and all this other shit that's going on, if I was just like, okay, blind to all of that, I could see how I could still be like, okay, well, we working, we doing the work, we moving forward. But we keep losing in court. We keep losing at the federal government. Every fucking little maneuver, call to action. Oh my God, dear God, please. Oh my God. Oh goodness gracious. Please no more call to actions. Like fucking do action. Just do it. Just do it. Whatever it is, just do it. But don't like, you know what I'm saying? Please, like, come on, man. 4 years of being on this app and seeing call to actions. I don't think outside of the farmer in Colorado, and the attempt, there was an attempt at the little town in the Memphis, Tennessee area.
Mason, Tennessee.
Mason, Tennessee. Thank you. There was a very, very, very small attempt at the New Bern, Alabama situation, even though that's still kind of working its way through reality, and something in Jackson, Mississippi with water, helping them get some fresh water in there. But I mean, that shit's still fucked up. That shit ain't repaired. Flint's still fucked up. That ain't repaired. God bless the Colorado farmers. I hope they're doing well. To me, that's probably the only true success story. If they're doing good and they're doing well, everything else is kind of like, I ain't seeing the wins. And like I said, California reparations being the exception, even though it's kind of pros and cons, and there was some seeming L's taken. They're still working the process, and they are still a good model, even though there's things that certain people don't like, other people don't like. I get it. It is what it is, but they're still moving the ball forward, right? They're still gaining yardage on the field. If someone could help me point to some wins, I would really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. You got it, Miss Mel. And then if PT or P Tyler, if you want to speak, you can go after Miss Mel Cruz.
Thanks, Black. Shout out to the room. Yeah, I love this energy that you're emitting right now, Black, because I got a feeling it's gonna make some shit move. And you're right. There's nothing, like what you're saying about it's gonna take a good 10 years at least. At this point, all they got to do is take all of the data, even if it's specific to California. That's all they need. Take that data that was studied, and as a roadmap. Now all you got to do is plug in and say, okay, how many people were in this state at this time or whatever. That is enough to say this shit went down, because they already know what slavery was like in South Carolina, and slavery was like in Alabama and all that. The study crap is just a delay tactic. But the situation, what made me want to come up here is the deal about that apartment, because I think I saw the video on your timeline. And when COVID came out and people didn't have to pay rent and things, like had the moratorium on the rents and things like that, they had that loophole of as long as the landlord was going to be doing repairs or something of that nature, they could actually break the lease, put the people out, and regain their property back. So that just became the standard "I'm white and I say so" clause to get people out of these units. And that's what, according to that news story, that's what they said in there, that the landlord plans on doing some major repairs and this and that. Then they also did say that the property sold. I think that is the right number, like a good 50 million or something of that nature. But they said, like, wherever the money went to, it's like it went right back to the owners. So however it is, there's some salt in the game. And again, it's so that they can monopolize and maximize whatever the government is subsidizing as it relates to these migrants. Period. There's no other benefit. Why would a department put a gang of people out just so that to lose the money? They wouldn't. They're going to put these people out and get these migrants in here who are getting all the subsidies. It's sad. So anyway, that's all I came up here to say. I'll let you.
Thank you so much for that. I was one of those landlords. I got burnt with a tenant who basically ran out on a year's worth of rent, and I believe that they circumvented, because in this county They were giving property owners, they were basically paying the rent for the tenants. The first year I got the rent from the county. The second year, I believe the tenant, because the tenant had to sign off on it, I believe the tenant just circumvented the process and got the money themselves, and then they essentially moved out in the middle of the night. You know, and they did so much damage to the property. It was just like it took me 6 months to even go in there to fix it up. Matter of fact, I didn't go in there to fix it up until someone requested that they wanted to stay there. You know, and for what it's worth, being a property owner, I've gone through that enough times that I don't even want to own rental properties anymore. I'm just kind of over it when it comes to bad tenants like that. I would much rather just have my money sitting in a savings account or some other account than essentially have somebody shit all over your property and literally shit all over your property, and then you have to come in and replace everything every 2 or 3 years. It's just I've had enough of that. But in that LA situation, you know, I mean, we know with California, the rental rates are insane. You know, it's kind of like, yeah, you got to get the fuck out of California. You know what I'm saying? You can't afford to live there. And as unfortunate as that sounds, it just is the reality of that state. And at least living in the major cities, I don't know if you get out, you know, out in the country, if it gets cheaper or whatever. But certainly if you live in the inner city or around the major cities, you just can't afford it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, absolutely. You got a professor.
Yeah, thank you, that Black Majority, man. Great space, bro. I got a question for you and DJ. I'd like to hear you guys take regarding, I think we spoke about this in News Total Space the other night, regarding the UN chiming in on reparations. So I would like to hear you guys what you think that means for us as Black Americans, with UN chiming in saying, hey, Black Americans should get some kind of reparations. Will that put some pressure on the United States government to make a move towards giving reparations to Black Americans? What kind of power, I guess you could say, UN has to make America move on this policy, on such a bill per se? I just want to hear what you guys think about that.
I'm sorry, Professor. One more time. I'm like in the distant background working, brother. I know you said reparations and what's going on.
Yes, the UN, because you know that was in the News Total Space the other night. That was one of the topics that we discussed. The UN chiming in on reparations, saying that Black Americans should be given some reparations. Do you think the UN has that kind of influence to make America move on this policy or a bill, I should say, to finally give us reparations? What kind of power do the UN have to make America move on this? Or even influence, for that matter?
Absolutely zero. The UN does this once every 10 to 20 years to say, oh yeah, you know, the knackers, you know what I'm saying, they owe the debt. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can trace the articles back 10 years, 20 years, you know, Obama era, I think they wrote an article there, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, hey, well, you know, let them keep saying it. Hopefully, you know, these racists, you know what I'm saying, aka prejudiced colonizers, well, see it in their heart, you know what I'm saying, to listen to the UN, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, shout out to News Total. We did a space on that, I believe it twice, you know what I mean? So yeah, UN don't care. And let's not forget, when COVID hit, the UN chief secretary, who was the Indian knacker, Vivek cousin, you know what I'm saying, agreed and not agreed, but pretty much let the Wu flu go through the planet. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Because they had ample time to notify the world, aka the public. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, China's not letting these scientists into Wuhan to see what's going on, basically. And then you see how Xi Jinping, CCP, he buddy with the UN secretary at the time. Like I said, the main general dude. He was an Indian dude with glasses. I can't think of his name right now. But you know, you ain't heard nothing from China for like a hot moment until Trump kept bringing it up. Wu flu, China virus. You know what I'm saying? Trump was right, though. You know what I'm saying? Again, damn, bro, I keep being right. You know what I'm saying? But the UN don't got no pull to tell a racist devil like Joe Biden to give us reparations when Biden already said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And then the only way you're going to really get reparations is if the natives get it. Well, who the hell are the natives? I don't consider these people on reservations natives. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being straight. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at our history, $5 Indian this, $5 Indian that, you know what I'm saying? And every time you turn around, when these folks, when we bring up information pertaining to black people, aka the natives, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you gotta have the other natives. Well, who are these natives? Because we never see them getting hosed down, dog sticked on them, fighting for civil rights, fighting for this change, voting rights. We just don't see these people, bro. So who are these so-called natives that should get reparations? Just tell them to come to the table. So, shout out to real native Kim Tallbear, who said Biden is just using black Americans to gain votes when he already knows that when he says the only way blacks are going to get reparations through the as long as natives get it first or included as well. Well, we have treaties. Why would we need reparations when we got treaties? So it's like, UN don't care. They just need something to show face, save grace, as they say. You know what I mean? Don't want to be attacked or whatever, and make it look like they're not doing for all versus only for a set few. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick because, first of all, Professor, let me get on you. How you just gonna be like, yeah, Mark, get him, girl. I'm about to get him. Tell me, I only want to hear from Black and DJ. You know, you knew damn well with me being up on the stage, Professor. Professor.
Oh, my bad. Take his microphone. Show him out. Take his microphone. Trouble, come in, trouble. Oh, brother, here you go. Brother, here you go. Take his microphone, brother. You don't protect the black women, Professor. You don't protect the black women.
But you know, but here's the biggest thing. You know, as a lone voice, the UN cannot do anything. Let's just go ahead and accept that right now. We know that. And in the other space, in total space, I did say no one knew that the global effect that the passing of George Floyd would have on the world. Nobody knew that. Nobody could have anticipated that. And so we are not, as Black Americans, and this is our issue, because we are not, you know, we don't have we're not organized, you know, but we're not in a position to come up with a strategy that when we get a large voice, such as the UN, that we're not able to take that information, let me use one of Rella's words, compartmentalize that energy, that direction, add it to another sense of direction, and build on that. That's what we are failing to do. For some reason, we keep acting like, as a Black voice, we're going to get it done all by ourselves. That is not going to happen. The only way a collective Black voice is going to be to our advantage is in a Black state. That's the only way. And we got the government from top down in that state. That's the only way a collective Black voice is going to be effective. And even once we have that voice in 1, 2, or 3 or more states, we're still going to need other individuals to vote and move on our behalf. Because we're not, to my understanding, what we are trying to accomplish as Black Americans with a Black collective state is a sense of, and where's Brother Muko at, a sense of justice, a better way of life, and that is going to include, that's just going to automatically rub off on other or impact other people. We need that if we're trying to do global deals. We need that if we're trying to do, international deals or interstate deals or whatever. My point is that as one black voice in this country, based on the way our history is, we can't get it done all by ourselves. It's just not. We do have to have allies. And if the UN has made a statement like that, there's no reason why we can't get people from the powers that be at Wells Fargo who also have done studies on the damages of racism and discrimination, and find a way strategically to weave all that into one story and one, not call to action, but one perspective in order to make shit happen. That's where we are failing. And again, my example is when you look at how these Palestinians, one in here 5 minutes, one in the country 5 minutes, and they're in front of the White House protesting their asses off, and black Americans, we just at the crib watching. We should have had our asses down there too, not protesting in agreement with them, but protesting our own damn message. Because guess what? People were watching.
Counter protest.
And we let that slip. They got all the center stage, and all we did was watch. We missed out on the opportunity to communicate our message. I'm a land.
I agree with you right there, Sister Mel. We should have had our butts down at the border the moment this border crisis became a thing too, because I've been saying that since Trump been in office. Like, damn, black people in Texas need to get their ass to the border or whatever, the surrounding states, you know what I mean? Apply for border patrol and all this other stuff, you know what I'm saying? I can't do it. I got a record book to go next. You know what I'm saying? Or,
you're right.
Hey, Black Majority. Hey, Mel. DJ Professor. How you guys doing?
How you doing?
Good.
What's going on, sister?
Hey. Just trying to stay warm. I just, so much is going on, and I just feel like, sometimes I just really need to be at peace so I can hear and kind of listen. To be honest with you, to answer Professor's question, well, let me see. The question of the Jumbotron is self-determination versus welfare slavery. I don't know what UHURU.
You missed a lot.
What is that? Fed government rate. What is that?
Yeah, so I've been playing this video. We're gonna finish up with it, but this is a Black American veteran, 82 years of age. He's been a part of this organization, and the feds raided his organization in St. Louis.
Yeah. I saw the video. That's what that is. Okay, yeah. They took all of his stuff, took a lot of files and stuff. Even, I think, tried to classify him. I think in the video he even said they were trying to classify him as almost like a terrorist organization or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they put him in jail. He's 82 years old, right?
Yeah, he's 82. Yep.
And it's so sad because it's like, a lot of the elders have been around. They've always been accosted and harassed, and you don't see them going after the alt-right, like, and the way that they do. Only when they start making bombs and all the other stuff, that's when you might hear about maybe a raid and it's only on like one guy. They never seem to be able to find a group of people. Except for when they driving in trucks and khakis, I guess. But even then, they don't unmask them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because we're not in those agencies. And I've said this. I have always attested to this. I've always said it. We want to build a new. Somehow build a new situation, and we're not even participating in the one that we're in. People I think have it in their mind like all we have to do is unplug and get away, and that somehow is going to bring about change. It's not. It really isn't. It's not. That's why I always say the most successful economic hit to the United States was the bus boycott. I think there was one other too. A couple of in the slave revolts, because you remember they lost a lot of money in those slave revolts.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then at the same time, it's strategic that people are being pushed out of, positions where you can actually influence the conditions of people in your surrounding city or surrounding state. So that's why Black majority state is so important. And I'm talking about Black majority because I know Brother Muko talks about, the people being Black majority, but that's not realistic because other people live in and around the particular states that we talked about. But the influence and the impact comes when we actually get into the offices, the places where bills are made, referendums are passed. There's a referendum assembly meeting. Nobody goes to it. But we don't go to it in high record numbers. The reason why I think Chicago is, like I said, is being on the map is because those people are going in record numbers. They're showing up and making noise, making it difficult and being heard. The UN is no different. The UN chief did speak about reparations, but he spoke about reparations for the people who showed up. And the people who showed up at the UN to speak, they were the people who were sequestered in the UN to actually spearhead reparations in regards to CARICOM. We didn't have any representation in the language that we actually talk about. And so we look for these agencies to do things for us, but we're not actually in any of the organizations or the committees in these agencies demanding our voice, our lineage, and things to be actually documented in the way that we talk about it now. So, no, do I feel like just infiltrating a place, infiltrating a job will turn things around? No. I think you have to be the majority in a situation, because that's how you do make change. I really hate that people have a negative connotation about California because that's my birth state. But at the same time, when it comes to the reparations, however it unfolded, had we had more of a majority assembly in California, and we didn't have people who were fighting us or fighting the people that were on the committee for the reparations commission that were more Pan-African in a way, we could have gotten more done. And it was the same thing with the OMB. I don't like the fact that it turns people off to talk about our lineage and how we need to be recognized. And by the way, the Negro freedmen that were part of the indigenous tribes that were enslaved have been actually going and meeting with the assemblies in California, and also I want to say in Oklahoma. They have petitioned also for reparations under the term Negro that started about 2 years ago now. So if you don't know that, then you're going to have the opinion of who are these people. These people are the people who were getting hosed down. They were part of a lot of the movements. It's just they had records of them being Black natives. And we should be standing in the gap for all of the people who are, whether you are a Black American, you don't know if you're connected to a tribe or not, or you're a Black American who has done your lineage and you found that, down in your lineage, you've been able to map yourself back to a West African country. That doesn't change the fact that you are still an American descendant of a slave. What type of slave? A freedman, Black slave. That doesn't change. It's just people like to make arguments about information that's factual. They want what they want without pulling up a book going to either the university libraries or their own library, or joining, like I said, these historical organizations that help you get access to information. So when you have people that deal in that way, it causes us to stumble, fall, and somehow get stuck in this kind of like warp, arguing over things that opinions or stuff that really, if you put it up to the weight of facts and documentation, you would actually answer a lot of your questions. You wouldn't have a need to just kind of make stuff up anymore. And that's the place where I feel like I'm at. I think the one thing that, and in reading Black's book, is that you have to be honest about the information in front of you. And you have to be honest about the conditions you live in, so that way you can make a better decision for your tomorrow, because that's going to matter down the line. It's going to make all the difference, even for your great grandchildren that you won't meet. And we have to get to that point in seriousness. All of the terms and the classifications that people use is fine. Like, that's cool. That's all well and good. Now we have to get it documented the right way, the correct way, based on legislation and things that are on the books that are not being used. And we have to force people's hand, or you impeach them. There is a way to sign up to speak at the UN. We should have been did that.
Well, too, Rilla, and you made some good points here. And the thing is this, whether we sign up, the point is we're not catapulting off of what is being done. And look, we got to be 100 about our lack of action.
Yeah, that's consistency. We're not consistent at all.
Well, and it's not even, yes, that. And I think we don't know what to do next. And I think, like I was in a different space the other morning, and I brought up the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse was, the school said, oh, we've got a registered group, which again was probably somebody's fraternity or sorority that, worked it out for Rittenhouse to be there. And I said in that other space, I was like, as soon as it became public knowledge that Rittenhouse was going to be there, we should have had Tariq Nasheed, Teslin, Marcel, somebody else right there to go on before, after, and at the same damn time to speak, to rebut and refute any damn thing he would have to say. Somebody in the
they should have had the attorneys that were on the case up there, because I would have loved for them to actually definitely talk about a lot of the information that he tried to introduce.
Well, the thing is, but my point is this is where we get caught up, because we keep trying to chase after them on the fucking conversation. Fuck what you talking about, Kyle Rittenhouse? You ain't talking about shit. What we needed to do was whoever he was going to address, and however his speech was going to influence others, we should have had someone else up there. Even the point I was getting at was, when I made that statement, somebody in the space was like, "Oh, so you're saying we need a leader?" No, and this is where we don't want to address where we are falling short, and we come with that dumb question like, "Oh, you're saying we need a leader?" No,
you do need a leader.
We've got to counteract on shit that they are doing.
Who started that?
Started what?
Leaders.
Who started this?
My God.
Who's the leader and all this? I don't know.
But here's my point, because wait a minute, let me just, because here's what I was trying to say. You're right. Who started it? Here, the point is that went over the person's head, and it's easy for it to go over someone's head if we really don't want to step up and get our feet wet and get in the game. I started reading this other book, and one of the things that they're saying is like, the book is called "Remembering Jim Crow." African Americans talk about life in the segregated South. And a piece in here says, Black elders who survived Jim Crow can teach us if we will if only we will listen. Vital lessons about equal citizenship, spiritual striving, and community building. We always talk about the ancestor, but let's measure what we're doing now and how the ancestors would have handled it. And I feel like we're letting the ancestors down. So my point is that back to the UN, Professor Thug Love, we have got to find a way to parlay off of the things that are happening, that if we added it to a strategy, it would advance us further. We are not thinking like that.
And, but we're not thinking, but Mel, we are thinking like that. What's happening is you have people in the movement who will say, oh, this ain't going to work and that ain't going to work. And then you get into those. But what I'm saying is, in those spaces, it's unproductive. It's unproductive because there's no action for number one. Number two, there's no solutions, because even if you tell somebody, operating in your state, like having a job or getting into any of these agencies or positions of authority won't work. What is your alternative solution? You don't have one. You don't have one. So why should someone listen to you?
Right. It's a negative.
Or a group of people listen to you that are already struggling in strife, and you don't even have a way to. You have no way for us to quantify the fact that what you're saying has worked for you.
Mm-hmm.
And my point in saying that is a difficult thing to do and have in a conversation, because we all believe that we're right.
Well, I think what needs to happen, because my purpose or my point in having this part of the conversation is holding ourselves, and I mean those of us who know something needs to happen, know some type of action should occur, and that action is only going to come from us. We still have to hold ourselves accountable, and holding ourselves accountable means part of that is saying, you know what, we're not doing shit over here, or we're not doing it well enough, or we're not doing enough of that.
Right. What does that look like? That's that question of what does that look like?
Well, hold on a minute. Because I'm just trying to go down. I'm just trying to run this down. Where's old boy at the company? Let me just run this down a minute. Here, the point I'm getting at is this, and however people take it is how they take it, because there's only a handful of voices in here, and I know I'm just one voice. And my thing is if we can't begin to put that into the conversation about what we're not doing, then what's the point of any other conversation if we're not going to hold ourselves accountable? If we see something is not right, the next question should be, how do we fix it? So we can't just complain and say, and I'm not saying this is what you're saying or anything, but what I'm getting at is if we say, well, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. Okay, how do we fix it? Hell, I don't know, but this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. Then, I'm getting the fuck up out of space, because we're not going to get anywhere other than just bitching and moaning. Not a good look. It's not going to help anything. If we're serious about advancing and serious about accomplishing, because this shit is going on and on and on and on, we've got to start by saying, okay, where did we mess up? Because I'd like to have somebody tell me how, when we learned that Rittenhouse was going to be speaking at whatever university that was, somebody's got to convince me that it was okay for us to sleep on that and not even call up Black Alpha, because we know he's mobile, him and his crew, they're mobile. Why did we call Black Alpha up and say, hey, can y'all get down there and refute and just be a presence in front of, on the campus where Rittenhouse is going to be? Why are we not doing that? Why do we sleep on letting those Palestinians, and we didn't even know that, I don't think we even knew they was going to be in front of the White House. But we slept on that because we weren't there. I mean, let's keep it 100. Shit is passing us by, Otis Redding. It's passing us by, and we're not on top of it. That's a part that we've got to fix. So I'm gonna land right there because I feel like I said a whole lot. And
hey, those college students did combat Kyle Rittenhouse. They pulled up to the auditorium and ran them up out of town. So it is what it is.
They did, but we should have used that. We should have used, and that's what I'm saying, where we slip it. I'm glad they did that. But we should have had that opportunity when it was running Kyle Rittenhouse out. There should also been somebody's large voice, whoever it was, talking about reparations, talking about Black Americans, talking about the shit we've been through, talking, especially since we know that they're doing everything they can to suppress our history, rewrite our history, reframe our factual history. We know they're doing that. So there should have been like I said, a refuting voice to combat with what Rittenhouse said. And that's what we should have done. That's what the fuck we should have done. And if we don't see that, then, what the hell?
So that's when I go back to, what does that look like? What does that look like? If we should have done,
I got a quick solution though. When you say what does that look like, so Mel, we can all call the school, right? Just pick a day. We can all call the school, and we can tell them they need to book online. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, online. And see, now you know what? And that's what I'm talking about, DJ. We should have had even online, just it didn't have to be Tariq, it didn't have to be Tessa. We could have rocked with online, because she would have had their ass. She would have had. And what I'm saying is, when we see this going on and we watch it happen, somebody should have called the school, hooked up with the Black Student Union or whatever.
But this is where, when I'm asking, like, what does that look like? And that's a great response. DJ saying we should have called on live. Okay, yeah, we're trying to get on live's story out there. But in the interim of reality, for what was happening on that campus, the people could have gotten him off stage and then started their own seminar and started talking about repair and the things that they want to see. That's what that looks like. What I'm saying is the verbalization of what we're talking about has to be realized. That's the part where we are not doing that. When I'm saying not doing that, I'm talking about the actionable item needs to be verbalized. What does that look like? That looks like the people who were in that auditorium, which were adults, because that's a college, and young adults, and they didn't want to hear from Kyle Rittenhouse, but we wanted to hear from something else. That was a full opportunity. They had cameras there. They had cameras there. They had people who were recording. They could have, if they had the information of even Black Majority State online, they had information about what repair, compensatory justice looks like.
But wait a minute,
all of that could have been structured and actually taken place once he ran up out of the building and other white brother.
Wait a minute, because the content of what should have been or could have been discussed, to me that's a whole separate conversation. Yes, and you're right, I agree, all those things should have been on the agenda. But if we hone in on this thing, the only reason why Kyle Rittenhouse was there is because somebody wanted him there. Somebody wanted him there, which is why he was booked, he arrived, and he was there to be run off the stage. And that doesn't mean that because somebody wanted him there and and was ultimately run off the stage, that doesn't mean that we couldn't have made sure that we had our own separate event, same time, same fucking back channel, speaking on all of the items that you just mentioned, Rella, discussing those things. So it's not even well, Kyle Rittenhouse said yes, and no, it ain't. Yes, it is. No, it ain't. Yes, it is. No, fuck that. Kyle Rittenhouse is in here talking this bull crap, and we are in here talking this real fact. And that's what I'm saying. So we've got to look at these strategies, and Aunt Law would have been an awesome voice to have, and probably easier to book than a Tariq Nasheed or a Teslin Figueroa. So we've got to start thinking like that, and then being ready to take action, to take moves in order to water down and minimize the impact. Because now Rittenhouse can cry foul and cry victim and parlay that into major success. It's just we're asleep at the wheel, y'all. And if we can't admit that first, I mean, damn.
But but again, I'm gonna go back to when we went to Delaware. What I learned is when you going into another place that you don't know, you need to actually start with what are the things that they're having going on in this place that you can actually build on top of with them. And then you address that, because that university, like you said, who was a part of their Black Student Union, or who was a part of the organizations that were on that school. And then on top of that, finding out who allowed and Kyle Rittenhouse to speak at this school, and then filed a complaint. Just like they had the Black woman in Harvard recuse herself, the same thing should have happened for whomever allowed Kyle Rittenhouse to be there. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's why
She no black, mommy. She no black.
When you look at it from that perspective,
she's not a Black American, but I'm gonna tell you like this: she's considered a Black woman in the eyes of society. So whatever her nationality is and her background, she was still classified as a Black woman. But we understand that she has a different background. She shares a different ethnic background.
Right. But even if you right. But so here's the thing too, Rella. If we try, we can't even measure those two together. We can't hold them up together and try to. We can't do that. And this again is where, and even though what you're saying makes absolute sense, because yes, with enough complaints and this and that, we did get her out of here. But listen, I don't even think it was Black voices.
No, I wasn't mentioning it to get her out. I'm saying the people who wanted her out. Edward Bloom is a Jewish white man who actually challenged her in the way that they. So all I'm saying is the same thing that they do to us should have been done to the person who allowed Kyle Rittenhouse to speak at the university.
And you're right, and that would have been follow-up work, because the biggest thing, and I guess what I'm trying to hear somebody say, I mean, hell, ain't nobody got to say it. I know what the fuck I'm saying right here. It makes absolute sense. The point is that in the immediate action, because there's action, and then there's subsequent actions that should have happened with the Kyle Rittenhouse. Because what we don't know is, we don't know if the school administrator blamed it on the school group. You see what I'm talking about? The fact that Kyle Rittenhouse is there, what needs to be combated? What's the common Kyle Rittenhouse? So what do we need? We need an Aunt La. We need a Tariq. We need a Teza. We need a Mel Cruz. We need a Rella. We need somebody there who's going to say opposite of what Rittenhouse is running his mouth on. That's the first order of business. We can't let that happen.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to get off
I'm so sorry. I'm sitting here like going crazy trying to get your name. Because I was listening on YouTube because I couldn't get on my other two X accounts, so I couldn't get through the talk. So I forgot I had this one. But in regards to I understand, like, I hear it in your voice, the passion, but I feel like at the end of the day, as far as that, what you give energy to, what you feed grow, and he got dealt with. So no, Tariq wasn't there or nobody else was there, but the kids handled that. And the thing about this free speech, because Candace Owens was at Rutgers University last year, these schools, these Republican Party schools, get their coons to come out, they're racist, they're white nationalists, whatever, to come out and they have the speaking engagements. The kids, we have to, like, I get what you're saying, somebody should have been there, but we have to acknowledge that those kids did what they were supposed to do. They ate that day. They did everything that needed to be done, and yes, this could have been done or that could have been done, but we have to acknowledge the fact that kids got him up out of there quick, faster, in a hurry was better than anybody speaking about anything, because at that instance where it was, the way it goes and how you have a speaker, it's a pride. I used to have events on campus. I used to literally invite the people out to speak. The way it goes, there wasn't going to set up, it wouldn't have been an authority for anybody else to be on campus to have that conversation. Those kids that paid those tuition, that he was on their campus, that's what should have happened in that situation. If somebody wanted to have something the next day or in addition to, but right there, he needed to be shut down and ran up out of there how it happened.
And listen, I am not minimizing what they did. I'm glad they did that. I'm not trying to minimize that. And I hate that I got to argue this point, because Again, this is goalpost moving when we look. Yeah, it's a win, but we didn't eat. We didn't eat. Those kids ate, but we didn't eat.
How did we eat them?
Okay, listen. Wait, hold on. I'm just saying from my view. The kids ate that day because they were reactionary to what happened. Even if those students were protesting about the fact that him getting there, they still didn't win because his ass got there. He was actually,
no, but that's the thing. That's a win though.
But what I'm saying is, I'm not talking. I'm listen, because it's getting convoluted. The point I'm getting at is, and I guess I'm expecting my to agree or see it from my perspective, and I'm okay with that. What I'm saying is that just because those students, those students ran his ass up out of there. You're absolutely right. They get the gold prize. They get the blue ribbon. They ate. They won. Blah 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 blah. Yes, thank God they did that. Hallelujah. Yay. My point is that it was reactionary. It was reactionary. There's something wrong that school, that campus felt that it was okay to even have him there, have him booked. And the mere fact that we didn't, to be honest with you, Allah, and DJ said it, the mere fact that as soon as that headline hit that Kyle Rittenhouse was going to be there, we should have been calling your ass.
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay, so if you couldn't do it, then we should have called Rella, because my point is...
No, this is what I'm saying. I agree with you. I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying. You're saying you should have shut it down at the inception.
Or we should have captured an audience, to a captive audience, to say, here's some factual shit. While you got this racist sumbitch here, let me holler at you about this. That's what we should have done, but that would have required real work on our behalf. It would have required commitment. It would have required a bunch of shit from on our end to do, and we didn't do any of that. So
I get what you're saying. No, I get what you. Listen to me. Yeah. But I hate to interrupt you, but I'm interrupting you because I wholeheartedly understand what you're saying. You're saying that it should have been shut down or somebody should have been there. But what I'm telling you, the way the process works, the way this thing happened, the fact that it was a school and the school called him out there, what you're saying could not have been an option because of the way that worked. For example, if it was a private protest, like it was the protest, and then those people came out in the protest and they were arrested by the NAACP, and that's a different situation. So we have to look at the totality of the circumstances with everything involved and what can happen and what can't happen. It was a protest where it was I forgot what it was, but it just happened recently, and then it was some people that came to the protest and they were talking about reparations, and then the NAACP asked them to leave and they shut shit down. That was an appropriate setting for that to happen because it was a public space and a public protest. This instance right here wasn't. This incident at the school was private. The kids had him go there. And this is the thing about that I think you're not seeing it as a win. It was a win in a lot of different ways because, number one, the school spent money to get him out there. The school had a time for him to be there. The school spent more money for him out there and he didn't even deliver. So it was a win in that aspect where we have to start looking at these things like sectionary issues. And I get what you're saying from a different standpoint. I understand what you're saying 100%. But being the simple fact that it was at the school, it was a private event, the fact that it was shut down.
It wasn't private. Hold on, Allah, because it wasn't private like that. It was the school said, and I can't find the post. The school said, we although we may not agree for Rittenhouse to be here,
freedom of speech.
Wait, listen. Let me say this part right here, though. The school said in a post, and I'm not. This is not verbatim, but words to the effect that although we may not agree with Rittenhouse being here, an authorized or a legitimate or registered group in the school, that can only mean a fraternity, a sorority, a student union, a recognized club, a recognized entity at that school wanted Rittenhouse to come there. So there's that. So it wasn't private like that. What I'm saying is as soon as that was booked, then unless there's not a Black Student Union or an AKA or a Noop, and unless those entities or those organized, recognized groups didn't exist on that campus. If they did, we should have been in contact with one of them groups saying, book Aunt La right now. Book that. So now when the people look at the calendar, the school calendar, they see, oh, Rittenhouse is going to be here. We got a woman named Aunt La who's written a book out of New Jersey that took the motherfuckers down single-handedly. She's going to be here. And so whether those students, and while those students was running Rittenhouse off the campus, you are in the other auditorium, standing room only, spitting the tea. We missed out on that opportunity to present contrasting information. And that's something we have got to start doing. And so did the kids eat because they ran that ass out of there? Absolutely. But it was reactionary.
But listen to what I'm saying.
We gonna get proactive.
I agree
to make shit pop off.
I agree, but I don't think you understand how revolutionary this was. Because
I understand.
If they would have had me there speaking, because of the commotion with him running, they would have shut me down because it's a safety issue.
You don't know that.
You don't know that. Listen to me. With the shootings on campus and how they treating this issue, yes, they would have, because it would have been safety for everybody. You telling me this kid is paying $40,000 a year? You got these people stampeding out here running, and you think they're gonna let my black ass sit there and talk? No. What I'm telling you in this situation, because you have to look at the totality of the circumstances. Once it became them running in a stampede, they would have shut everything else down on their campus. I'm in school right now, literally just graduated. They would have shut it down. The best thing, and I get what you're saying, why somebody else should have responded, then they should have had somebody the next day. Because the way the campus, and it was a Republican Party of the school Republican groups or whatever that invited him to come. I totally, with freedom of speech, again, you know, I'm a constitutionalist. I don't believe you can, because I don't want nobody telling me that I can't say, and I say some very things that are off the wall about the criminal justice system and laws and things like that. So I don't want nobody shutting me down or telling me that I can't come somewhere because of my ideas. So bring him on the campus. And every time he come on campus, run his ass up out of there. That's how it has to go. The school is not going to put nobody on at the same time. As a person who did these events, you go with your schedule versus everybody else's schedule. So you don't do, because of the security and all these other things. So what I'm saying with you, I totally wholeheartedly agree that it should have been somebody there to combat that. They could have had somebody the day before because they knew they was going to shut his stuff down. But the way the security works with them, you know, them white boys be shooting, handing them business at them schools and all kinds of that stuff. If somebody else would have been there, it would have been more of a safety issue. It really was.
Okay, so I can agree with the day before or day after. I can agree with that. I mean, just as long as we would have done something, because right now the last words were whatever the hell Kyle Rittenhouse said. That's it. And so those last words was help. Yeah, there was help. But I'm saying that because while Kyle Rittenhouse was running, there were other people that were running away too. And if anything, they got that what's that called, that Stockholm syndrome, like poor Kyle Rittenhouse. Now he's a victim of their heart, and so we didn't place anything in the atmosphere for them to ponder intellectually. We didn't put anything there, and we should have been there to do that.
I respectfully disagree. The fact that the school kids, the fact that no outside community, the fact that the school kids shut them down did more for that school than the outsiders coming in. Because then they do it to blame on outsiders. They would have just said, "Oh, we had," you know how they did with the when Dr. King came outside agitating. No, what happened? What happened in that situation? I'm telling you, I agree wholeheartedly. That's like the thing that happened with I forgot what it was. DJ, where was it when the people came for the NAACP and they had signs for reparations and the security? Telling them to shut it down. It's different atmospheres.
Yeah, that was a whole different thing. And that was appropriate. That was appropriate action for Black Alpha and them to do because if I understood that correctly, it wasn't until they got there that they found out that they didn't want them there. So that was
but they didn't want them until they started protesting and they started saying they were.
Just to clarify, hold on, lady. Hold on. Just jump in to be the alpha male in the middle. Monkey in the middle. So they didn't start, they didn't tell Black Alpha and Miss Giselle and Marcel and all of them that they couldn't come in until they saw their reparation signs. Real talk.
Right. So that's what I'm getting at. So what the fact that was reactionary, but it was appropriate because that wasn't their plan. Their plan, Black Alpha and them's plan, Giselle and them, Marcel and them's plan was to show up, get in the mix, press reparations, and do their thing. And when they got
right, but also they also got infiltrated. Basically, is the word. Just the night or the day before, where you had I can't think of the brother's name, but he's a Republican or a Democrat, whatever he is, down there in South Carolina. And he basically said right here on Twitter, "I'm gonna make sure I inform everyone not to let y'all in." So that was already pretty much ahead of the plan for it to go down the way it went down, where they saw our people, the reparationists, you know what I'm saying, coming up to say, hey, reparations, and Kamala Harris is in the building. Hey, sister girl, you know what I mean? So they already was well aware of NAACP. This is why, hey, I hate to keep saying it, but Yvette Cardinal was right. Hold on, sister. This is why Yvette Cardinal was right. Go take them institutions over. NAACP, Urban League, ADL, go take them over. You know what I'm saying? That way we won't have them problems with it.
Well, I mean, you know what? Good point from you. And I feel like I'm the only person up here fighting. I feel like I'm fighting, But here's the thing. We say, oh, take them over. Well, take them over, or just, when they come out, just run them out the gate. Because there's a difference. There's a difference of reacting to what they do, which if we are reacting to their action, to what their cause, if we're reacting, that means we're not in control. We're not in control. When do we initiate? When do we step forward and advance our situation? We cannot always just be reacting, because even though Black Alpha and them went up there to actually take action, initiate action, to go inside a group and spit tea about reparations. It wasn't until they dropped the hammer, before they even got in there good, that they did what they did. That was appropriate. But when we knew at least 2 weeks in advance what was about to happen with Rittenhouse and him being up there, we should have said, oh, well then if that's the action y'all gonna take, we don't initiate our own action. And in line with what Aunt La said, maybe not the same day, maybe the day before, the day after, whatever, but we still should have done that. And if we don't see that, if we don't see how important that is for us to stop letting everybody do the talking around us, and all we do is say, well, is react, then how in God's name are we going to be taken serious, and how are we going to get to where we want to be? How are we going to accomplish our goals?
We can still do that. It's not. I don't think it's a missed opportunity. I think it's now about one of those things where, again, you talked about strategy. What does that look like? Again, and I'm gonna go back to what does that look like, because again, it would actually go well over in a Black majority state that we actually go to like Delaware University and have a speaking conversation engagement in regards to even Black's book, Black American Homeland's book, and then we start to incorporate the language in these spaces. And it's not just the universities where we have to have these conversations. We need to have these conversations in community meetings. We need to have these conversations in, maybe events that we can host, in the communities that we're trying to saturate, and actually get people in the conversation. Because remember, once new minds and thoughts start to come into this conversation, the arguments are going to start up, and we have to be prepared to help people realign and actually go through the portion of, I call it dying to themselves, but actually stripping themselves of the things that they thought they know, or adding to what they know, and maybe coming into a new perspective. That has to happen. That's a conversation that it hasn't been missed on us. I think we need to just talk about getting that done, and maybe having those conversations, signing up to have, those speaking engagements, and even bringing on lies information and Black's books, like I said, and Black American Homeland's books to the forefront. And that will start the spark that keeps us moving, the engine going. We have to feed the car. You got to put gas in the car. And then you got to figure out what's your destination. And then how...
Get in the car first. Get on the bus. Let's go.
It's just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. I'm just saying, all I'm saying is
all of those are great ideas, and all of those are action items, and all those are things we should do, and all of that. There's not all of that. You're absolutely agree with all of that. But here's the point: that for some reason, if there's anybody in the room that's feeling what I'm saying, if now's a good time to jump up off the mic, because the point is all of those good and accurate suggestions. Here's what we not saying, y'all. Here's really what we not saying. You know damn well. Somebody, even Black is up in here hosting, and Black has a book. So we even maybe should have called Black and said, Black, can we get you down there? Let's get you booked and have you speak and have you directly combat this guy's presence on the campus, whether it's a day before or the day after.
But we can't. But what I'm saying, man, we hear you. I think all of us agree with what you're saying because you're right. All I'm saying is, all I'm saying is we can't go back and change time. We can only now change what's going to happen in the future. We woulda, shoulda, coulda, yes, should have happened. But how do we move forward so that now we start to actually, the squeaky wheel is the one that gets the whatever. You understand?
No, I agree with you completely, and I agree with what you just said. I agree with what you said about things that we need to be doing. And to be honest with you, Rella, all those things you said about community meetings, that those should already be in play. Those things should already be in play. And if those things weren't already in play, that might have made it easier for us to say, oh shit, they're gonna have Rittenhouse on there. Boom, don't you got a niece or a nephew or a grand or this or that to go down to that school? Boom, call them up. Let's get it. Let's lock it down.
Okay, so with that right there, this was said, Mel. Just not even in a conversation, but we need people in place specifically for that. You see what I'm saying? That's the same thing. Me as a DJ, I can't play the record for multi-party, do the graphic design. You know what I'm saying? Make sure I stand outside, collect money, check people for weapons. I can't do everything.
Okay, but so this is what I'm saying. This is what we look at. What is the strategy for the next time they bring Rittenhouse or a Rittenhouse-esque to another major platform?
Well, we're saying it right now. I know I got you, sister, but just to answer your question, we're saying it right now. You got Black, you got
No, because it's multiple choice. Let me put it like this. So when the next time we see on the news, they're going to bring a Rittenhouse-esque a person, all right, what are we going to do? Are we going to say, well, everybody should run for office? Because that's a good feeling, so we don't have to take immediate accountability or so we can hide from our the fact that we ain't been doing what the fuck we should be doing, okay? So everybody start running for office. Wrong answer. B, everybody start growing your own food. Okay, because they're talking about on Monday it's going to be held and the end of the world, so everybody start planting shit now.
I'm literally lost.
Wait, hold on.
Lost. How we got on this fucking Cal Rittenhouse
conversation? The end of the world. What's happening on Monday?
No, they talking about this guy. Wait.
Totally lost. I'm lost in a motherfucker.
I'm sorry. I got you, Rella. You know I love you, girl. You know I love you.
I've been missing in action. What do you mean?
This conversation is way off the fucking
I'm trying to stay focused. I want us to see how we really be responding to shit, because we keep coming up with reasons why we don't do what we ought to do. And so my point is that, so we say, okay, they're going to bring another Rittenhouse. Well, everybody go out there and run for office. Everybody go out there and start your own little community, this or that. Everybody go out here and do this. Wait a minute, but all that is leading away from the fact that this Rittenhouse-esque type of person is now going to be back on the main stage. What is our solution for that? Because there are coulda, woulda, shouldas, and we coulda and shoulda been right down there when the Palestinians were in front of the White House.
Okay, yeah, let me, I'm a jump in. I'm a jump in. I don't know how we got on 30 minutes of Cal Rittenhouse. I have no idea how the conversation got turned into that. I mean, yeah, put a bullet in his fucking brain and let's move on, because I don't even know what, I mean, who did he kill? I thought he killed 2 white guys and shot a white guy. I don't even know why he's relevant, to be quite honest. I don't get it. Like, seriously. Okay, so leaderless movements lead the people nowhere. They leave the movement open to be co-opted and or misdirected, and or eventually it dies because there is nobody leading the movement. Movements need multiple leaders, and it needs to transfer the information generationally, so that the next generation can pick up wherever this generation leaves off. Having a leaderless movement is probably the most irresponsible thing that people could possibly do. And I don't understand why that continues to be a thing. It's because the people who are at the top don't want to take responsibility for the shit that's going on. It's the only logical reason why people would say we need a leaderless movement. It's not logical. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but I do want to get back onto the conversation about this black man who's 82 years of age, who was raided by the police, who's suffered massive fucking interaction with federal agencies, local agencies, and who is a prime example of what a real fighter faces in this country that is organized, buying properties, educating women on how to give birth to black children, who's just really, really, really active, who's not concerned about what Kyle Rittenhouse has to say. To be quite honest, I don't know why we ever would. He has no power. He doesn't sign any checks. The last thing I read about him is that he's a moron, literally. So I don't know what that's about, but yeah, if there's a white person in the country that has power, that's being anti-Black American or anti-reparations, so be it. Focus all this energy at that person, but this person has no power, has no authority. And yeah, I don't want to keep talking about that person because they're not relevant at all to me. In terms of when I said earlier, where are the wins of all of these things that people have done since I've been on this app, since these spaces started? What is the outcome? What is the result of all of it? If someone can point to this happened on this day because these people got together, and then a month, 2 months, 6 months, a year later, this is the result of it, I'm going to be the first one to clap, send money, do whatever I can to support it. I don't see any of that happening. I see nothing outside of California. I just don't see it. I just don't get it. I'm really lost because I don't see people showing up, doing whatever it is that they want to do. And there's a million different things that people can do. And then that action turning into some type of tangible thing that is benefiting Black Americans wherever it is that they're doing that at. I mean, I'm honest. I got it. Like, I think that there's a time to reflect and reassess and kind of understand what's happening, because if you don't ever do that, you can go 10 years with these conversations and nothing actual physical has ever changed. I believe, as someone who likes to set goals and accomplish goals, that's where this movement is at. It's just kind of stuck in a rut. And I don't know if it's going in circles or if it's jumping up and down in place, but it's not moving forward. And I think that's a problem. And because no one wants to be the leader, no one wants to take accountability for the losses and for the fact that things aren't actually moving forward, they get to kind of just pivot and keep shit muddled and blame other people and deflect and distract and all this other shit. And because people are not really holding them accountable as you would if you had a leader, then nothing ever happens. Like nothing ever changes, because there's gonna always be new events in the news cycle that are tragic trauma events, like this brother in Chicago who may have defended himself against police officers, but the police officers slaughtered this man in broad daylight. Those stories are going to happen, period, like regularly. These immigration slaughtering, murdering people, that's going to happen. Trans motherfuckers in the bathrooms raping little girls, that's going to happen. There's going to be all this tragedy that keeps happening. It's not going to stop. It's only going to like accelerate. And you can keep people spinning around in a circle talking about all these different things, but nothing actual in terms of a change or an upliftment or an empowerment. Not one thing is actually changing. That is a problem to me. I don't know about everybody else. To me, that's a problem. Like that's, to me, is a big problem. This is why I don't like these celebrities who write books about a date, some fucking fantasy date that they just popped up out of their fucking asshole, as far as I'm concerned. And then they go on book tours and they sell 1 million books, and then they grift from that over to descendants of enslaved people. And now they look like they're a fucking leader, a Ronald McDonald leader out in front of the movement. Well, that's the person that needs to be held accountable. That's the person who's a problem, as far as I'm concerned. Because, in my opinion, all they're trying to do is extract resources out of the fucking movement and out of the people and position themselves to be on TV. But what are they giving back to the people that they're trying to position themselves to be the leader of? Absolutely nothing. They got access. They got all the connections. They can pick up the phone and probably get the Joe fucking Biden himself. And absolutely nothing is changing, except they're moving up the corporate ladder. Like I just, you know, man, I sit in these spaces. Dear God, I sit in these fucking spaces. Whew. I just think that for the people who are accomplishing things, they should be elevated and saluted and appreciated. And then all the entertainment is entertainment, and we can't get confused about what's entertainment and what's reality. And then, you know, people that want to do whatever they want to do, so be it. You know, congratulations to them. I know in advance, and I hope we all know in advance, that there's certain things that we're going to do, and absolutely nothing is going to come out of it. Like zero. And I'm okay with that, because I get to meet people, I get to shake hands, I get to hug people, whatever. Eye to eye, face to face contact. But I know absolutely nothing's going to come out of that experience outside of the camaraderie. That's cool. I'm cool with that. And it should be kind of understood that that's what it is. Because these fucking people in positions of authority, they do not give a fuck. Like, they just don't care. They literally do not care. None of this is going to move those people at all. Not an inch. You know, a smart person would say the reparations movement has already been co-opted by Narcan and Cobra. I mean, if you were really looking at what's on the table, they got direct access to these fucking people. Like if you're really being honest with yourself, you know, for me, I try to stay as in reality as I possibly can. Yeah, because you know, like there's just no reason for me to lie to myself about anything, and as far as I'm concerned, and there's no reason for me to like just kind of go along, get along in the situation. You know, I wanted to really highlight this guy because at 82 years of age, he's still fighting. They're trying to bury him in a prison cell at 82 years of age. And all he's trying to do is help his fucking community. Period. This, I don't give a fuck if he's a Pan-Africanist and sleeps and shits in red, black, and green. He lives in St. Louis, and the people he helping are in St. Louis, to be quite honest. And he's the one who should be elevated as a leader. Period. That reparations conversation, you can get down to the nuances in that and all of that and figure that out. But 99% of what he's doing is shit that really 99% of the motherfuckers on these apps talking ain't doing. Just to keep it a whole 100. And he's been doing it for decades. You know, he talked about 96 in St. Petersburg, Florida, an 18-year-old shot and killed by police officers. What were you doing in 1996? I know I wasn't doing this. I know that for a fact. So, you know, it's like 1% of the people are going to do the work, and that's fine. It's understood. I get it. 99% of the people are going along for the ride. Okay. It's fucked up, but it is what it is. All I'm saying is, let's find the 1% of the people and let's guide them towards actual shit that's going to make an actual difference. And then sit back and then watch the show on everything else, because, you know, whether Charlemagne the God says something that the fucking Republicans love and then the Democrats hate him, he does that shit every 2 or 3 months. It is what it is. It comes across the timeline. Repost, make a comment. Yeah, it's not going anything. It's not really going much further than that. Charlemagne the God has no power. He has no authority. He's not fucking signing checks. He's not writing policy. It's entertainment. Like if we're just gonna be honest, most of this shit on the timeline is entertainment. And I'm just saying, let's filter through the entertainment and get to the real actionable action per people who are organizing and making things actually happen. And let's focus our energy on that. Whatever it is. Because I think even scattered across the country, we'll at least get some things done. Even if it is the smallest possible potential thing scattered across the country, we will actually get some things done. That's a positive. That's a win. That's something you could hang your hat on. I mean, from what I'm hearing, you got people that are in these positions. They've centered themselves at the top of this movement. They got hundreds of thousands of people following them, and there's no direction other than here's a website where you can come and buy fucking novelty items. Like, what is like?
Hey, let me jump in there for you real quick, bro. So, yeah, everything you said is 100%, you know what I mean? And we'll get to the hands in a second. So, just to make a long story short, your black majority said right there, Mel, right? So, what you're saying is right. It's just that we need people in place for that. And, like, you know, the UHURU big bro, he been doing this stuff forever in a day, you know what I mean? So, which is goes back to what my great aunt Betty Rose Moss used to yell at me about. when doing this politics, you're not doing enough. That's kind of your argument, Mel, where you want to see the reaction, you know what I mean, in real time. We got to have people in place for that, you know what I mean? It's not that we're not doing it or we don't want to do it. It's just that we have to say, okay, you know, it's going to have to be all the time. Well, we didn't get the word. Just say we didn't get the memo of Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay, we're here talking about it now. Okay, we got solutions now. Black majority, Black homeland, on live. Shout out to brother Carlos, you know what I'm saying? He got a book called America, Black America Under Siege. Imagine we had all four of them in one building talking about whoop-de-whoop. We got to start planning that. It's just really that simple. So it's like, hey, I'm a promoter. I get it. You know what I mean? You want to be on the promo team? Come on over here, boo, because I'm by myself. I ain't got nobody. I'm over here retweeting and handing out flyers. As we speak, I'm bagging up some old DVDs, which I can't even say they old. We talking about what I got over here. Star Wars Solo. I got the Black Panther over here. A couple kid cartoons. I'm about to just get these stuff. Hey, subscribe to Fun Associate. You know what I'm saying? I can't do much other than that. You know what I'm saying? Because like you said, I don't got power. You know what I mean? I'm just DJ. You know what I'm saying? But I know what I'm capable of. That's all it really is. I know what I'm capable of. So until I get a little bit more whoop-de-whoop up to me, you know what I mean? Okay, then I could just say, hey, look, you know, hey, everybody go pull up at the Ruckus and shit. You know, one of these Proud Boys over there talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could call some gangbanging niggas up. You know what I'm saying? But they ain't going to be able to get political because they going to want to harm. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I say sick 'em, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he right there. I want, you know what I mean? Automatic beast mode. So it's like, dang, we need some gangbangers that's on a political level. This is why I keep saying, hey, look, we going to have to go find our family members that's doing life on the rock, that's studying this legal system. Hey, we're going to start putting money in your books. So that way, folks that's coming in and out of jail, you ain't going to go in there because you're going to know what it means to stay out now. It's just really that simple. So what that costs you? A couple dollars. So they ain't no money. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Black majority, when you say, hey, show me, well, that's what everyone kind of mad at Yvette Carnell doing that OMB result reaction. Well, she told us to go build. Well, hell, what the hell does that even look like? Same thing with reparations. What the hell does that even look like? So when you say, hey, what the hell is it? Joker's done. Social, SOXCIL.com. Make sure y'all log on and subscribe. Newstotter.com. WSTOTER.com. Make sure y'all log on. Hey, it's a start. That's all it really is, yo. It's the start of something that we might not even see the fruits of the labor on this shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. As long as your kids is gonna be able to take this shit over and beat somebody over there, beat Kyle Rittenhouse kids over the head with it. You know what I'm saying?
But you know, can I just want to apologize, and Blake, I'm sorry for coming up on your show, on your panel, and kind of just going off on a rant. So my apologies. I put it in writing. I put it on YouTube, saying it verbally. I do apologize for being so passionate and kind of going off topic. So please forgive me. And I'm going to monitor that moving forward. So thanks. Thank you.
Okay, last thing, Mel, last thing. It's something that me and you had a conversation about. What can I help you do? Get back to that, sister. That's all. Because there's plenty of people out here that is actually doing what it is you're saying. It's just that you don't see it because you're not in the midst of that particular movement. That's all it really is, but it's really happening if you really just happen to look for that needle in the haystack. But go ahead, whatever you want to talk about this.
Hey, yeah. So let me say, you know, it's all love, and I get it, and I let the conversation go on and on and on. But I'm just like, you know, man, for me, and just because I like to really stay focused on, you know, the things that we wanted to present, and then, you know, try to really get across to folks that, you know, things are real. I say sacrifice a lot. When I say sacrifice, I mean sacrifice. I hope people understand that. Like, get out of your comfortable space. Get out of the thought and the idea of being comfortable. You got to get uncomfortable if you want shit to happen. That's the only way it's gonna happen. Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable too, man. I'm just saying, like, then again, once you get into a place where you're uncomfortable, that's when you're really going to find out what your character is made of. And then also who really who you do have in your family circle or your, your newfound foundation as you start to rebuild. It is rewarding. It is very much so rewarding. But the best part about it is when we do take the actions and we like when we go up to Delaware and we have conversations and like when we're talking about how do we capture these states and taking it back to what this 82-year-old man did, not just him, because in the video he talked about the people a part of his organization. You can just tell how selfless he is and how it was so bad that they had to put him in jail because they don't want people like him teaching us the mere fact that you actually can create your own organizations, you can feed yourself, you can get involved and set up schools, because I think they even don't they have a school Black? And they became self-sufficient. He didn't say he's not utilizing the resources around him.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me. He found a way to build inside of it. And that's the part that I took away from the fact that they didn't want him speaking on that. They didn't want him telling that, yeah, you're going to need schools, you're going to need education, you're going to need a way for people to gather, to have the conversation in a place where they're protected. That's what he did, him and his organization. And now somehow he's a threat, but the people who do that on a daily basis and they weaponize genocide against us, because they never killed anybody. They're not out. His group, his organization is not out there taking out groups of different races of people.
Right. No way. Yeah, no. All they're trying to do is help people, help our people. That's it. Just help our people. Again, there's a red, black, and green thing, but again, he obviously 82. He grew up in that. He probably was active in the 60s, as far as we can tell. And he is the pattern of what Malcolm X would have become. Because to be honest, and people may not understand this, but this is just the facts. Martin Luther King Jr. was being set up to be Black establishment. And we if you look at what the Black church has become, that's the path. Now could he have in some way, shape, or form geared it in a different direction? Maybe. But he was talking about rainbow coalitioning, right up before his death. He was talking about rainbow coalitioning and poor whites, Puerto Ricans, and all this other shit. He had given up on the idea that infanticide was just something that was a sign of the times. But Malcolm X certainly wouldn't have went in that direction. He would have stayed in this direction, right? And whatever level of success he would have had, I got to assume, now he had the power of the nation and membership and all of that, and he was talking about Black majority states. I got to believe he would have went in the direction of the new Republic of Africa, because he was a part of it. His wife was a vice president of it. So I got to believe that he would have went to the South at some point and worked on that strategy. And who knows? I mean, dear God, I gotta hope that he would have gotten at least one state, if not several. But let me read this, because I mentioned that lady in her book, and so let me. Because
you in the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix. Damn it. Okay. All right. I guess Brother Moko can go, and then I'll jump in after him.
Share the room out, y'all. Share the room out. Social.
See if it'll let me talk. Oh, of course not. It's not gonna let me talk. It's not gonna let me talk unless I go through the fucking purple box. I can't go through the spaces. Oh God, this Twitter shit is bullshit.
I wanted to give them that time, space, and opportunity, to get all their, to get all their words and, thoughts out. because as victims, we should definitely, give more patience to each other to do that. So shout out to Aunt La, Rella, Mel, JB, Silva, Second, Bracy, Mouthpiece, Professor, definitely. Thank y'all for letting me in the room. I will express this fact, and I even put it in the chat, the purple pill, and I'll read it. The do factor is the issue. Stop reinventing victims of racism and get on with the process of justice. When are we going to lead ourselves to justice instead of quitting and being easy, super sleazy, begging for someone to lead me shit? In other words, what I mean is I've been having conversations in the back channels with individuals, and I've had individuals ask about my opinion on the OMB and how do we obtain justice from the OMB. And I'm like, we as victims really got to start using our brains, because we are super intelligent. So I'll say it like this for the ones, and just because this is a recorded space, and I'm gonna try to make this quick. Process is a serious thing. So I'm gonna say it like this: for the ones that need to really have things super detail explain, like what justice looks like, racism is in place only to practice. Race classification is only in place to practice racism, white supremacy, and the OMB has proven this. But not even just the OMB, the CDC, WHO. Every entity, all the PDs, all the police, race soldier departments have been showing us time and time again for probably all of our lives. I know all of my life that harm is the issue. We the victims always keep trying to remix and remix our name like they don't know who the hell we are. They're mistreating us, constantly. They've been doing this all my life. I've been mistreated since I can remember, since I was born out of my mother's womb. I've been mistreated by white supremacy. I don't understand why the victims of racism, white supremacy have an issue with saying that they are victims of racism, white supremacy. I keep witnessing that all of these other individuals, I'll just say others, are claiming victimhood, and they're getting things done. They're getting protection class bills passed. You know what I'm saying? They're getting checks cut. But we the only ones standing around. We the only victims standing around trying to claim and be something else other than victims. And it's really starting to be disgusting. It's really starting to be disgusting, because it's like I'm really starting to see a level of cowardice that is just really beginning to be unseeable. And what I mean by that is I'm literally seeing victims trying to say, we need to create a label, a box for us. Yo, we're being harmed. Are we not supposed to be eliminating or countering racism, white supremacy, and establishing a system of justice? So I'm going to just lay it down real quick how this looks, okay? Whatever office is issuing, cutting a check, whether it be the white supremacist office of management and budgeting, if they're the white supremacist that's cutting the check, Brother Mugo is going to explain to you how justice looks. Hey, on black people, victims victims of racism, white supremacy. We cutting the check. All right, y'all come to the table. We want to hear the deal. Okay. Racism, white supremacist system, OMB, since OMB is in charge of race classification. We know that race classification is only in place to practice racism, white supremacy, aka when they are cutting this check simultaneously. Okay, we are gonna, once they sign the what I call compensatory. Matter of fact, I even got it written down. I wrote it down. Is what I call the compensatory generational wealth gap for victims of racism, white supremacy protection class pact. Okay, when you sign that pact, that compensatory generational wealth gap pact, okay, for the victims of racism, white supremacy. Notice I'm not saying Negro. Notice I'm not saying Freeman. Notice I'm not saying ADOS, because all of them are victims of racism, white supremacy. All right, and this which will include, this pact will include the following: lifetime cash monetary payments to the victims of racism, white supremacy, specifically under the guidelines of tacky, trashy, terroristic harm in all areas of people activity, by classifying we the victims of white supremacy as a race to practice racism, white supremacy. Okay? That's what the pact, this is what this entails. This is our deal. This is what we want. Okay? And then you say the racist white supremacist office titled the OMB had the responsibility and was committed to the inhuman act of classifying we the victims of racism, white supremacy as fellow blacks, colored, as follows: blacks, coloreds, Negroes, and slaves, and or cattle, etc., in return simultaneously. The entire office that issues this signed pact to us and giving it to us, what, you know what I'm saying? Giving it to us, the victims of racism, white supremacy, we are giving them right there in the same moment in return warrants and subpoenas to what will be known as the new compensatory justice courts. No more Supreme Court, no more district courts, okay? The new compensatory justice courts. See, when we get our pact signed, our deal signed for the victims of racism, white supremacy, we are then issuing warrants and subpoenas to them. Shout out to the Redemption Party. See, when you have a party of candidates that's unapologetically offering jail time for the white supremacists and their acts of harm against the victims of racism. Look at the language that I'm using. We have to be disciplined in our language, whether we feel like it or not. I don't give a fuck if you like it or not. It's not for you to like. It's for you to not be harmed anymore, guaranteed. Okay, we need to stay focused, because when we're in a system of justice, focus is utmost needed. It's needed. That's what the system of justice, it needs focusness to survive, not confusion. You feel what I'm saying? So everything, when we issue these warrants at the same time we get in this pact, look, them signing that compensatory wealth gap pact is going to be the last act of racism, white supremacy. Wow, Brother Muko, because after they sign that pact and give it to us, simultaneously we're issuing warrants and subpoenas. Okay? And that's to all of the parties involved in the offices. That means all the employees, from top to bottom, issuing the subpoenas. This is the only way this is going to work, but this is how justice looks for the ones that say, well, how does justice look? How does repair look? We still got to go through laws? No, because these laws and this white supremacist injustice system is set up and designed to harm you, me, the victims. This is why words are so important. We have to identify as what we are. Stop reinventing the word victims of racism, white supremacy. Victims of racism, white supremacy, stop being scared and stop trying to remix the fucking system of racism, white supremacy, which is a system of harm. Now, look, it's not because Brother Muko is saying shit. Fuck Brother Muko. I gladly say this every space. Fuck capital F-U-C-K Brother Muko. This is according to the evidence. We have to have this in place, just how I just said it to y'all, without the mistakes, of course, because I always get so excited and passionate when I'm talking about this, because it excites me to think about putting white supremacists behind bars for their crime of mistreatment to Rella, to Mel, to DJ, to Black Majority State, to me, to my children, to your children. It excites me. It excites me. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I'm spitting this to y'all in detail how it looks. Because, we're demanding our repair. Now we are. You know what I'm saying? But this is what a demand looks like. Yeah, look, you're going to sign this pact. You're going to sign this pact. And after you sign a pact, you're going to take this subpoena and this warrant for your crime. Your crime of what?
Phone is in and out.
Probably this white supremacist office of the OMB, office of the CDC, office of the WHO, office of the DEI, office of the DEA, office of the CIA, office of the FBI. Yes, subpoenas to all of you. This is what a system of justice looks like. And when you got candidates in the Redemption Party, and other parties, not the Democrats, not the Republicans, you feel what I'm saying? Not the independent rats. No, a party that is designed for what? Your repair and a system of justice. You feel me? You can't have a Democrat in a system of justice. You can't have a Republican in a system of justice. We have to get this through our thick skulls because we have been so conditioned to think that we can get justice in a system that was designed for injustice. It is no logical possible way. Again, fuck Brother Muko. This is according to the evidence. Why would you say the evidence, Brother Muko? Well, for all you've been fighting in this white supremacist system, in and out, winning cases, getting money, so-called, and we are still in a position to be armed, which means we have been 100% failing. At what, Brother Muko? Not at eliminating the system of white supremacy, but at using our logic instead of guiding our logic with our emotion. The evidence shows this.
Hey,
fuck Brother Muko. My fault. But yeah, it's not according to Brother Muko. This is according to the evidence, y'all. So we, as victims of racism, white supremacy, if we want to change this situation, we have to change the motherfucking situation. Just how I just laid it out. We're going to have to strategically do it. Hey, if you want to, the way that I just laid it out is the way that we're going to have a goddamn plan to dismantle this racist white supremacist system. Really doing it. The do factor is the issue here. I put it in a purple pill and I've been putting it on my page. We're at the do time now. Just like great Black Majority State got off his ass and did what he had to do to fund funded socially and get that shit off the ground. He did that with his own shit. You feel me? It's going to take each and every individual victim of racism, white supremacy to be honest and then get with the process of getting to justice. Like Aunt Lai did, but going up against these courts and currently always put, dude, this is what I did. Because these racist white supremacist motherfuckers are mistreating me. You feel me? That's why I got it pinned to my page. That's why I always share LarishaSpeaks.com. You know what I'm saying? Because my fellow victim, her win is my win. It's my children's win. But it ain't a win if we're not constantly repeating it with a process, completing the process behind it. We can no longer abandon the process to getting to justice. We have been doing it all of our lives, and it hasn't worked. Okay? Our parents have done it. The evidence shows that it didn't work. We have to do it different now. Okay? So when we get that check cut and when we get that protection class pact signed, okay? See, we got to be real surgical with our words, just like I was just surgical with y'all. Y'all ain't never hear that process because I just came up with it. You feel me? But if I could come up with it because I understand the mistreatment that racism, white supremacy has done to me, has done to you, and it's doing it now. They made a mistake by taking us off the race classification. Y'all don't even understand how serious it is. Because I'm about to go in my house, because I'm sitting in the car right now. I'm about to go in my house right now, go to this nice-ass computer I just bought myself, and I'm about to type up a fucking pad and say, anybody got an issue with this, state your corrections now. Because I'm tired of us talking in these circular conversations. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to hear black majority states saying he confused about shit. Because if he confused, I feel threatened. That's one of the most motherfucking scientific motherfuckers I feel like I got in my care unit. For him to say he lost, no, you're not going to confuse the head of my arrow. You feel me? You're not. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that on Miss Mel. No, I'm saying all y'all the heads to my arrow. No one is going to confuse the heads of my arrows. You feel me? They can't. Just like I'm not going to allow anyone to get me confused, not even the white supremacists, which is why I always ask them for a list. I stick to my guns. I don't give a fuck who's saying what. Yo, if what you saying ain't making sense, I'm not going to argue what don't make sense. Shout out to my brother, fellow victim, Mark Carter. You know what I'm saying? When he said to me in my face, we just got to be as white supremacists as them. I didn't argue with my brother, fellow victim. I just said, nah, bro, that don't make sense. And I just backed out the conversation onto a codified means. This is how we got to get. No more arguing with each other. No more. Look, if you don't understand this shit in less than 3 minutes, it's a fucking scam. Okay? I done heard this from too many people that don't know each other. It can't be the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? It can't be the wrong thing. So if we can't make shit make sense in less than 3 minutes or less, we got to go back to the drawing board. Because just like I just read to y'all the process of what justice looks like and the last act that racism, white supremacy is going to do, this should be repeated. Just like the 2 guarantees of justice that I don't hear nobody repeat. Except for counter racism, Neely Fuller, me, and a few others. But every victim should be stating this compensatory meaning of justice. Why, Brother Muko? Because we need to all know what it looks like. And the only way you're going to know what it looks like is if you keep repeating it and speaking it into existence. You know what I'm saying? All I hear all the time, every time I mention the 2 guarantees of what justice is, I always hear this. Well, we'll never get to that. Well, yeah, I know why. As long as you're saying we'll never get to it, we won't never get to it because words are power. Okay?
That's true.
How did we get to justice, Brother Muko? That's what one brother asked me in my inbox. I said, brother, to be simple, you just do it. You just do justice. You guarantee whoever around you, guarantee that they are that they won't be harmed as best as you can, and guarantee that they get the most constructive help when they need it as best you can. And you keep practicing that shit till you perfect it. When you get it right, then you teach it to your offspring. You teach it to me. When I get it right, your offspring get it right. Guess what? We teaching it to somebody else. When everybody's doing that, guess what we have? We have a collective system of fucking justice. Okay? But guess what? It's never happened before in recorded history, according to the evidence. Okay? Because what they call civilized still involves killing. That's not civilized. So see, we have to be surgical with our words, and we have to stand on it. Stand on it. That means that individual part is the hardest part to do. We have to do that because the evidence will show if you're not. And that's where we are now, y'all. You know what I'm saying? What justice looks like is when we go to these racist, white supremacist offices, okay, and black caucuses and police departments or OMB. I'm going to keep saying the OMB because as far as I know, budgeting means you cutting checks. So when we go to the budgeting office, we go to the budgeting office with the subpoenas, with the warrants. But we have to have what? A party in place. That's why I keep shouting out the redemption party in DJ spaces, in black majority spaces, and my spaces when I'm with counter racism. I shout it out all the time because they are the only ones that I've heard talking about jail time for the white supremacists for their white supremacist acts of harm in all areas of people activity. See, this language is already here, but if we neglect it and it doesn't and it isn't used, we aren't going to get the absolute most constructive result, which is the repair. And yes, it is the fucking check, okay? Because all repair costs money, all of it. I just repaired a man's goddamn diverter today, and that shit cost him $400 to get the parts first off. You feel me? So what I'm saying to y'all is let's be honest with ourselves. Let's stop trying to let's stop guiding our logics with our emotions. Let's get out of our fucking feelings. Okay? We really got to. Because we are at crunch time. Just like my man, Dr. Claude Anderson, said to me fucking almost 10 years ago today. You know what I'm saying? In this picture right here that we took together. You know what I'm saying? And he had a confidence in me. Because I came in that motherfucker dusty with a tape measure on my hip and a motherfucking measuring square in my pocket. And he looked at me and called me the money man. And goddamn it, he wasn't goddamn wrong. We all a goddamn money man, and we got to act like it. We victims of racism, white supremacy, trying to get the justice so we can get the fucking money so our offspring will be guaranteed that they will never, ever be harmed and guaranteed that whatever help they need, they will get that most constructive help so they won't ever need it again. Now, to me, that's worth dying for. And that's why I'm on these spaces, and that's why I'm on the front lines. That's why I'm at every fucking rally that I can be to on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. You know what I'm saying? And yes, I did say Friday day. You feel what I'm saying? And this is what I live for, and this is what I will die for. Because I will die for my offsprings and theirs that I won't even meet. I will die for yours. Yours is mine. And this is what we got to understand. We are a care unit, and we are victims of racism, white supremacy. And we need to act as such so we can get the proper shit that's owed to us. You know what I'm saying? So this shit won't ever happen again. And we need to we need to repeat. If I don't hear people repeating the fucking compensatory meaning of justice at least twice a day, I'm calling people out in their spaces. Did anyone shout out the meaning of justice today? I mean, come on, we should be saying this like you look in the mirror and say your evolutions or every day. You know what I'm saying? Justice is a two-guarantee system. You know what I'm saying? Fuck what Webster dictionary meaning is. It don't work. Fuck Oxford's dictionary meaning. It doesn't work. Fuck the Black Law Book dictionary meaning. It doesn't work. At the end of it, you're confused. Everything and nothing is justice when you read those meanings. So they not meanings. They're not complete. They don't work. When we gonna stand firm on that as victims of racism, white supremacy, and stop being scared of saying we victims of racism, white supremacy, instead of trying to remix that shit to everything else under the sun? I mean, goddamn, we sound like sexually confused people. I want to be a bird. I'm a cat. I'm a fucking dog. I'm an apple. I'm a pear. Call me pear. Don't you dare not call me pear. You know what I'm saying? Come on. We gotta get serious about this shit. And I'm begging y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm begging the fellow victims. Please, y'all, let's get serious. I'm tired of these racist white supremacists running game on us like this white men can't jump and none of us ain't white. How the fuck that look? Where the fuck they do that at? We striving to be universal men and women. Why, Brother Muko? Because we are on an earth that's in a fucking universe. We shouldn't be striving to be nothing else. I don't want to be no fucking freedman. Because I ain't trying to be a slave. I don't want to be a Negro. Because that's what white supremacy labeled us. And aren't y'all ready to be something more? Aren't y'all ready to be universal, man and woman? Aren't y'all ready to have a guarantee like, damn, I will never be harmed? And wow, I don't need no financial help. I don't need no motherfucking emotional help. Everything is good. The sun is bright. The air smells good. That's a system of justice. And I feel like we need to get there. Because I don't see nothing less. So I'm gonna land my plane with this, and I know it was a long ass ride. Thank y'all for joining Brother Muko on Counter Racist Airlines. I just want to say I don't give a fuck about your beliefs. I don't care who you are. I don't give a fuck about your beliefs. All I care about is what you know. That's what I'm interested in. That's what I want to hear about. I won't ever discuss my beliefs with you because all my beliefs is what I don't know. And trust my fellow victims, my care unit. The last thing that Brother Muko ever wants to do to any of you is confuse you more than you already are. Because I don't need that shit. I ain't got time for it, and I know y'all don't. All right, so let's get codified. Let's be more codified unapologetically and just really be surgical with the words that we use and start repeating that meaning of justice, the two guarantee meaning. If you don't know it, ask somebody, write it down, practice it, repeat it, memorize the shit, and look, when someone asks you what justice look like, be able to explain it. Justice looks like this. And don't make it long and drawn out where motherfuckers will lose time and space. Like, where the fuck? Hold up. We started on a roller coaster. Now we on a motherfucking trail walk. What? No, make the shit make sense. Justice looks like cut the check, and when you're cutting the check, you get warrants and subpoenas for your crimes. So it won't ever happen again. So I won't have to look over my shoulder after my check is cut. I won't have to look at the land a little funny or wondering if you did something to it after I get my check. You feel me? This is what justice looks like. We're not getting no check and then going back to a system of racism, white supremacy. No. When they cut that check, sign that protection class pact, I'm gonna write this shit up now because that shit sounds so good coming out my mouth, boy. I think I'm getting a hard on. I'm sorry, I'm gonna land right there, y'all. Go ahead, whoever wants to speak. I'm sorry.
Oh boy, you're nasty. Oh boy, you're nasty.
Yeah, shout out, brother Moko. I'm gonna get into this news report. This is the brother. I think his name is Reed. Dexter Reed, Chicago. Looks like he was into sports, maybe played sports, was a referee. I can't really tell his age, but not an elder by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe in like his mid to late 20s. This is about a 2-minute clip, and then I want to talk about Britain really quickly and their foray into the enslavement of Africans that eventually ended up in the Western Hemisphere. And I want to throw some dates out there to kind of give a little more clarity to that 1619 date that I just don't agree with at all. But you know, I kind of want to put that on the record. But let's listen to this here, because there's an alderman who I follow, and he's been saying that this body cam stuff is going to come out on Tuesday. And he initially felt like it was just an absolute slaughtering of this person, this black male, and then he got a lot of pushback. I was kind of watching him being forced to backtrack a little bit, which kind of sucks. So we'll see on Tuesday, I guess, and I can't watch that footage, but those who do watch the footage just know on Tuesday out of Chicago, it's likely this footage is going to be out there. So here's the one of the reports that they do talk to the family. I gotta get the volume up here.
Family earlier this morning, and they were overcome with grief following his death. They tell me they're speaking with Gov't today to try to learn more about what happened in the moments leading up to this deadly shooting.
Why did they have to kill him? And what happened? And what led up to everything? And did he pull out a gun on them or not?
Portia Banks is left with unanswered questions this morning after her brother, identified by the Cook County Medical Examiner as 26-year-old Dexter Reed, was killed in a shootout with police early Thursday evening.
And I don't know why this happened to my brother, because he was such a beautiful person. Dexter meant everything to us.
Banks says she spoke with her brother just minutes before the shooting. She says Reed loved basketball and attended Morton College in Cicero.
He called me so much, sometimes I just don't even answer. Just call me all day.
Chicago police say officers pulled a car over just after 6 p.m. on the 3800 block of West Ferdinand. CPD says while officers were at the car, there was an exchange of gunfire.
Yo, cops is having a shootout right now.
Video shared on the Citizen app captured the sounds of more than 24 gunshots being fired. Aerials of the scene from Chopper 7 show a white SUV riddled with bullet holes. CPD says an officer was shot in the wrist and at last check is in good condition. Reed was rushed to Mount Sinai Hospital where he died.
There's body cam footage of everything. IRT, our investigative response team, is investigating right now. COPA's on scene and they have our full cooperation.
Because we already go through enough. And I hate this for my mom, because I don't know if she could be able to take this pain on her heart.
As Banks seeks answers to her questions about her brother's death, she's left with the grief of deep loss. Superintendent Snelling says the officers involved are on administrative leave as the investigation begins.
Watch breaking news.
Okay, so the pictures of the gentleman, you know, he's a college kid. He looks like he played sports, got into college with his sports, abilities, and it looks like an all-around good guy. I don't see anything in his portraits that lead me to believe that he was in any way, shape, and form a threat. And so... man, who knows what this is going to come out, because I don't know how Chicago gets down, but I see a lot of plain vehicles, like unmarked vehicles, And so that leads me to think, is he thinking, you know, he's in a situation where he's got to defend himself against who knows what? Did these officers identify themselves? Who knows what this is going to be? But yeah, just something to kind of, I guess, be wary of if that comes across the timeline on Tuesday. That's what they're saying, is when they're going to release that out of Chicago. But to the 1619 date. So, you know, I come across stuff all the time, and I end up coming across this. So there is a gentleman, Sir John Hawkins, and I hate to use the word gentleman, but he's a white slaver out of Britain, who they call the father of Britain's slave trade. That's a term that they've given this person, is the father of Britain's slave trade. And there are two quick stories. I'm going to kind of go through them really quickly. So in 1561, which is about 60 years, a little less than 60 years before 1619. 1561, Hawkins made several voyages to the Canary Islands, heard about the possibility of trading slaves between West Africa and the Spanish Caribbean colonies. He made his first exploratory voyage in 1562 with the financial backing from London merchants and government officials and the support of Elizabeth the Queen. He sailed down West Africa, capturing 300 people, and some from Portuguese slave ships. He then sailed across the Atlantic, sold his captives in Hispaniola, and made a handsome profit for his investors. I believe Hispaniola is the island that is now Haiti and the Dominican Republic. One thing I don't know if I ever knew this or realized this. Yeah, they always travel in multiple ships. There's a reason for that, because there were pirates and all these different navies and all these different countries were in competition. So they would essentially attack other ships and take all their valuables away from them. So this is one of the reasons they traveled in like these packs of ships. He made two more slave trading voyages in 1564 and 1565, and then again in 1567 and 1569. Both were semi-official. Now, when they say semi-official, what I found on the Wikipedia is that he was granted coats of arms. And in these coats of arms, there is an image of a black melanated person that is essentially a slave on top of these coats of arms. I think we all know what the coats of arms are, and there's a lion which depicts Britain. This is in 1565. The other one is later, which I guess is the 1567 one. They're kind of similar. The first one's a little more colorful, and for some reason, the second one is not as colorful. But these are essentially like, I'm giving you royal permission to go and capture human beings and then trade them for resources, money, wealth, whatever. All these different things they were trading for. So this is what he did. He made 3 trips. There was a 4th trip where he kind of loaned his boat out to someone else to kind of make the trip. Sir Francis Drake, which is a very popular person, was involved in one of these expeditions. Now that all happened between, let me get these dates together, 1561, and then his last voyage was 1569. So over an 8-year period, he made these 3 trips, all under the watchful eye and permission of the Queen of Britain, of Great Britain. Okay. And some of it was money, like, so they needed money to fund these voyages. And then on the return trip, there would be money that was split amongst the folks involved, and likely money given to the queen. Very, very likely. In 1571, just a few years later, he became, it says MP for Plymouth. He became treasurer of the Navy. Now there's some other shit going on in here because they end up having like a war with Spain over the slave trade on the Caribbean side. And he does make a stop through Florida on his way back on one of the trips. They do actually document that. However, what I know about the fact that Spanish were in Florida in 1513, the earliest, in 1526 is when the 100 African slaves that arrived there did essentially revolt and rebel and went into the interior. They had these ports and these posts there, which would have been known, and they circulated people, human trafficking from the Caribbean up into the interior of the United States of America. This was a whole thing. The same way that the Spanish took people from Africa to Spain, went through some essential training. I hate to use that word, but that's the best word I can come up with. Some sort of training process before they shipped them over to the Americas. So Britain was active as early as this first trip. This Sir John Hawkins, 1561. They were active. This here is a different story where they say the British monarchy granted transatlantic exploration and a charter to English explorer Sir Walter Raleigh in 1584. The charter declared permissions for the settlers to discover, search, find out, and view such remote, heathen, and barbarous lands, countries, and territories, not actually possessions of any Christian prince. This is in 1584. This is essentially 15 years after this Sir John Hawkins did his third trip. They actually failed on this trip, but they landed in North Carolina on Roanoke Island in 1584. In 1585, the military-style base failed due to discontent with the location, lack of provisions. Another attempt was made in 1590. That one failed because essentially all the settlers disappeared. Now that means that, to me, that the natives, because when I read through a lot of this, the natives were attacking these people like constantly, trying to get them out of the paint. So they either killed these people, and I'm not going to say either. That's likely what happened. The natives likely killed off when they would go back for supplies, return ships. The natives likely captured and killed these people. But they kept trying over and over again. So they weren't going to give up. Let's put it that way. After they had this war against Spain, essentially, it says after peace negotiations were arranged between the English and the Spanish in 1604, merchant backers and privateers were eager to return to oceanic trade routes. In 1606, King James granted a charter for settlement in Virginia. 1606 is when the charter for Virginia was granted. So here you have from 1619, like I said, to 1561, you got almost 60 years of this backstory history of actual transportation of Africans from the west coast of Africa over to the Americas in the Caribbean. And then you would have had those people upcycled into Florida and other parts of America as that Caribbean trade was occurring pretty much the whole entire time with the mainland. And then eventually they ended up with this 1619 situation. So for me, and someone talks about the papal Dumdervis, which was in 1452, which gave all these Europeans essentially global authority to do this whenever they chose. That's why I don't align myself with that 1619 date, no matter what excuse people come up with. I just think it's very arbitrary, and it doesn't really reflect the history, and it doesn't reflect the fact that there are people who were here documented to be here. They didn't disappear. They didn't go into thin air just because the British showed up. They were here, and they were already they were in New Amsterdam, which the Dutch controlled. By the way, Delaware was controlled by the Swedish, and which is pretty interesting. There were a lot more of these European countries involved in this over here, but there were already freedmen in New Amsterdam before 1619. So that's just a whole nother layer to the whole situation or whatever. I just, yeah, that's just one of those things that I don't like when people, and not specifically people, but this particular author with the red hair who runs around and as if she's like the oracle and totally cut off, like, basically a century of time of when this trade was going on, and hundreds, if not thousands, of people were being, human trafficked across the Atlantic into the Americas. And like I said, even if they arrived in the Caribbean or Florida, which was Spanish Florida at the time, or Louisiana, which was controlled by the French, doesn't really matter. They eventually all would have been circulated throughout the Caribbean and Florida and the Gulf of Mexico, and eventually ended up in American enslavement at some point in time, or at least the possibility was there. So for me, you gotta include all of this information. You gotta come up with a date that actually puts them all on the hook, because they all essentially participated. And if the Dutch essentially were, in control of New York City, or New York, I guess the beginnings of Long Island, then they established infrastructure there that eventually the British, through war or through settlement, would have taken over. Same thing in Louisiana with the French. Same thing with the Spanish in Florida. So when you take over that, you take over all of it. It doesn't just kind of materialize out of thin air. You take over the entire history of it when you absorb it into the empire. And that's the way, to me, the most important and logical way to look at it and think about it, and not separate a date because one particular country is the country that is attached to that particular date. I just think that is illogical, and I don't really understand it at all. I don't get it at all. It makes no sense to me. It just sounds like some academia, just kind of like a mind fuck, if I'm just going to be honest about it. Because why would you separate and cut off? Literally, you're cutting off parts of the actual continent, parts of the actual country, plus the people, plus all the people that are actually responsible for the shit eventually becoming the United States of America. I don't care what what the British did here. They only did it here because the Dutch were here already, because Spain was here already, because France was here already, because the Portuguese were here. So in other words, they would have never gotten to that level had all of this already not been in place. They're just kind of like the people who got into the game late and didn't have to make all the mistakes because the shit was already laid out, and then they can just conquer and or pay or whatever they did, agreements, whatever, settlements, to take over the shit that was already put in place. And for me, I don't know how you could deny any of that. It just is strange. But again, I just want to really harp on that point because I think for whatever reason, people have this weird agenda. I don't understand what the agenda is. I don't get what's behind it, but I just know it smells bad to me. It just smells like it just stinks, reeks of some type of ulterior motive. So that's that. I really want to run down this brother because we never got to get through this as many times. I had to restart it, and then restart the space. The brother on YouTube is saying Pope authorized enslavement of Africans in the early 15th century after 100 to 200 years of contact and normalized trade. When I say normalized trade, that would include indentured servitude, normally a period of 7 or so years. Assessing the infrastructure at low to no cost. Exactly. And yeah, especially if you just take it, you got the cost of the warfare and the lives lost, I guess. But that was what they did anyway. Like, we're dealing with sociopathics, narcissists, self-preservationists who practice war like sport. This literally was their sport. They would constantly be at war with each other, conquering each other over and over and over, just like the Middle East. I mean, there's really no difference between what's going on there and what happened in Europe for thousands of years. And the only reason that it kind of stopped is because they essentially turned all their anger and sociopathic tendencies towards indigenous people. So they essentially identified a collective enemy, and that's what essentially changed their behavior patterns. So I salute anybody that can get them to attack each other, divide and conquer these Europeans as much as possible. But yeah, let's finish this one off just so we can get through it, and then we'll see what we got after that.
So tell us about what else. I wasn't aware of this. I was talking to someone on your staff this morning. It's not just the government that went after you, and I should say you haven't gone on trial. You're not convicted of anything. I mean, you're not a criminal, okay? But it sounds like business has aligned against you as well. If you wouldn't mind explaining what's happening.
Yeah, right. I mean, we've been sanctioned by banks like we are some kind of hostile country. The banks that we've done more than 20 years of businesses with, we've never missed a payment. We really disciplined in terms of taking care, and sometimes paid earlier than what was due. And the banks, Regions banks, one big bank that they kicked us off. They even some members of our movement, their personal accounts have shut down. They shut us down. They forced payment of something like an $80,000 mortgage thing that we had, and we were given something like 2 weeks to pay it off. We've had similar things happening from another bank. We've had some 130,000 signatures that have been collected on petitions that were calling on people to take the United States before the United Nations for violation of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. They were taken down, disappeared, because, as you know, the U.S. government claims that the work that we were doing on a tour, participating with the United Nations trip throughout the United States in 6 cities, and we were collecting petitions on that and talking about reparations, that the Russians paid us to do that. So they took that down. I guess it must be some kind of evidence of a crime that we committed. We don't know. It just disappeared. And then in terms of, and that was just one of the banks, by the way. There was another bank that did a similar thing. And just recently, we had a situation where within the last week or so, 10 days at least, the fiscal, how do you characterize it, sponsor that we use, because we really want to have this thing be quite transparent and quite above board, because we've had to spend just about $250,000 already just in legal fees alone, and we have this process where people can make contributions to us, and the fiscal sponsor that has been dealing with something like 600 different entities that they function as fiscal sponsors of, suddenly decided they were going out of business. And of the six top, we were 5 or 6 among the top forces in terms of money going into that. And others of them have not, the 5 of them have not even been operational for the last 2 years. So they decided they were going out of business. There's a whole bunch of coincidences happened. Coincidence that the church right across the street from my house that they attacked on July 29th, that church, coincidentally, where it had been empty for ages, and we had it under contract to purchase it in order to put programs in for the community there. That church mysteriously burned down. And then this attack on us on July 29th followed an attack on July 2nd, 2029, where a 50-foot flagpole hosting a 15 by 25-foot red, black, and green African national flag was torched in broad daylight. And the guy who torched it wasn't even charged with arson, some kind of criminal mischief thing. I mean, it's just a host of attacks that's been made over us, and sometimes the government, and sometimes financial institutions like Regions Bank, where we've had demonstrations and whatever. But they are moving, it seems, to first of all make us spend money that we've been using to put programs on the ground. For example, on the day they attacked us, that same morning, later that morning, we had scheduled training for African women who were becoming doulas, being trained to become doulas, people who take care and make safe birth for women and for the children. In St. Louis, we have a situation where there are enough black babies dying in the first year of life to fill 15 kindergarten classes. So we're having this doula training. They attack our building, they attack our home. That did happen, but we've initiated a process where we bought properties, where we are setting up a women's center, things like that. That's the kind of stuff that they're attacking. And so they would divert the money that we would have for these programs, and you need to come to St. Louis. By the way, I heard you make some kind of suggestion that you might like me if you have dinner or something, and so that's an open invitation. Come to St. Louis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, I want you to see what we're doing, because I think it's really important to get a grasp of the significance of what is happening to us, because you won't find another organization doing this. Really, really transforming an impoverished community that's in a state of despair. I mean, we built a $150,000, a $60,000 basketball court in a place where black children are playing in the streets, dodging cars, going back and forth, using makeshift basketball hoops from bicycle rims and things like that. You would think that the city would be applauding us, the government would be and by the way, here's an irony, because they call this a food desert in North St. Louis where we live. And I think we got something like $80,000 or more dollars grant from the the FDA, to create and operate a farmers market there, which is one of the most effective farmers markets that they say that's happening in the country, that the FDA has sponsored. This is who we are. And this is part of the crime that's being committed against our community, our people, because this is self-determination, and that's the problem that they have, and that's the thing that the Democratic Party has, because it relies on having this relationship with black people who are tied to welfare slavery and not self-determination, and we won't tolerate that.
Amen. If you don't mind my asking, let me tell you why I'm asking. I want to ask how old you are, because I see this armored personnel carrier in front of your house. It looks like a war. And I see dozens of heavily armed FBI agents, and the presumption is that you're very dangerous. So to put that into perspective, how old are you?
I'm 82 years old. I was 82 in October. And that's why I say that this whole threat of a 15-year prison sentence is effectively a threat of a life sentence as it relates to me. But there are other younger people like Penny Hess, who is a white woman who, and I wanted to mention that, who is chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, and Jesse Neville, who is a youngster, who is the chair of an UHURU Solidarity movement, and they work primarily in the white community. And this concept, even of understanding who we are, like as quote unquote Black nationalists, we're anti-colonialist forces, but we have organizations of white people in 117 cities in this country. And what these organizations are doing is they are taking the demand for reparation. They are taking the exposure of genocide. They're talking about the injustices committed against African people. So Penny Hess and Jesse Neville, they are heads of two of those organizations that are the front of our movement in the white community. So I just want to say that we are not race-based politics. Our politic is based on this fundamental relationship, because even the concept of race comes into existence through colonialism. We are anti-colonialists, and that's a change. I mean, because it doesn't mean that we haven't always been. I have been at one juncture seriously concerned about the question of race, because I took my examples of how to explain reality from what I learned from this system. And so the racism and things like that. But even the concept of race denies me of a nationality, that I'm not even a person that can be defined in relationship to a history of my own. It's a negation of my history, and even what the government has done in terms of charging me with being an agent of Russia. Like, we don't have agency as a people. I'm one of the persons that was working against Joe Biden's notion. I participated in organizing people to register and vote, particularly in the state of Florida. I was in the United States military. I was there I was in Berlin. When the Berlin Wall went up, I was one of those forces in one of those tanks that faced one of the first times Russian and American tanks faced each other in a combat there. I was there. And I don't know where Biden was. I don't know where he was during that period. I was there, you see. And so this whole notion that somehow I'm being manipulated. And I mentioned the thing about Florida, because I was there when the Cuban missile crisis. Now I'm stationed in Georgia. And so they send a convoy of troops to go into Florida. Fort Patrick, I think it was characterized as a Patrick Air Force Base in Florida. And I'm on a convoy. And I'm riding from Fort Benning, Georgia, in a convoy, and we're driving down to this area near Cocoa in Florida. You know where I'm talking about. I live in Florida. And so we get to Palatka, Florida, and people get out on the convoy to go and eat in this restaurant. And we go in the restaurant, and the woman who's serving said, "We don't serve your kind." Talk about me. I'm in the U.S. military. I'm going to defend you, as you say, from the Cubans missiles. And then you say I can't eat there, but that was all right, because my officer, the white officer, said, "Don't worry about it. We'll bring you something out." So this is the history that we're talking about. And so this notion, I don't know if the Russians ever had to experience that before. I don't think Russians ever had to do the kind of stuff and be threatened as I was in Madison, Florida, with lynching for taking black people to register and vote, or in Alachua County, where I was taking black people to register and vote. I don't know if Russians ever experienced that. And based on that, I don't see how the hell the Russians could be teaching me, leading me, around this issue. So it's ridiculous on its face.
I think this is one of the most...
They would negate my history. That's part of what it is. They would negate the history of black people in this country, and part of it is negation of the history of the country itself. And this is part of what I mean in terms of, history. I mean, it can be unpleasant, but if we don't face it, if we don't look at it, we can never solve any real problems. That's one of the contradictions we're looking at right now in occupied Palestine. Look at the history. That's the thing about Ukraine. And Russia, people can get misused, people die. We're facing a possible nuclear conflagration because of this falsified this story that they've invented about Ukraine, etc. It's ridiculous and it's dangerous. And that's one of the reasons I'm glad to have this discussion with you, and hopefully giving me access to people who I normally wouldn't be talking to.
I hope this is seen far and wide. So I'm grateful that you came on and talked to us, and Godspeed on your trial.
Thank you so very much.
We'll be following
thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Wow. So what's the word? The October surprise, I guess, was that, and I kind of knew this. I kind of knew that there were some Caucasians and others in that organization, because I've kind of seen some of these news reports, and so that last little part was like kind of like, whoa, okay, boom boom boom, I get it, nationality, that sounds a little like more science a little bit, so I understand where that's coming from. And I get the fact that he said 177 organizations. That was interesting. I gotta, like, that there's a whole thing inside of that part which is like really just kind of blindsided, because again, I knew there were these Caucasian people kind of working around them, and that, to be honest, kind of is what leads me to believe that the federal government starts to look a little bit closer at an organization like that. When you have a Black American organization that's really, really effectively getting things done. He talked about FDA grant to build a farmer's market in a food desert. He talked about all these different things that they're doing, purchasing property, creating training programs for birthing professionals, to help stop these deaths that seem to be occurring in the Black community. Building a $60,000 basketball court in a neighborhood that's just not for a lack of resources, but for the fact that the city doesn't send any resources into the Black community. That's really what happens. But doing all these amazing things and essentially being targeted by the federal government. But then you're talking about Russia. You talk about he's kind of anti-Biden, anti-Ukraine. That opens up the door a little bit. They start looking in there. They see in these Caucasians. They're like, okay, well, maybe there is this connection. You start throwing Russian disinformation agent in there, and then if those Caucasians are on the phone with Russians or have any type of Russian homeland situation, then the door starts to like crack open a lot wider. And they if you give them an inch, they're gonna take them out. That's just how that shit works when it comes to the federal government. The brother on YouTube says real elders at work. I agree with that. This guy's definitely official. He's been doing it. He's the real deal. He says a legitimate rainbow coalition. Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton was one who talked about that. Like I said, MLK started going, he was the Poor People's Campaign. I honestly, Malcolm would have never did it. I got to keep it a buck because that's just the reality of the situation. I got to appreciate that Malcolm would have never went down that road, regardless of what the strategy may have been. Part of me, because here's the thing about, and it's interesting, you said Fred Hampton. So we played some of these old interviews of Fred Hampton, and he's on the street, I think in front of one of their offices in Chicago, and the reporter keeps asking him about the Weather Underground, which was a terroristic white domestic organization that was blowing up shit, doing all kind of crazy shit in DC and all over the country. And so he really couldn't, he was throwing in his talking points about the Black Panthers and freeing some folks that were incarcerated, but they kept hitting them with the questions about this white group. See, that's the problem. They're going to continuously attach white degeneracy to your organization as a Black American organization if you are inviting that in. you know, you start aligning yourself with Antifa and Occupy Wall Street and all them whatever different organizations, they're gonna throw that shit on you. They're not gonna target them. You know, let's look at the psychology of these people. They're not gonna target the white people. They're gonna target you and make you the person who's corrupting the minds and morals of these white people. I mean, that's the way they're going to play it, and that's the way they see it. So I just think we got to be careful. There's, for me, there's nothing that a white organization can do outside of donating money, and that's free money, no strings attached, and anonymously. To be quite honest, you know, I don't want to know who or what it came from, as long as it's you know, you're an American citizen. Let's be clear about that. But you have no influence, you're not a leader. That was kind of the other part that I was like, whoa, you know, because they're like, they're leaders in this and they're leaders in that, and it's like, okay, that's a little bit too much. I don't think you can ever let a white person be a leader of anything, because they always take over anything that they have any type of authority in. They just see themselves as being the fucking boss. And I think you got to be careful with any of that. So I for me, it's a no. But God bless him. And then the other thing is, sometimes it be them be the motherfuckers that's setting you up. You know, let's keep it a buck. Sometimes they be the agents on the inside that are making those connections to set you up and you know, dismantle your organization. So you gotta, you know, maybe he's not looking at it from that angle, but that would be the first conversation I would have with the brother. You got it, Brother Moko.
I just have to say I agree with everything you said. The suspicion definitely for the victims of racism, white supremacy has to be there. I just want to pinpoint, for the sake of the conversation, that just point out to all the victims of racism, white supremacy, that this move that the OMB has done, they specifically made changes to the white classification, making German, Scandinavian, and certain other classifications honorary white. Jewish is one of them, among them as well, I think. Latina. So this is another act of racism, white supremacy, and I'm glad that you point this out, Black Majority, for the space, for the recorded space. This is an issue. This is a direct act of racism, white supremacy that is being practiced on us right in our face, to create the diversion that Black Majority just spread out in these couple news articles. And I just wanted to pinpoint that what other countries are doing to their way of countering this, and compare it to the collective way that we are disorganizedly countering racism, white supremacy here, not in a codified manner, collectively. So yeah, shouts out to you for pinpointing those articles on Black Majority State, because they are definitely valid to what the OMB has done and what their plan is. I mean, they're laying their plan right out in our face, and at the same time practicing the same type of harm, but in the opposite way, which is confusing our status even more by removing it and making alterations to North Africans, African Americans, and other Africans and Latinos, you know, just other races other than, I mean, and really, you know, to be totally honest, these other races are victims of racism, white supremacy too. But what makes us different from them is that we are the most harmed. And so, you know, according to logic, we are the ones that
need the most constructive help. So therefore, that puts us even ahead of them, because white supremacy, making them honorary white, is actually putting them in a supreme position over us, which Dr. Claude Anderson, shout out to Claude Anderson, was talking about more than 20 years ago, 30 years ago now, about them locking us into a permanent underclass. He's seen this 30 years before it happened. So I'm just saying, being a student of him, Francis Crestwell and nearly Fuller Jr., and having a care unit like having a care member like Black Majority State and this care unit, we really need to pay attention to what just was said, what I just said, and what's being done. And weigh it for yourself. And what I mean by weigh it for yourself is take all the information that you've heard, the Black Majority has laid out, all of the information that I just laid out, and weigh it for yourself. Just meditate on it without your feelings. And I'm sure y'all will see exactly how we see that justice needs to be in place. Almost at the same time, we need to be in place to have the Black Majority in place so that we can not just practice justice and show the rest of the world fellow victims with justice for the fight, but we can also be in a position to maintain it and show them what maintaining justice looks like as well. Hopefully it'll bleed off like bleachers and color codes, Hopefully it just bleeds off and bleeds everything, and everybody, not bleed everything, make everybody bleach everything and make everything codified and just. And all that means is just everything balanced and harmony with each other. You know what I'm saying? So, man, thank you for just pointing that out, because I really think that a lot of us are skipping over articles like that, because when you read articles like that, that's them telling you that, look, we made alterations to everybody else except you niggas. You feel me? Because that's what you just basically laid out. They are refining everybody's position except for the victims of racism, white supremacy. And unfortunately, this plan is to lock us in the victim state without even, like almost in an automatic state. Just like Father Anderson said, I can't even remix it. Locking us into a permanent underclass so that we are the harmed ones automatically without question. And the way they ain't even on the race. They ain't even in the race classification. So they are the ones you harm. This is what white supremacy is doing now. So they are definitely refining it and taking us off the race classification list is a way of taking the evidence away, y'all. Remember, they are shutting down these 5 birds, state by state. Black Majority has pointed it out. DJ pointed it out. I pointed it out. Justine has pointed it out. How they are shutting down libraries. Houston, Mississippi, Baltimore, DC, they're shutting them down. So they're getting rid of the evidence. What evidence? The evidence of them practicing racism, white supremacy by way of race classification. We really have to understand that. So Black Majority, I'm glad that you have these spaces and really pinpointing on that. And as many times as after you have these spaces, I'm gonna definitely hop in here and try to just, tag team with you and just express to fellow victims of racism, white supremacy, what's actually happening right in front of their face. Because a lot of us don't understand that race classification is only in place to practice racism, white supremacy. We don't even put that together. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we get mixed up and arguing about what we are classified as. You know what I'm saying? Because we're looking at these race classifications as some type of justice status when it's not. It's only a race classification is only in place for them to practice racism on us. So we we have to understand that, when we're taking this injustice court system and injustice system period to court, the last act of racism, white supremacy is when they cut our check and our tax. And that means our generation, our compensatory generational wealth, protection class tax. You know what I'm saying? And we have to make it like that. I mean, I think me and you are the ones that have to really drill this into everybody's head, because I really don't care who don't like me. I don't care who likes me. You know what I'm saying? I think we share that same attitude because we're about history justice. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to guarantee everybody. So I think we're the ones that's going to have to found that with that protection class tax, not an act, but a protection act. You know what I'm saying? What that looks like. And we have to definitely harp on that being the last act of racism, white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Because when we get that tax down and it's delivered over to our hands, or over to the nation, the subpoenas and the warrants are going to be handed to them simultaneously. Like, okay, here you go. You show up in justice court with all your employees, of all these, officers that were practicing racism, white supremacy by way of race classification and all areas of people activity. We get to take care of all of those doctors, all of the lawyers, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because all of them are complicit. You know what I'm saying? So I think that this is a serious. I mean, man, when you say we are at a point now where it's like do or die, I think it's even beyond that. I think it's even more. I mean, we are right now at a state where we are in a position to actually correct the wrong that was done to our ancestors who died with that wrong and passed it down genetically to us. So I think this is the real road to prepare. I just implore everybody, the compensatory generational wealth gap protection class act or act. It just has to be. We have to use our words surgically. I think we got the right people on the space. We got DG up in here, Miss Elmira. You know what I'm saying? We got I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name. I'm gonna just call you AU. We got AU up in here. I was just scrolling to your page. Seemed like real constructive. You know what I'm saying? And we got national reparation. You know what I'm saying? So I know we got some real serious and counter-racist scientific minds in here where we can pound this, the name of this act, what justice looks like as far as issuing the punishment and the or else. Because you always say that too, Mr. John. You said, we at the or else. So what are we going to do? What is the or else? So I think this is the or else. I would love to hear everybody's thoughts.
My name is just Joshua backwards, but no disrespect to neither one of you brothers, but Black, your mic is echoing. That's why I came up as speaker. And then, brother, like your volume low. Like it's super low, and I got my phone all the way up. But that's all. I came to listen though. But that's all I wanted to tell y'all.
Okay, appreciate that. I heard an echo. Is weird because I was trying to find something on Twitter and I could hear the echo when Mocha was speaking. So they always glitch our spaces every week. It doesn't change. Space collapsed once already, and it's kind of something that we lived through. We got the YouTube channel up, so it is a little bit clearer over there. But this is how they play around with what we got going on over here. I want to play two short clips. We know that April 8th is this big event. If you live in the path of the eclipse, just be cautious, be careful. I think the big thing is not necessarily that you know, something bad is going to happen because there's an eclipse or earthquakes or natural disasters. But the human element is soft targets, soft targets, soft targets. You got all these people getting together and super spreader events. My adopted sister just got diagnosed with bee flu, whatever that is. I have no idea what the flu B is, but I guess it's a version of the flu. We know about this bird flu that's going around in Texas, and not just Texas, and a lot of these different farms, which is weird. But according to the thing we played earlier, they're saying it's waterfowl, which sounds like wild birds. Birds are flying around with bird flu, and they're passing the shit on to not just cows, goats, raccoons, foxes. There's about 8 different animals that they said they found this bird flu in. And then there's been at least 2 humans, from what I understand, that have gotten bird flu from the cows. Although this guy, you know, he represents Texas. He represents the cattle ranchers. He said it's mild. It's not a big deal. The other reports I saw said it's going to be 100 times worse than COVID. So, you know, I guess you got to take that with a grain of salt. But I want to play these two. This is Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And then the other one is from like NBC Nightly News, I believe, the reporter on there. So
And before you play them, it's not weird that they saying something like this is happening. It's gonna be worse than COVID, right? Because the World Health Organization, they already warned about disease X. So, you know, they tell us what they about to do before they do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just enough people don't be paying attention to it or even question it.
Or believing that they are doing it.
Yeah, right. Like with COVID-19, they never said anything happened to that lab in China.
At this point.
They never said anything happened to that lab in China. The scientists still had a job. Everything. It just killed millions, maybe even 1 billion people, and they did nothing about it. They gave everybody a vaccination that they was trying out on people. Like nobody got in trouble for this stuff.
Crazy.
And they just and then it's like I always think it's something like they all got their vaccines from America. North Korea, China, Russia, all of them got it from America, but those are supposed to be y'all enemies. Like they don't be knowing how to beef right with me. Like it don't make no sense. If these are your enemies, why are you number one? Why y'all trusting them? If they openly say they're your enemy, and then why are you trying to save your enemy?
Hey, I feel you, bro. Yeah. No, I feel that. 1000%. And that's where I see, and I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you kind of quantified everything. So what happens is so many things are happening. So much is going on. Not only are you working, paying bills, taking care of your family, taking care of your kids, you got all these personal goals and things that you got going on. Then the news cycle is just tragedy after tragedy after tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. And then this big event that occurs, people are just glad that it's gone. They're just like, man, thank God. But in my city, it's never really bounced back. You know, when I'm driving home late at night or I'm out delivering whatever, there's not as much traffic. The stores haven't opened all the way up. Walmart still ain't open. I think they're open till 11. But they're not all 24 hours yet. Again, you see what I'm saying? Restaurant, like the nightlife has not come back yet. This is like 2 or 3 years after the whole shutdown shit. Who knows how long it's going to take before it does get back to full nightlife, everybody out spending money, having a good time, whatever. I don't know. And that's on the weekends too. You know what I'm saying? So I think that
that's the black neighborhoods, bro. That the nightlife is not really coming back. Not to interrupt, but as a long time standing DJ in this game, yo, I've been in this shit for years and made me an animal, man. They took all the entertainment years ago, like, and I'm talking like, well, not so far back, but the 90s. You know, I'm only 44 now, so I'm old enough to remember where I used to go into these bars as a kid. You know what I mean? I'm not even old enough to be in here, you know what I'm saying? But because of who my family is, I'm in the building all day, you know what I'm saying? I done been in clubs as far as South Carolina, bro, and I'm a kid, you know what I'm saying? So it's like my family kind of entrenched in this nightlife. But over the years, from being a DJ at age 12 and just going through the wave, it was clear that the white class did not want us having any fun. Because when we were having fun, everything was all good, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was all good. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was dying. You know, we was together, and you know, you went to the club and you went home. You know, you went to go get some pancakes in the morning or whatever. Or we slept all night at the train station because we missed the train. You know what I'm saying? Got to stay here for 3-4 hours until the 5 o'clock train come on Sunday morning. You know what I'm saying? We just here sauced up for the well. You know what I'm saying? We get home, I guess we getting breakfast at the spot. You know what I'm saying? So they took that stuff from us, man. If you remember the movie Belly, spoiler alert, I guess, for those that ain't never watched it, you know what I'm saying? The part where Method Man got shot coming out of the club, that's my hood right there. I live right around the corner, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that was World Paradise, infamous go-go club up here, man. You know what I'm saying? And it was really like that, man. But, you know, obviously, you know, you got the youngers that come off the corner, they come in there, F it up, you know what I'm saying? You know, the police in here were shaking the owners down, you know what I'm saying? The mayor shaking people down, forcing them to either get behind the local police and security so there'll be no issues. You know, rest in peace to Slick Jr. You know, look, you got the knucklehead crowd. That's the problem. You know, that's what I understand when you say ain't no hip hop. You know what I'm saying? But even with that being said, you still got the Ages of Chaos where it's like, you know, yeah, we running the bar and all this other stuff, but you already came sauced and causing issues. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Slick Jr., so many people that lost their life at the hands of the Ages of Chaos. And these are people I'm talking about. So when these other folks see this stuff, oh no, you can't have no black people parties. I was told that by Vivek Ramaswamy Naka. I don't want no black people parties at my establishment.
Right.
But we're not the same crew or promoters as the last person, which I understand. The last black folks here, somebody got shot and killed. Not even to laugh about it, but it really went down like that. You know what I'm saying? And that always forced me, you know something? These people are just against black people. I gotta just really do my own thing. That type of Negro wake up call, which really pushed me to go to school and get my engineering degree, and just try to find a way to build a business so I could hire our people. Like Mel said, hey, look, you know, we should have been at the Kyle Rittenhouse before Kyle Rittenhouse. We ain't got the type of people in place now. So where are people to say, hey, look, that are holding these spaces, hey, yo, Kyle Rittenhouse gonna be here this day with the woo. Hey, yo, everybody call the school with the woo. You know what I'm saying? We get a date, either the same day, next day, whatever day, and you just be there. You know what I'm saying? They call it the after what happened, whatever happened. That's what was going to be the title of it. After Kyle Rittenhouse, after we ran him out, that's going to be the title of the talking points at the college. You know what I'm saying? And what we should do after that. But yeah, all the black clubs, they done been shut down. The Zanzibars, the Cessations, you know what I mean? Sure, other spots still around, you know what I mean? So it's like all the fun went into the Tether neighborhoods, yo. You go to Elizabeth, New Jersey, that's all Hispanic, Latino, whatever the hell they identify, you know what I'm saying? All the go-go bars over there now, all the restaurants. Hold on, that was in Newark. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going over there because as soon as I say, hey, can I get, you going to say, oh, I'm not speaking no English, Bobby. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hell no, you know what I'm saying? I ain't giving you my money.
Oh, man. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, so we have a legendary local black owned, it used to be black owned. I don't think it is anymore. It was 106 Whammo, and they sold their fucking, you know, station number multiple times. I think they're 1073 now. But at any rate, you know, they've been around since before I was a kid. And, you know, it got to a point in my teenage years and then in my adult years where I started connecting the dots. Every time they would promote any type of like this bar, this event, this whatever it was they promoted, there would be shootings at that particular event. but they would never get called out for it. They would never, like, nobody would never give them responsibility or the accountability. It would always fall on, like you said, the black club owners. And a lot of black businesses were either there was one I remember specifically that was like right across the street from my middle school. They end up building a McDonald's on that property. They essentially took that whole property over and put up like a strip mall. There's a Trader Joe's there now, but the McDonald's was the thing that got rid of this one particular bar. Or they make nuisance laws where the prosecutor, the attorney general, or not the attorney general, the district attorney can go in and just literally put a notice on the door, put chains around the door, and lock the business owner out. Can't get back in until you go through a court process, and likely got to come up with all the security mitigation for any issues. They might give you one more opportunity, but usually once they lock the doors, you're pretty much locked out. You lose everything. So it's one of those things where, again, as I got older, I'm like, why ain't this fucking radio station being held accountable for this shit? Because to be quite honest, it seems to me if they never promoted these events, then people wouldn't end up in a bad way or whatever. That's why I said earlier when Secret Sister was talking about the fact that we don't have police between 3 and 7 a.m. is there are these membership clubs which are they let out at 3 a.m. and then there's the after hours spots which could go to 4 or 5 a.m. I guess, but that's right in the time, and those after hour spots are the spots where they would usually have shootings, and they would be advertised on this radio station. So it kind of doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. Like, part of it is they don't care, you know what I mean, that we kill each other, whatever, it's no big deal to them because it's happening in our neighborhoods far away from them. They're never like here, you don't never have strays or white kids or white people are involved in it like in other big cities. Here it's just black people. When it comes to that type of violence, our numbers are not as high, but still it is still an issue. And sometimes the bars do play a part in it, unfortunately. So my thing is, I'm not advertising on that station because there's no need to, because I'm in a bar crawl location, where there's like 30, 40, 50 bars already. There's already traffic, and people will get the information organically through social media. You know what I'm saying? And so we just want to build the crowd that we want the way that we want it, and then never really attract the agents of chaos. I dealt with that at the first spot. I know all about it. And you utilize essentially the small hats, the way they do security at their airports. You kind of got to use those techniques where you can filter out people in the crowd. You have your security guards having a conversation with them at the door to gauge whether or not they're already pre-gamed up. You know what I'm saying? And you just filter them out. You know what I mean? It is what it is. We don't allow people to come in here that are already intoxicated because we take on the responsibility of it as a business. And, it just is what it is. People are going to have to be adults and realize that this is not the place to come and fight. This is certainly not the place to come and shoot each other or none of that. And to your point, the city can require you to have an off-duty officer at the door, but they also on this particular stretch of road, they station Pittsburgh City Police with these bright ass white fucking floodlights. I swear to God, looks like it's daylight. They're so fucking bright. But they station them around the main like 2 or 3 blocks where all the bars are really at, and I'm not in that cluster of bars. I'm kind of away from that at the beginning of it, if you will. So, when they've had shootings, it's usually in that cluster, that 3-block cluster where the majority of people are going to be at. And again, that's not the crowd that we really want. We kind of want to bring people back who don't feel like they have a place to go, or it's not safe enough for them to go out and just have a good night and make it home safe. Those are really the kind of people that we want to bring out and give them a safe place, you know, to hang out or whatever. Oof, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, facts on that.
Man, they let them go on over here. So the brother online said they don't let popular, well-organized, and secure Black after-hour spots exist too long in his neck of the woods. Over here, what happens is they're connected. They're paying people off. Like I said, this one spot, it's done changed name so many times. The ownership is the same. They just changed the name. There's a shooting. They shut it down for a couple of weeks. They open it back up under a different name. I don't know if they're transferring the license or I don't, you know, there's a lot of shit going on, but they essentially pay off the right people. That's probably the best way to say it. I've had conversations. There was this Mexican dude who used to come from LA, California, over here, and he was a car guy, and you know, he would buy like old Chevys and shit and drive them back out there to sell them. And so somehow he stopped in this general area, and got to talk to him, whatever, got to know him a little bit. He actually owned a bunch of trucks that would bring fruit across the border. Likely dude was connected, but he would tell me about different spots that he would go to around the city that were after hours gambling spots, and the city police would be there. Like they would literally be there, like protecting these spots, you know, and these were like high gambling spots or whatever. So you know, there's one that I know of that's an after hour spot. It's in a house in a neighborhood, and the house is literally like 1-2 blocks behind a police station. And you know, it's just a residential neighborhood. You know what I mean? But and that's been going on for years. I don't know if it's still going on, but I know when it was going on for years, and they never just looked the other way with it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just different here, I guess. Weird in that way, but likely somebody was paying somebody to just kind of look the other way. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So yeah, that's what they've been doing around here lately, where they force the actual clubs that are around now, bars or whatever, local spots, to hire the local police. But like, damn, somebody just got mobbed down the street, so where the fuck was the police at? You know what I'm saying? Or an old lady got robbed or whatever, and not even say they even really go down to my hood like that, because I always understand that Irvington, which is up in North, you know what I'm saying? It's nothing but northern North, you know what I'm saying? So Irvington is just a town, a small township, but it borders so many other towns and cities. So and Irvington is the main highway and byway hub, transportation hub, where we have our own bus terminal where multiple buses go to and from whatever the next town. In Newark, obviously, you know what I mean? And we're connected to Route 22, 78, Parkway. 1 and 9 is down the block, but you know it's there. Not, you know, we're not so much in that area, but you can get 78 to 1 and 9 in less than 60 seconds. So 120 seconds, you'll be down at the 1 and 9 south of North entrance. So it wouldn't even matter. Route 21, 280, I could go on and on, yo. Like we're literally like in the middle of that shit. So when crime, always understood as a youngin', when crime happens here in Irvington, it came from outside of the town. You see what I'm saying? Well, other people are coming to and from. So that's kind of like maybe like a New Orleans or something like that, where they had Mardi Gras, where we could probably say, without even being a New Orlander, knowing that high majority of the crime that's inside of the that particular ward where they had the Mardi Gras, I forget what it's called, you know what I mean? So that majority of the crime probably constitutes for, you know, tourists and people coming in and out of the city, you know what I mean? And which will cause the ruckus to spill over into the neighborhood. see what I'm saying? You know, could be someone coming from a bar. They go on somewhere to somebody else, get robbed or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? It's the game. You know what I'm saying? But you're right about that 100%. Because the other thing that used to happen, what we used to have here in Irvington, was the state troopers used to run Irvington. We never had a police station. We just recently got a police force again. Over the it's 2024, so what we're talking maybe, maybe 98, 99, 2000, when Irvington ended the contract with the New Jersey State Troopers. So the Irvington police force is less than 25 years old at this point again. Wow. You know what I mean? So there's stuff like that. And like, look, we can take the state trooper conversation. Man, they used to come in our projects and neighborhoods and bust our asses out. Beat you up, drop you off on the other side of town, yell your room, a bunch of crab knackers come out of something, beat you up some more, now you got to walk all the way to F home. Drop you off in the White Hood, Garwood somewhere, the police pick you up. Now, what you doing? You trespassing? Oh, you got drugs on you, playing something. Now you got to bond out in the white neighborhood. Like, damn. You know, when we talk about New Jersey Transit, this is why I be saying New Jersey Transit, they shouldn't get an ounce of federal funding ever, effing fucking ever. You know what I'm saying? Because you never allowed the buses to cross over into white neighborhoods. And when those things were brought up, you still to this day, like to give you an example, when we say, hey, the government has paved highway and byway through black neighborhoods. So up here in Vauxhall, New Jersey, black neighborhood. Been that way since as far as I can remember, you know what I'm saying? Way back in the 80s, I guess it's always been that, you know what I'm saying? And it's a small, nice, beautiful section on the strip too, Springfield Avenue and Vauxhall, Union Township area, you know what I'm saying? And intersects with other avenues, and it's a beautiful black neighborhood. But when we talking about like the Union Flea Market that used to be up there, right? Back in the 90s, man, me and all my homies, we used to walk, from Irvington all the way to Vauxhall. Now we talking about crossing 3 or 4 towns to get to the neighborhood, to get to the, some people might think of it as swamp beat, but it's, like a spot where they sell goods at or whatever, you know what I mean? The local market or whatever and shit. So we used to have to walk there, but there was the 25 bus, and I think it was the 1 or something like that back in the day. Would at least go to the Maplewood Loop, which is like in the middle of Maplewood, and then the buses just intersect there and come back. So why the bus just don't go to Union Flea Market? You feel what I'm saying? It's going the same way. Just go down. You would pick people up. People buying stuff. You would make money. New Jersey Transit. They still don't do that, yo. And now where the flea market is at, you got Target, Whole Foods, Best Buy, Home Depot. And add it up, it's right there. You know what I'm saying? But even though there's still a black neighborhood, Vauxhall, why aren't there multiple buses running to the shopping centers? Where the ones that live here in Newark and all that, we're not going out to Route 22 to go to Target and Best Buy. We can take the bus from downtown Newark and shoot it all the way up to Vauxhall and come right back with a 60-inch. This nigga ain't gonna care. That's my man from the block. You know what I'm saying? Go through the back of the bus, throw it on the back. You know what I'm saying? We got the bike rack sitting down too. Yeah, go throw it in the front. I'm gonna draw a slow shit. You know what I'm saying? If a nigga try to steal, I'm gonna honk his shit. But the Jersey Transit, they don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with like there's a bus route I ain't even gonna mention because this motherfucker is infamous. But the one thing I realized about this one route, bro, is this is how they keep us segregated. So, matter of fact, we just gonna mention it because this motherfucking bus stretches from fucking, like, I'm talking about this shit crosses counties, bro. You know what I'm saying? The 94, bro. You know what I'm saying? Crosses Essex County and Union County, yo. You know what I'm saying? All the way from Bloomfield, Montclair area, which is like, I ain't gonna say going towards Giant Stadium, but like you halfway there and shit. You feel what I'm saying? If you're coming from another part, the south side of Essex where I'm at. And this shit go all the way almost into all the way into Linden, New Jersey, bro, which is in Union County. So if you had to take the trip from one end to the other and come back, you're looking at well over 2 hours, 3 hours, bro. And sometimes a 94, You don't see one going in the other direction for hours, bro. This shit, even into 2024, since I lost the truck, I gotta get back on the bus. You feel what I'm saying? This shit ridiculous, yo. No, I gotta get me a car. I gotta get me a car again. I get it now. Once you get it, you can't be without it. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, just trying to do the simplest shit that I was doing in the car, going to the store. It might take me 2 or 3 hours, bro. You feel what I'm saying? They done took away the paper transfers now too, where everything is on the phone. This is why I always talk this archive and DVD shit. This is why this shit will always matter, bro. So you lowered the digital transfer to 30 minutes. The paper transfers were 2 hours, yo. But you never know when the bus gonna show up, when you gotta intersect the next bus. You see what I'm saying? So the paper ones was a 2 hour limit. Now the digital, 30 minutes. So what happens if the bus don't show up? How far is that? I gotta buy another ticket now? Damn, this is how they get in the show. So your trainer don't need another dollar of Uncle Sam. Don't get them motherfucking shit. And look, just to put the icing on the cake, over here where the well, it's really the main in Maplewood right here. The what do you call it? You know, the Jersey Transit headquarters or whatever the case be. Right here in Maplewood on Springfield Avenue on the Port of Irvington. You know what I'm saying? Maplewood. These are white people that work there, yeah. In my opinion. But with the exception of the folks that's driving the buses, because it's I got a bus garage there on the side of the building, on the Springfield Avenue side, where the buses make their U-turns, you know, shift exchange and all this other stuff going on, maintenance crew. So they got a garage there too. That's one of them, you know what I mean? But as far as like corporate office, you walk around that corner on a Boy Avenue side, just stay there across the street from the pool and just look who's going in the building. See what I'm saying? It ain't us really. You know, I've seen back then, like, you know, I guess when I was younger, I used to see some black supervisors. I get New Jersey Transit back, but like when we talking about like the president and all this other shit, man, there ain't been no black president yet. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. And these folks, you drive the work versus catching the bus. So that's a no. See, this is the shit that I be talking about. And y'all live far as hell. Y'all be coming from like Sussex County and Huntington County to come work at Essex County. You blew in the air. So all this shit Governor Murphy talking about climate change and all this shit, well, hey, let's start with New Jersey Transit. Because the people that work there, and it's not a good example. You know what I'm saying? At all. You got these big ass gas guzzling V8 luxury businesses. You know what I'm saying? The buses should be free. You work for the company. You wouldn't even have that pay. You see what I'm saying? At least get a discount. Let's be honest about this shit. No, man. But go ahead, man. Hey, Sister man, how you doing, Sister man? Man, what's good, JB? What's good, man?
Oh man, that's what's up. That's crazy. Yeah, let me play these two videos. And this is Greg Abbott, Texas governor.
Hey, you got an echo on your phone, bro, but it sounds like an effect. You got an effect on that mix in the back.
like a reverb. Your voice was doing that a little bit too. I think it is the space, you know what I'm saying? Let me collapse it and bring it back up, but it's just the space is doing that. Sometimes if I go out and I've done this in the past where you join it twice, it'll do that for a little bit, but then it evens out. But you know, it is what it is. Let me just run these two real quick. If I can get the volume.
But let's be clear. The Biden administration is doing nothing to stop terrorists from coming across the border. They are knowingly allowing them in. And there's two categories here. There are the terrorists who were actually apprehended. The terrorists apprehended are an all-time record, many multiples of those who came across the border under the Trump administration. The second, you talked about the gotaways. Well, the terrorist will pay extra not to be caught. What that means is the number that we've caught, which is extraordinary, there's far more than that who've gotten across the border. Remember this also. Last month, the FBI director talked about a potential 9/11 type terrorist attack because of the terrorists who are coming across our border. The chief job of the president of the United States is national security. President Biden is failing at national security. We are extraordinarily concerned about a terrorist attack occurring in Texas or elsewhere in the United States because of the terrorists who are crossing our border at will, Governor, unstopped by the Biden administration.
Do you think Now, there was the black man, and again, I don't know his lineage. He's a Texas border agent, and he let one of these Mexican whatever, I don't know if he's Mexican, but he let somebody get in his car who paid him, I think they said between $5,000 and $6,000 to essentially drive him into the interior of the country. And the agents, for whatever reason, caught wind of it. This makes me think like a situation where you have a smuggler, they'll give up one person in order to get a big shipment through. That's very possible, because you like, how the F did they get this information? Somehow, some way, because these people are not that smart, but they got alerted to the fact that this border agent, who was in plain clothes during the arrest, it didn't look like he was a border agent at all, but he had someone in his pickup truck, I believe is what it was. When the video starts, they're surrounding his pickup truck, they're dragging him out of his truck. He's saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm so stupid. I can't believe I'm so dumb. I can't believe I'm so stupid." He's basically confessing, which you should not do. The person who was his passenger got away. They say you can hear them kind of talking about how the person ditched out or whatever, got out of the vehicle somewhere at some point. So, was that a terrorist? Was that a high-ranking cartel member? Or was it a situation where they said, we're going to sacrifice this person to clear a path for the persons who's bringing in the fentanyl pills or whatever the fuck they're bringing? Who knows what they're bringing in? Anything's possible. Of course, they do sacrifice decoy busts so that the border agents look good. They got a bus. They might catch them with 10 tons worth of product. Meanwhile, they just shipped across 1,000 tons of product, in other vehicles. That kind of is what it is. But, the whole idea that these officials are telling us that a terrorist attack is imminent. If you remember what happened in Russia, when they said a terrorist attack was imminent, it was going to be in a theater or a concert or some public event. It happened very quickly. I think they even told them the date or gave them a date range. So when these people are telling us that this is going to happen, there's a really high probability that something is going to happen. Outside of the fact that they've been chopping people's heads off, their wives, coming over here, finding their wives, chopping their heads off, coming over here. I just saw one and this was a black immigrant who stabbed his 2 roommates to death. It's like every single day, these people are over here. They're just murdering people. You're finding body parts all over the fucking place. Almost every single day, I'm seeing a report of body parts somewhere, somehow, some way. Just shit that you've never really heard on a regular basis is happening now. This is I don't know if this is ABC or whatever, but what is that guy's? David Muir, I think is this guy's name, warning about violent threats in the U.S.
Security warning right here in the U.S. from the FBI and Homeland Security, warning of potential threats to public gatherings. The timing of this and why they're concerned tonight. Here's our Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas with late reporting.
Tonight, FBI and Homeland Security officials are warning U.S. law enforcement about the potential for terror inspired by that deadly ISIS attack in Moscow targeting a concert hall. The concern, according to the bulletin, violence targeting mass gatherings such as sports stadiums, concert venues, or houses of worship in the United States. Law enforcement told to be on the lookout for any suspicious activity. The bulletin coming just days.
Phone in the Matrix. Damn it.
Yeah, in the way it just sounds just like it's not good.
It's not coming through.
Play it, though. Go ahead, though.
Okay, let me bounce it in, bounce out. If it doesn't clear up, then I'll send it to you.
Yeah, you're in the Matrix. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah. Oh yeah, see, it's double. Somehow it's doubled. It's doubled up in here. I can hear you in here. No, I can hear you on the phone. Where the hell is it talking from? I don't got the app open. Somehow it's doubled up in here.
It's frozen, then that's what it is. More or less.
Can you hear me talking?
Yeah.
Holy shit. And I'm not even in. I literally don't even have the app up. It's there's a double.
The microphone open. Probably left your mic on.
No. So trust me when I tell you, I closed it out. I was not in the space at all, but I could hear you talking very low and you could hear me talking. So there's some other thing that's got this thing connected somewhere in the back. Man,
on that same phone, you got your black majority right here. Hit the little, because it's an Android phone, right? So hit the little 3 hash buttons right here on the bottom left, and make sure you close out all windows except for X. If you have any other apps open, just close them out. And then like I said, I gotta tell you how to get the all-in-one back on your phone, because the situation is those apps are running, and if you don't have that app on your phone, therefore meaning when we went through the process to turn them off, and they'll only turn on when you open them. Well, if you don't have the all-in-one, obviously it would default back to like all these Facebooks and Googles and whatever you got open, banking apps. It could be anything. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the app is, you know what I mean? It's running in the background, eating your network up, and also causing like microphone issues. It will let us increase the cache on the phone, overall memory. You know what I mean? It really is silly shit. That's why you gotta keep that all in one on the phone. But we'll get it back. But like I said, whoever the owner was, the AIO jokers, they took it out the Google Play Store, bro. So I don't know what the hell happened, but I purchased it years ago. So I'm thinking, I got like a family. You could do like that family plan thing. So I'm gonna see if I could try to add you to it, and just try to see if you could download it like that, because I got the passkey to it and everything. You know what I'm saying? So, well, go ahead though.
Yeah, let me I'm gonna try to do that again. I'm gonna go out like I normally do, see if I can hear you. Because yeah, that was weird. That was strange. Flip out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, and I see that your mic is muted too. That's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, because I mean I'm literally out of the app and I'm looking on my phone to see where else could it possibly be coming from. And there really is nowhere.
Just real quick. Go to the settings of Twitter, right? Go to the settings of Twitter, which is the app setting inside of your Android. And clear the cache out, but not the data. Just clear the cache and see what happens from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, let's give that a shot, because that is I remember back in the day when it used to do this, but you used to have to come into the room twice. Because like, can you hear me talking now?
Yeah, I hear you, no problem.
Yeah, see, and so here's what's crazy about that is I'm in the space, but my mic is muted.
Yeah, that's it's freezing on you. That's all it is. It's the app, bro. So the more or less after you do the cache clearing thing, and you come back up and make sure you close out all those other windows, even the settings one. After you clear cache, just close it out and come back into Twitter. And if it's obviously not letting you access the mic or whatever the case be, the only logical thing, but it shouldn't close the space, just completely close the app out. You know what I'm saying? And open it back up so it can refresh itself and come right back into the space.
Yeah, okay. So let me see. I'll delete the cache. Okay.
Not the data though, not the data.
Yeah, not the data. Did the cache. I don't think that did nothing because I'm still talking. I can hear you talking and I'm still not in the space.
Right.
Damn, this shit is wild as hell. Yeah, this shit's crazy. This tells me that.
Okay. Okay, look, just real quick, just do this one last thing before you close this out. And this is something I always wanted to test while in the space. Go to your settings on your Android, right?
Okay, Android, yeah.
And look for battery and device care.
Okay, got you.
And go where it says memory.
Yep.
It might take a second to load. And then you should see a blue button that says clean now.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit that right there, bro. And then if it closes out, just come right back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there was some Twitter stuff in there, but it ain't. Can you hear me?
Now look, with that being said, because it clears something out with Twitter, completely just close Twitter out, but come right back here and come right back into the space, bro.
Yeah, because you're starting to echo too, which is wild. Again, because I'm not even in. I mean, I'm in the space now, but I'm not. The mic's not on. Okay, so let's do that. All right, swap. Bang. I'm ready to turn the phone off and then back on and see what happens with that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can still hear you if you closed out Twitter completely, but come right back.
Yeah. This shit crazy.
It should tell you to connect back to the space, right?
Yeah. I see it by the time this phone, it takes at least 30 seconds to go off and on. I don't know if they give you a full minute on this damn thing before they collapse it, even with a co-host.
Yeah, I think it's like a minute or something like that. You know what I mean?
Like a full minute. Okay, so maybe I'll
If it crashes, y'all will be right back for the third time tonight.
Hold up. Oh shit. Oh, hold up. Hello?
Yeah, ski.
No, I think I heard you on the other phone. Holy shit. I'm not even.
You probably should have had that social account logged in too, bro.
But I'm not. I was, but I'm not anymore. I swear to goodness, I just heard you on the other phone echoing. Man, what the hell? They probably got this shit.
On the other phone too, though, and don't forget, I was gonna say Twitter updated. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I did that. I did those 2 updates on both the phones right before. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what you might have to do what we did before when the Twitter had that rough ass week over here. That 1 week, nobody could get up here, yo. Go uninstall Twitter when out today or tomorrow, and reinstall it back on the Samsung Galaxy Store, because that update is still back in January of this year. They haven't updated it because it just doesn't really need to be updated. This is why we think it's getting a new phone, because the only reason why they really updated is for all these new features what these new phones could do, the hardware. You know what I'm saying? We got software to make, but in order to see your hand and all that other stuff and all the graphics and what it be doing, what the world, gotta get another phone, man. You know?
Yeah, that's what's up. I probably will start, looking into that. But all right, so what I'm gonna do is.
I was just gonna say definitely try to do it because of the phone you got.
Oh, yeah.
The more the years go on, the less of the value is the resale value or the trading value.
Yeah, I'm not going to trade it in because there's just so much information on here. Couldn't erase it all, even if I tried.
Everything to your Google Cloud and wipe that phone, trade that shit, and get that $500 trading. That's what it's worth.
But trust me, when it comes to that wiping, you can't wipe all that data. It's still there. They can still get to it. So for me, it's just, I'd rather keep the phone. So let me try to find the video was, oh damn it, U.S. Motherfucker. Of course, I've lost it that quick. But essentially, U.S. warns of terror attack. You could probably find it in the search. Should be like the top thing that comes up. Warning terrorist America. That's what I put in. Warning terrorist America. So I'll try to go out, come back in, and see if you guys are still here. See what happens. What the fuck is going on here? Like, I don't know why this shit is echoing and this shit is like they got me in the space. I'm not even in the space at all. But they got me in the space in some background area that I can't even get access to figure out where it's coming from, or how to disconnect it. It's very bizarre. It's really, really sad, really strange. It's all technology, but damn. They put Vince Carter in the Hall of Fame, man. He definitely deserves to be there. Vince Carter was that dude. Toronto Raptors had everybody wanting to dunk crazy. Who was another crazy dunker? Seattle Seahawks or Seattle Sonics. What was that man's name? Damn it, that dude was a beast too. But Vince Carter was different. That motherfucker was definitely different. Cannot take that away from the brother. He definitely on some different shit.
More on the link to the Gambinos. Tonight, the FBI, NYPD, and New York State Police were returning to Orange County to look for a so-called Gambino graveyard. The investigation into one of America's most notorious crime families open and active. Trucks and off-road vehicles brought in to search a horse farm in Goshen. Canopy set up as investigators worked through the rainy weather. At a farm in Campbell Hall, an excavator and the medical examiner on site. A canine unit scouring the field. The FBI only confirming agents are at both locations, but declined to say what they're searching for. The law enforcement presence, similar to last November when we first reported from the scene. I mean, obviously you don't see the FBI next to your house every day. Multiple law enforcement officials familiar with the matter previously telling News 4 investigators are looking to see if members and associates of the Gambino crime family buried victims at the horse farms. That's a little unspoken. Obviously, I'm speechless because there's not much to say about that. The investigation linked to the arrests of 10 people 5 months ago. The FBI, along with Italian authorities, conducted joint raids overseas in Sicily and right here in New York. The wide-ranging racketeering out of Brooklyn outlines alleged robberies, extortion, and fraud.
Oh shit!
It now appears the FBI believes the murder could be an added charge to the investigation. The FBI leaving some of their equipment here overnight, indicating the search isn't over. They had not said if they found any human remains. In Goshen, Chris Jose, News 4 New York.
Yeah, if anybody want to come up and comment on that, let me know. You know what I mean? So, yeah, rest in peace to Italian Joe and Italian Mike. They were school time. They definitely looked out for the black folks. You know what I'm saying? All right, shout out to Mama at the Christmas Pizza / Christmas Go-Go Bar. They had the best pizza. Ain't nobody made better pizza yet, yo. I know the New York Knicks is saying y'all got the best pizza, not better than New Jersey. All the Italian top Italian families got the from New Jersey. They're from Jersey. You know what I'm saying? It's real, you know what I mean? But yeah, they ain't gonna never find Jimmy Hoffa. None of them other bodies is over. Give it up. You know what I'm saying? Mafia was too good, man. And high bodies, man. It was too good, yo. They had a 100-year head start, man. You know what I mean?
Yo. Hey, I'm gonna shout out Vince Carter. Vince Carter in the Hall of Fame. Monster dunks, man. Used to love him. You know, he inspired a lot of folks with them dunks. And then shout out to Angel Reese. She say last 4 years, she's moving on to the next chapter. I assume that's the WNBA, but ain't no telling. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So shout out to her too. I think she had at least one more year of eligibility, but she's moving up. She's moving on. So shout out to her, man.
In fact, let me check the statements. I ain't been on it. NCAA, double PP, whatever.
Yeah, that's it. I see the post now. She's going to enter the 2024 WNBA draft. So shout out to her. To me, she's somebody to watch. You know, I'm not a women's sport person, but I would definitely watch her. You know, to see what she does on a professional level. She'll probably be the highest paid ever. What's that?
Hey, I gotta eat my words. I said Iowa want to make it past UConn. They beat UConn. You know, I gotta eat my words, bro. So,
yeah, but that was that chippy. I think the refs, they had like a, what did they call it? That 6-man. The refs was kind of in on that situation.
UConn can't win everything. I'm saying, especially on the women's division, because they definitely been winning the last 10 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's real
Shout out
crazy.
to North Carolina, though. You know what I'm saying? They almost made it, but they got their ass whooped by South Carolina. So, damn, 2 #1 seeds going that. I might have to watch the national championship, bro. When this shit coming on? Oh, it's today at 3 o'clock. Okay, shit, let's go. Hopefully it ain't on Channel 7.
What is it, South Carolina and that Iowa team?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so South Carolina, that's what we going with, right? That's the black team, right? Shit.
Yeah, no. Hey, look, okay, shout out to what you call who the hell was talking about that? Shout out to the homie, the Freeman Media, the Village Media. Shout out to him. Because these white girls been putting black girls in the dirt on the basketball team for years. So it's like these white girls can shoot, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of our black chicks, we ain't got a billion Angel Reeses, but there's a bunch of Caitlin Clarks, though. There's a bunch of them, yo. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. They the Larry Birds of the women's shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, we know that's for the folks that just don't understand the sports analogy. So shout out to the Freeman Media, the Villager homie, you know what I'm saying? Minnesota in the middle, you know what I mean? So you already know, you know what I mean? Clark, she could pull it off. She could pull it off by herself. She dropped 40, 50 points a game. You know what I'm saying? These games are averaging 50 at best points per win. So if she dropping 41, 50 per game, she can go in there and beat South Carolina all day. You know what I'm saying? Now let's look at South Carolina. Let's see. Standing players. Let's go to the players. Okay, Chloe Kitts is one white woman they got on there, and maybe another 2 or 3 of them, because maybe some other folks with weird names. But Camila Cardozo. Oh yeah, you know some. Hold on a minute. South Carolina taking it, because ain't nobody getting past Cardozo. She gonna smack the shit out of Caitlin Clark. Yeah, pull up 3 o'clock, y'all. You know what I'm saying? This melanated looking sister, she like 6'5", bro. Shaq, baby Shaq. You know what I'm saying? In the paint. For real. So I forgot she on South Carolina, and that's why they #1. So you got 2 #1s from each side of the division about to clash. This the clash of the Titans. 3 o'clock, y'all, later on the deck. So yeah, let's go on that one and shit. And look, her and Angel Reese definitely bumped heads this year. Not even to turn the space into a sports thing, but go ahead, though. Social sports online, yo. Let's go. Come up with fun to social sports, yo.
Hey, you think that Caitlin is going to be able to does she transfer over to the WNBA, her skill set, or is she just like an outside shooter?
She ain't no scrub, that's for sure. Obviously, we see it. You heard what I'm saying? They're going to try to put her in that position, but understand 2 things are different. The rules, how the game is played is more professional, more grueling. Mm-hmm. So she could come out and win a national title. I swear to God, she could. If she really liked that with the shot. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You got to remember, I believe Kobe put her on game too. You feel what I'm saying? Caitlin Clark, you know what I'm saying, before he passed. When she was like a freshman or a sophomore in high school or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Kobe, yo. So she got a Mamba mentality, yo, just to come right into the league and just take that shit, yo, over, yo. So this is the other reason why Ice Cube is offering her $5 million to just come play for the Big 3. Yeah. Which makes more sense to Ice Cube financially as well, marketing. Then you get Caitlin Clark just to come play over here and win a title over here, or even like, I don't know how that even will work out, because she'll be one of the only women over there. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I think she might be the only woman in there getting that type of money. But it's like, damn, at the same time, Cube, like, you got to offer Angel Reese $5 million too. Imagine we just get both of y'all. Got $5 million for both of y'all. Pull up. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the WNBA. This is more money you're making one season, or whatever the contract. Cube talking, because the WNBA players, you already hear about the money issues. So why go play for them when it's being subsidized by the NBA? This is why Draymond Green is right. You know what I'm saying? Y'all women can't say shit, baby. And then if y'all is gonna pop shit and blame us, man, well, hey, look, let us set the rules how we think y'all should play. Lower the rim. That's smart. Why ain't someone like this Cardozo, Camila Cardozo? I want to see a slam on Caitlin Clark. Put her in the dirt. Put your cooch, your JJ girl all on her face. Boom, you know what I'm saying? And be the next Vince Carter in the WNBA Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? Just put your whole private part on somebody's face, yo. You know what I'm saying? For those that understand the Olympics, and that's coming up too. So get ready, man. Social sports, Ball About Sports, all on social. Ball About Sports, come in the Ball About Sports room. Funded social to get in the Jumbotron. You know what I'm saying? And look, I've been lackadaisy off the sports because we're doing the politics, yo. But let's go. But yeah, Camila Cardozo, we got our money on South Carolina. Let's go. Because the way she playing, bro, just no respect, yo. You know what I'm saying? Just no respect, yo. For none of these players, yo. You know what I'm saying? Watch her highlights, bro. You know what I'm saying? Get that shit out of here, yo. You know what I'm saying? She on some Matumbo shit. Not to my house, black majority. Not to my house, brother. You know what I'm saying? Just smacking that shit. Angel Reese almost got into a fight on the court, too. That's why I'm bigging this shit up, man. Social sports, man. We got this shit popping, bro. Camila Cardozo, South Carolina. Let's go. You know what I mean? It's going to be a good game, bro. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody should miss it. Keep it real. And look, just to put the icing on the cake, LSU is the defending champions from last year. You feel what I'm saying? All that Instagram, and I'm just gonna say it because I'm your big bro from another mode. Angel Reese and LSU black girls, all that Instagram and the shit y'all was doing, that's not Kobe shit, yo. Kobe not online his whole career. You weren't online. You started trying to become a presence on social media after his retirement, trying to find his way in. You know what I'm saying? Starting a new life and shit. Basically, you can worry about all that IG shit later, yo. You know what I'm saying? You win another fucking title back to back, you'll be infamous forever. You never have to go buy a burger in Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? At the school, you ain't got to buy no beer over here ever. You won 2 titles, yo, back to back. You know what I'm saying? But you didn't do that. Y'all didn't do that. All I see on Instagram, y'all at the party and shit. You at the club and shit. You know what I'm saying? You chilling with little whoever. You know what I'm saying? You ain't in the gym. You know what I'm saying? Drake, you know what I'm saying? You weren't with me shooting in the gym. So it's like, and the reason why that's so true, just look at the points. You only lost by a bucket or 2. You ain't put in the work, man. You know what I'm saying? So, but that does not give Emmanuel Ocho bitch ass, who's a tetherknacker, you know what I'm saying, the right to say what he said about LSU either. Call ICE, get him up out of here, yo. You know what I'm saying? Call ICE, yo, when you see him, yo. Real shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you see folks like that in the street, just pick up the phone, dial ICE, like, yo, I got a black immigrant that's, you know what I'm saying? He's a terrorist against black Americans, yo. And I got proof. It's right here. You know what I'm saying? It's right here. We could take you to court and have your ass locked up for defamation and all this other shit. Shout out to online. I know it ain't law school yet, but we getting this system. You know what I'm saying? We getting it. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, though, man.
Hey, yeah, but what about that coach, South Carolina coach, that they made her basically say that she's okay with dudes playing in women's college basketball?
Yeah, like I said, I've been off of sports for a while. I'm looking at it right now. Hold up a minute. Let me go back over here. Can I go back? Yeah, well, I went too far back.
Yeah, Dawn Staley, they asked her after that last win, and it's like, well, damn, they put her right there on the spot. She's recognizing, okay, y'all put me on the spot. You're trying to distract me, yada, yada, yada. But then she capitulated to the BS. Like, why not say, look, this is a woman's sport. If a person who was born a man wants to play basketball, they can play with the men, period. Like, that should have been the beginning and end of it. Holy fuck, bro.
Right. But see, look, this is the new nigga. Go woke, go broke. You know what that mean, right?
Damn.
Go woke, go broke.
Damn.
Let me know when you're ready if you don't know. You Anybody want to come up and answer, I'll give you a free reparations DVD if you answer. Word up, go woke, go broke.
So then because this is what they do, you say the right thing, you say the politically correct thing, but on the back end, you never let a fucking dude on your team. You see what I'm saying? But what about when the competition starts letting dudes on their teams? Joanna mans. You see what I'm saying? Right. Now you got to compete against grown ass men.
Right, we're wearing a wig and shit and a dress. and trying to hump on you and shit while you trying to get the ball in the rebound. Hey, yo, Cat Williams was right, yo. You ain't never felt a nigga until you had a 245-pound, 6'5" linebacker tackle you.
Oh my God, bro.
I'm down, yo. No saying, man, down, pimp down. Yo, Cat is the reigning GOAT right now. No offense, Dave Chappelle. Cat is the fucking king, yo. He been the king for a while, too. Dave, you like the court jester and shit, you know what I'm saying? Just say slick shit, you know what I'm saying, in the background. No bullshit. Man down, pimp down. You are a man, damn it. You are not a boy, you know what I'm saying? Get off of me, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man, yo. What you said the coach's name is again?
I think it's Dawn Staley. I mean, I love her. You know, as far as her energy, she usually always like just on the right fucking wave, but somehow, some way, they didn't got her to like just bow down on this shit. Now, most of these girls, like what we hear in the WNBA is that they're mainly lesbians. Let's keep it a buck, and they kind of frown on heterosexual women in the league like that. You see what I'm saying? So I just don't understand how you're gonna let dudes come in, dominate your sport. They're gonna be getting all the money if the fans go for that shit, and they're gonna be the ones dunking the ball. They're gonna be the ones with the high scores. You see what I'm saying? Like that just ruins it for me. You know what I mean? It fucking ruins it. God damn it.
I don't know. So, okay, I'm looking at it. Let me see. Yeah, hold on. I mean, she's saying that. She wild. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a video if you find it to play it.
Wow. And she played the game. So it's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
What the fuck?
And she played in the WNBA, if I'm not mistaken. Staley, yeah. Dawn Staley, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. She a baller.
What the fuck, yo?
Yeah, because here's what it is. You got this black player, extraordinaire, legendary in the sport, and she just greenlit the whole fucking situation. Like, goddamn, you know what I mean? So once again, it's a black face on top of this whole just destruction, man. Sodom and fucking Gomorrah. You know what I'm saying?
That's why we gotta get away from these people, man. They weirdos, yo. You know what I'm saying? Word up, and they turn all folks into widows and thinking it's okay because you gotta have a job. You gotta hold your job. Fuck that job. You know what I'm saying? Go. You got a better chance of living a great life going to go teach young girls in the hood how to play basketball and have the parents support you. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we don't be thinking this, and this is why Mel getting upset. Like, we ain't moving fast enough, yo. That's what Mel really upset about.
Yeah.
It's not that we ain't doing the right thing. We just not on this shit, yo. You feel what I'm saying? Just not on it like that, yo. We used to be, and this is what my great aunt used to be picking with me and shit. Like, well, I don't see it, nephew. Then you want us like to go throw rocks at the police and shit like that? Like that's why I'm asking. Like, no, I just want to see something, nigga. I don't give a fuck what it look like. Just let me see it, cause I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? I see everything else, but she right. She right, yo. You know what I'm saying? I don't lie, right? You know, you can't roll up in the school and demand that nigga. I want to speak and shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga be like, who the fuck is you? Get the dogs, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And get this nigga up out of here. You know what I'm saying? She right too. You know what I'm saying? And so where we go from here, Martin Luther King? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so frustration is warranted all around, but and like you said, to the point, the frustration of things not moving quick enough is one thing. But like for me, it's not that things are not moving quick enough, because I've learned in out of experience to trust God. God is always on time, right? And you got to trust in God's time, not in your own.
Hey, you in the matrix. I wonder if that's because I got the phone open while we're talking at the same time. But go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. How about now? Does it sound regular?
Nah. Hey, you know what I was saying too? Just to try it out, that link to Windows, if you download it on your computer and put it on your phone, I think it'll help, bro, because I'm about to turn it on right now, so I ain't got to fiddle with the phone. You know what I'm saying? Just leave it there, and you can see everything up on the computer screen. You feel me? Link to Windows, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut down the YouTube. I'm gonna come back in, and if it's good, it's good. If it's not, then I'm gonna go ahead and Z it up. But yeah, let me try to go out and come back in. Okay, YouTube, peace. We checking out for tonight. You know, because we in the late night space anyway. Politics is pretty much done, other than a little sports connection, man. There, God, what's up with that lady? That lady, man. She deserves whatever hateful mail she get. I can't even. I can't defend her in that situation. Damn it! See, I come in and I can't. Won't let me come in like that, man.
Excuse me.
Damn it! Won't let me come in the regular way.
Black majority handling the technical difficulties in the background. Anybody want to talk about that FBI?
Like okay, let's end this thing. If there's a way, okay, there it goes. Boom, boom.